match is one that I think they're going to be looking at trying to get something out of, as Miles bowls outside the off stump, and it just swung back, and slightly tighter leave there for Will Young, who goes down and has a little bit of slightly suspicious gardening. As Richard was saying, overcast morning here at Chelmsford. It was Chelmsford? Did I say Chelmsford? They all blur into one, don't they? Here at Edgbaston, it was cracking the flags in Birmingham this morning, about 6 o'clock when I got up, but it's clouded over now, but the cloud's high, and there's a bit of blue sky over towards the city, as Miles comes in, bowls again outside the off stump, and Young lets it go through into the gloves of Michael Burgess. Northamptonshire looking for their first championship win here, and indeed their first championship win over Warwickshire for 22 years. 2000 was the last time they won here. Northamptonshire went up from Division 2. It was a good game, that one. Warwickshire chasing 2-5-9 were 48 for 6, 99 for 7, and then Neil Smith and the tail pushed them up, and they lost by 54 runs in the end. Here's Miles to finish the over outside the off stump, and again let go through by Will Young, and second consecutive maiden to start the innings. Northamptonshire put into bat 0 for 0.
One thing I would say is we wouldn't have been playing this time yesterday.
No, we had certainly some heavy rain back in Northamptonshire yesterday morning, same here.
Yeah, I had some urgent bits of gardening I had to finish off yesterday. I'm not a gardener, I'd like to point out. So I found myself chopping up bits of tree in the rain with a little saw, so it can be dumped by somebody today. So somebody's taking it elsewhere to burn it with other garden refuse that they've got. So yeah, it was an entertaining day in the rain with me hood up, but had to be done. Vasconcelos awaits Hannon Dolby, and again he's bowling just short of a length outside off stump. Too short really for Vasconcelos to consider driving, but just again making him aware of where his off stump is.
That has been the problem with Ricardo Vasconcelos this year. I mean, he's a beautiful driver of the ball. His cover drive is a thing of considerable beauty, but he has been nicking off a time or two this year. As I say, hence 90 runs in 7 innings, and the Warwickshire bowlers will know that, of course.
And again, it's too wide outside off stump this time from Hannon Dolby. No interest at all from Vasconcelos. Second and third slip are relatively close to each other in terms of the breadth of the cordon. Trying to make sure any gaps are plugged. Will Rhodes does like to stand reasonably far forward at third slip as well. His hands in his pockets for now. He talks to Michael Burgess. Hannon Dolby hasn't quite got the line right. The first couple of balls this over to Vasconcelos. He makes him play now though. Just covers up off stump and dabs it back down the wicket to Alex Davis. And still we await the first run of the morning.
It's slightly surprising, Richard, looking at the table, to see Warwickshire down in 6th place, just 1 place above Northamptonshire. 50 points from 4 games against 40 points from 4 games. Neither side really firing so far.
Got an early sample size, isn't it? I mean, a couple of games that have been destined to be draws fairly early on. Poor performance down at Taunton against Somerset for the Bears. And Dolby, he's gone past the edge of the bat there, and a little bit of movement after the ball's gone beyond the stumps as well, as it's pouched moving to his left by Burgess. But that was in a very dangerous area from Hannon Dolby. Got the line right on that occasion.
Yeah, and Northamptonshire starting with 3 draws, of which they were in with a chance of winning 2, and then had a long rearguard action to avoid defeat against Yorkshire, but comprehensively outplayed by Surrey down at the Oval, with the Surrey seam attack absolutely relentless, just able to rotate the 5 of them, give them short spells.
And Dolby approaches once more, driven by Vasconcelos, and moving to his right is Davis at mid-off to do the fielding.
Look, a good side, don't they, Surrey, this year? Look very strong. Eva and I will be joining us a little bit later. We were on commentary for one day of that match, and that tail end partnership I was talking about that pushed Surrey up over 400. From that moment onwards, you felt that the writing was on the wall, and got two very good spinners who haven't even played this year at the Oval, so it's a tremendous squad they've got, powerful squad.
And Dolby past the umpire, and forward in defence is Vasconcelos. End of another maiden over, 3 overs gone, naught without loss. I'm just looking at the Surrey team this week, and they're playing Will Jacks as their spinner, which in the game here, I mean, no, not a frontline spinner at all for me. Gus Atkinson's not playing this week for them. I wonder whether Sam Curran might be ready to bowl a few overs, looking at the balance of their side there.
Yeah, didn't bowl against Northamptonshire, wasn't needed, to be honest. But it's the whole business of the spinner is obviously they've got Moriarty and Verdi who haven't played. Northamptonshire going into this one with Simon Kerrigan, who again needs a wicket or two to give him a little bit of confidence. Here's Miles starting his second over from this pavilion end, bowling outside the off stump, and again Will Young not to be tempted. Lets it go into the gloves of Burgess. They have Rob Keogh, of course, to bowl some off spin, who's bowling well this year. He seems to got a little bit of momentum into his action. He's worked on one or two technical things, I know, when he was, rather than just walking in, he's now got a little bit of a mini run up, and it just seems to have got a bit more zip into his action this year, and he's bowling pretty well. But Kerrigan, so far at least, a couple of games he's played, hasn't been at his best. Here's Miles in, and this time Young does have to play it and just steers it down into the gully, and there's no run.
Oh, I've had a tussle with my computer this morning, but I finally got it working.
Well
so
done.
we've got the stream on now.
Congratulations.
Which when I make way in about quarter of an hour's time for Eva, that's gonna be very helpful for her. It's a little bit behind play, which is also quite helpful sometimes. So there we go.
Well, you've done a splendid job. It's that engineering course you went on obviously stood you in very good stead.
Yeah, switch it off and switch it on again.
Exactly. Here's Miles running away from us. In and bowls outside the off stump. Young lets it go once again, as happened in the previous over. That one just swung back a little bit after it had passed the bat into the gloves of Michael Burgess, who took it on the line of pretty much on the line of leg stump. I had a visit this morning from Northamptonshire chairman Gavin Warren, popped in to see us. He's up for the day's play, and I understand Northamptonshire great, Pakistani great, lives in this part of the world. Mushtaq Mohammed is going to be
wow,
down at lunch today.
What a career he had in the Birmingham League, let alone all he did in full-time cricket.
Here's Miles in again, bowls to Young, and that's the first run. He just plays it up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Dom Sibley, and they're able to come through for a single. So Northamptonshire are away, 1 for no wicket in the 4th over after being put into bat. Yes, played for Northamptonshire, of course, signed for Northamptonshire when he was still a teenager, and in those days you had to do your qualification period, so he missed a couple of seasons before he was able to play county cricket for Northamptonshire, but then had a wonderful career, and of course Test career for Pakistan. Yeah, as you say, legend in league cricket in this part of the world. But yeah, I gather he's popping in for lunch today, so good to see him. One of the greats. Round the wicket comes Miles to the left-handed Vasconcelos. Still 3 slips and a gully in place. And here's Miles, bowls to Vasconcelos. He comes across his stumps, drives it up to mid-on, where it's fielded there by Alex Davis.
For me, my first game here, I often mention it was back in 1975 when my mum started bringing me to the Sunday League. But for me, of course, the Pakistani player I immediately associate with Northants would be Sarfraz.
Yes, Sarfraz, of course. Yeah, well, those days Northamptonshire had Mushtaq and Sarfraz from Pakistan, Bisham Bedi, of course, from India. Yeah. A very watchable side.
They certainly
were. Those days. Here's Miles. And again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who's right head over that ball, playing it nicely up to mid-off. Pleasing looking stroke, fielded by Sibley. No run, end of the over. 1 for no wicket. That 1 run going to Will Young. Vasconcelos yet to get off the mark. And we've had 4 overs.
I can still visualise Sarfraz's run-up as well, because he had an extraordinarily short stride for a fast bowler.
I think, was it John Arlett described it as a rather mincing stride, I think was the expression he used. And yeah, it was... I think I would have been, my first game watching Northamptonshire was a little bit before that, not much, 1972, and Mushtaq was certainly playing in that game, and that was when Sarfraz he came to Northamptonshire, then he went away, then he came back again They came back in 74, 75, but Mushtaq and Bedi were certainly playing in that side. Jim Watts as captain.
And Dolby yet to concede a run this morning. He's going to be bowling to Young for the first time, and he's right on line there to the right-hander, who comes down and does a bit of emergency gardening, but that has gone before it reaches the batsman. It seemed away from the right-hander.
Is this about as far over as they can play on this side of the square, Richard?
Yeah, I think anything further over would generally be a pre-season fixture.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Maybe you'd go one more track across for a first-team game, but it is a short boundary on the Hollies side. And they'll be in just back of a length, steered down towards point. Craig Miles as the fielding just lifts it into the hands of Danny Briggs.
I can imagine fielders of both sides are rather glad that they've just pulled the boundary in a little bit on the other side of the ground. Otherwise it'd become 5, wouldn't it, if it goes out? Yeah. It'd be a very, very long boundary. At the Oval, actually, the pitch that Northamptonshire played on was right over the Harleford Road side of the ground.
Nobody will be running 4 on that side.
No, I don't think so.
If you had a 30-metre circle in, there'd probably be less than 20 metres more to the rope in some areas. Again, a good length around off stump, defended by Young, who's setting himself. Having been put into bat here, Northants will just want to get to lunch with as few wickets down as possible. Get the ball a bit softer. Part of the reason the Bears might have bowled first is I think they regretted their decision at Old Trafford last week, when the best bowling conditions were on the first morning, and Bailey bowled very well. The overseas bowler bowled really well, and although they got through it relatively intact, it was a tough morning, and I think they felt their seamers would have probably benefited from bowling first. They need a breakthrough here though, as Young is just turned round a tad by Hannon Dolby. Delivery angled in towards middle and leg, and defended to Alex Davis. A little nod from Young to the bowler.
Yeah, Northamptonshire bowled first at the Oval, and again, as you say, we'd be looking at what, 3 wickets probably in a session if you put the opposition. They managed just 1. Did pick up a couple after lunch, and I say at 270 for 8 the game was in the balance until that 9th wicket partnership really took it away from them.
Young splendidly fidgety until the bowler is ready to come in, and he shoulders arms to a next ball that's angled away from off stump. Goes through at a good height to Michael Burgess, and now he'll again do a bit of gardening. He'll adjust some of his pads. There's the back thigh pad is going.
One thing you do notice with Will Young, he's a great one for walking down and talking to his partner, not just halfway down, but it almost will walk full 22 yards if he has some information to impart.
And now that Hannon Dolby's at his mark, he's bolt still with the bat lifted above the stumps, and he awaits the approach of Hannon Dolby's appeal for LBW, not given by the umpire at the far end. And having a quick look at it, would have hit him outside the line, that one. And you can see Hannon Dolby not surprised when the decision didn't go his way, but another maiden from Hannon Dolby, who's putting it in the right sort of areas. But at the moment, Northants will be just delighted to keep everything intact. It may only be 1 without loss, but you've got to get the yards done early in the day.
Yep, good start from the Warwickshire seamers. But as you say, Northampton is just looking to hang in there, have as decent a first session as possible, when obviously the bowling conditions are likely to be more conducive. Harder ball, bit of cloud cover. A few more spectators drifting in to the Hollies stand. They'll feel very close to the action for this particular match, pitch being over that side. Here's Miles starting another over round the wicket to Vasconcelos, who drives that away through extra cover, and that's the first boundary of the match. And he just realised what a short boundary it is over there. It's going to take a little bit of protecting, and that was just where Vasconcelos likes it, around about off stump, maybe just outside, and just leant on it really, and it rattled away through extra for 4. Vasconcelos is off the mark, and Northamptonshire put into bat are 5 for no wicket.
Yeah, he's just leant on that as much as anything, and that's to get off the mark that way with a piece of good timing.
Well, that's the way he likes to play, and he just needs to feel bat on ball. He just needs to spend some time at the crease, and that's certainly what Northamptonshire will be hoping for. As Miles comes in again, he drives again, this time behind square, and he doesn't move, and it races away through backward point for 4. Back-to-back boundaries with Vasconcelos, who goes to 8. 9 for no wicket. Will Young comes down, let's say, 2/3 of the way down the pitch, and has a word with the Northamptonshire captain. Vasconcelos, of course, taking over the Red Bull captaincy this year from Adam Rossington.
You can see Miles is trying to get the ball well up there, so that if it nibbles, he can draw an edge. But really, he's bowled back to about half volleys there.
Yeah, there's absolutely no margin for error, is there, with a boundary that size? Is Miles in again? That's much better. There seemed to be a little bit more energy in that one as well from Craig Miles, and it zipped away and beat Vasconcelos outside the off stump, slapped into the gloves of Michael Burgess.
That's a peach. A little bit of away movement after it pitched, and then I think he had a quiet word with Vasconcelos, because he'd feel that the second of those 2 boundaries, although it went absolutely along the deck, probably was off the outer half of the bat.
Yes, that's fair
so that did look sharper. Did look like bent the back a bit more.
Just a little bit more energy, wasn't there? Here's Miles in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who plays it again off a thick inside edge this time, out towards mid-wicket, when it's fielded there by Matt Lamb, back in the Warwickshire side for this game. This is the 161st championship meeting between these 2 counties. Warwickshire have won 60 of them, Northamptonshire 25, 75 draws. So Northamptonshire haven't beaten Warwickshire anywhere in the championship since that victory in 2000 that we were talking about earlier. Although admittedly, of course, they haven't played each other a lot then, because Warwickshire have been mostly in Division 1 and Northamptonshire mostly in Division 2. Here's Miles again, bowling to Vasconcelos, is in behind that, playing it up towards mid-on, but Miles comes across and deflects it before it can reach Alex Davis at mid-on, and there's no run. Game before that, actually, that Northamptonshire won here, before the 2000 victory, was that epic encounter in 1995 when Northamptonshire won by 7 runs, which Alan Lamb has always said was the best county game he ever played in, which was a terrific game of cricket between 2 very, very strong sides.
Yeah, and, I was covering that game.
Yeah, it was a wonderful game.
Early days.
Here's Miles in again, and that's hit Vasconcelos where it hurts the most. Amidships, I think, or whatever euphemism you want to come out with. He's down on his haunches, and that was again a little nasty little nip backer from Craig Miles that's hit Vasconcelos, well, midriff, whatever you want to call it. But he might need a glass of water. End of the over, 9 for no wicket. Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos has made 8. There's 2 boundaries in that over, and Will Young has made the other one.
Yes, oxygen I think he needs. Gas and air.
Glass of water for Mr. Granger.
But, he's
yes.
He's still doubled up. That has caught him flush.
He has, and he's getting not a great deal of sympathy, I think, from the umpire.
No.
But he's still down, and they're going to have to just wait for him to get up again before he can start the next over.
He hasn't got far to go down and far to go up.
Well, this is true. This is true.
It's like watching a new version of Richard Williams. Alan Dolby comes in to bowl to Young, who's driving but won't beat Davis mid-on, who again tries a little bit of a trick, because as he dives he rolls the ball towards the stumps to see if he'll find Vasconcelos out of his ground. Mercifully Sibley was wise to that, otherwise he's going to be giving away overthrows. There's blue sky starting to move in towards us now. That the weather today is largely coming over our left shoulders, which is most often where the weather comes from. Alan Dolby is in and maybe wraps Young on the pads. He's trying to turn him into the leg side there, so the line means there's no appeal for LBW, and he's got a bit of inside edge onto the front pad. A rueful grin from Alan Dolby as he gets turned. It's very noticeable when on the feed through the Warwickshire website, when you see the camera from the Birmingham end pointing towards the pavilion end, where the main massive sight screen is, there's a gap of about 15 yards before the sight screen for this game, which tells you just how far across this track is. Good leave from Young to a ball just outside off stump. judged that well.
He has. Yes, there were some memorable scraps between Northamptonshire and Warwickshire in the 90s, weren't there? With Dermot Reeve in charge of one side and Alan Lamb in charge of the other. Not much quarter given or expected, and that's certainly that 95 game. What a game of cricket that was.
Rarely a dull moment.
Well, the late and much missed David Capel, of course, getting a 7-fer in that game.
And Dolby. Right arm over to the right-handed Young, who almost chops down onto his stumps there. It scuttles through along the deck to Michael Burgess. There is an appeal from Hannon Dolby, but he's got bat on that, and it's gone down and spun behind him, just wide of off stump. Hannon Dolby, it's almost as if he said, "What to the umpire? What did happen there? What did you see?" It's the nearest thing we've had to trouble for Northants in this opening 25 minutes. The end of this over, Eva Gray will join you, Andrew. I shall move her into position. And Phil Britt will be along in a while as well. And Dolby bowls around off stump through to Michael Burgess. No run again, 9 without loss.
I think Roger Two's got a very good 100 in that game as well, didn't he? I think 140 out of not that many. Alan Ford then got a century for Northamptonshire, and it was just a lot of absolutely top-notch cricketers at their best, and it was a game with a lot riding on it, and it was just a wonderful match.
Fine player, Roger Two's. Doesn't very often revisit these shores, actually, as Young awaits Hannon Dolby again. Looks to turn him through mid-wicket, but Lamb is across from square leg. End of the 7th over, a 4th successive maiden for Ollie Hannon Dolby. Northamptonshire are 9 without loss. Andrew Radd will continue, and he'll be joined in a moment by the Surrey cricketer Eva Gray.
Yeah, Northamptonshire so far so good. Got through nearly half an hour unscathed. Well, they've had just one or two, as she was saying, one or two anxious moments, notably that one with Will Young playing it dangerously close to his stumps, but so far at least Northamptonshire have managed to hang on in there, which they need to do, obviously. And it is going to be Australian Nathan McAndrew who comes into the attack, making, I think I'm right in saying, his home debut for Warwickshire here at Edgbaston. That's it. Good to see you again, Eva. We must stop meeting like this after we were on duty together down at the Oval last week. And well, on that occasion, it was we were talking about Northamptonshire putting Surrey in and what damage they could inflict in the first session, and now Northamptonshire put in themselves and just trying to get through to lunch, as we were saying, as little damage done as possible. And it is going to be McAndrew, my first look at him. 3 slips in the gully, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos, who drives his first ball. That's a handsome square drive, little bit of a loosener from McAndrew, and it disappears through point to that short boundary for 4. Vasconcelos for 12, and Northamptonshire up to 13 for no wicket.
Morning, Andrew.
Morning, Eva. Well, that was a little bit of a Lenny loosener, wasn't it, from Nathan McAndrew?
Yeah, a little bit. I think they're going about their work really well here, kind of leaving the good ball alone and punishing the bad balls, which just erring on the side of a full length.
A little bit full, a little bit wide, wasn't it, that occasion? Here's McAndrew in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives, this time beats backward point, and that's 4 more. He's looking to see, as the fielder went down there, whether he'd actually managed to stop it, and he didn't. It went through his hands, and it runs away just behind square to the Eric Hollis stand for 4. So again, back-to-back boundaries for Vasconcelos for the second time in consecutive overs. He goes to 16, and Northamptonshire up to 17 for no wicket.
Yeah, it just slightly takes the pressure off, doesn't it? That's been built by Hannon Dolby at the other end.
Who's, after the first over, has been absolutely on the money. Here's McAndrew again, bowls to Vasconcelos, drives this time rather straighter, and he's going to pick up a single as it's, well, it's half stopped down there by Dom Sibley. It just looks as though his stud's caught in the ground a little bit, and he didn't stop it cleanly. They're able to come through for a single as it ran out towards extra cover. So 1 more to Vasconcelos. He goes to 17, And Northamptonshire up to 18 for no wicket, and Dom Sibley's just down checking his boots, I think, now. Yeah, Vasconcelos, I think when we were together last week, we were saying needs a score. It's been a bit shorter runs this year, with the added responsibility, of course, of the red ball captaincy. Here's the right-handed Young on strike to McAndrew. Young playing that down into the gully, and there's no run. Notice Nathan McAndrew's got 0 on his back, so they have at least given him a number, unlike Lewis McManus, who's in the Northamptonshire side on loan, who hasn't even got a squad number, so he's identifiable by that, I suppose. But yeah, McAndrew, so making his home debut for Warwickshire. Turns down below us, waits at the end of his mark with this pavilion end, and runs in again to bowl to Young. And Young drives, comes across that a little bit, plays it up to mid-on Sibley Fields, and there's no run. And for the first time this morning, we've got some sunshine.
Yeah, it was beautiful when I looked out the window when I woke up, but having a look at the forecast, I think it's going to be fairly overcast all afternoon.
Yeah, I think the forecast, in terms of, I don't think there's going to be any rain in the forecast for the 4 days, which is good news. But yeah, I was saying to Richard earlier, it was cracking the flags when I poked my nose through the hotel curtains at about 6 o'clock this morning, but it did cloud over after that. But sun out now, and that's whipped away by Will Young, and that's one of trademark strokes, and that's raced away through mid-wicket for 4 more. So, well, costly start for Nathan McAndrew. He's gone for 13 in his first over. Young is 5, Vasconcelos is 17, 3 boundaries in the over, and Northamptonshire 22 for no wicket.
Yeah, he's just been too full in that first over. You can tell he's trying to get it up there, trying to get it to swing. But yeah, just a low full toss there, and it's easy pickings for Will Young.
Yeah, very strong through that particular area. Because although we've talked about your Surrey cricketing credentials, you know this part of the world very well because you're at uni here. So.
Yeah, I've popped along for a few county championship games, but a group of university-aged boys and me kind of sticks out in this crowd a little bit.
It's not too many. There's a decent little smattering of spectators at the far end of the ground by the main scoreboard, but other than that, not too many in so far this morning. I'm sure they'll probably drift in a bit later as Hannon Dolby starts his 5th over, yet to concede a run, and he hasn't conceded one there either as Vasconcelos goes onto the back foot, thought about the pull and played it afterwards in his own mind, but in the end just played the ball up to mid-on, where it's fielded there by Dom Sibley.
Yeah, he's been in good form so far this season. He's got 18 wickets in 5 innings.
Well, he's just been absolutely, I say, just 1 or 2 sighters in the first over, but since then he's been absolutely on the button, giving Vasconcelos no width. Here's Hannon Dolby in again, and this time he finds the edge, a thick edge of Vasconcelos' bat. It was safe enough, sort of steered it down into the gully. Fielded there by Danny Briggs. And there's no run. Just joining us, Warwickshire making the 1 change in the previous match, with Matt Lamb coming in for Chris Benjamin. Northamptonshire making 3 changes, with Josh Cobb, Gareth Berg and Jack White replacing Saif Zabe, and then Ben Sanderson and Tom Taylor, who are both rested on the rotation. So Berg coming back into the side, having missed the game at the Oval. Here's Hannon Dolby, and again from the Birmingham end outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos, goes into the gloves of Michael Burgess. Warwickshire 6th in the Division 1 table with 50 points from 4 games. Northamptonshire 7th with 40 points from 4 games. Vasconcelos, who's been just an absolute linchpin of the Northamptonshire top order in recent seasons, but having a bit of a lean start, 90 runs so far in 7 knocks. He's facing now as Hannon Dolby comes in from the Birmingham end, bowls to him and runs for him here, just the 1 in fact. He turns it down off his hit behind square, and they're able to come through for an easy single. Vasconcelos up to 18, and Northamptonshire to 23 for no wicket. What would you imagine, Eva, would be in Will Rhodes' mind, having made the decision to bowl? We touched on it, I think, in the first session at the Oval last week, but what do you reckon he would be looking for in terms of a return from the morning?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of to be expected that they will be wanting to pick up a few wickets. I spoke about it with Churchy that there is an expectation if you put a team into bat and it's overcast that you do pick up early wickets.
Well, Hannon Dolby in his 5th over comes in again, bowls to Young, plays it up towards mid-on where it's fielded there by Alex Davis, and there's no run. Obviously we'll keep you up to date with also what's happening elsewhere, because it was a full round of championship matches, including Surrey in action, top of the table of course. They're down at Beckenham playing Kent. Surrey won the toss, chose to bat, 31 for no wicket, so solid start for Surrey. Of course we have the Roses matchup at Headingley as well, which I'll tell you about in a second. There's Hannon Dolby. Runs in again, bowls outside the off stump. Young leaves it alone, end of the over. Hannon Dolby, profligate, 5 overs, 4 for 1. 23 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos is 18, Young is 5. At Headingley in the Roses match, Yorkshire won the toss, put Lancashire in, and Lancashire are 12 for 1. And down at Bristol in the West Country derby, Gloucestershire won the toss, put Somerset in, and Somerset 28 for no wicket, the 10th. So we'll come on to the Division 2 matches in a second. In fact, at Derby, Derbyshire put Worcestershire in, Worcestershire 25 for 1. More to follow. There's McAndrew, 13 runs off his first over, including 3 boundaries, starts his second, round the wicket to Vasconcelos. Good carry there, as it slaps into the gloves of Michael Burgess, but Vasconcelos doesn't have to play at it. At Chester Street, Durham against Glamorgan. Glamorgan won the toss, put Durham in, bit of a theme. And Durham is 17 for 1. And at Grace Road, Leicestershire against Sussex. Leicestershire there, winning this 22 for no wicket. The Foxes. And at Lords, Middlesex against Nottinghamshire. Middlesex put Nottinghamshire in, Notts are 42 for 1. So that's what's happening elsewhere. 23 for no wicket here as McAndrew comes in, bowls to Vasconcelos, pushes it up to Sibley at mid-off, and there's no.
Lots of local derbies in Division 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the 2 big ones, Somerset, Gloucestershire, and Yorkshire, Lancashire. I suppose this almost counts as a Midlands derby as well, doesn't it?
Kent and Surrey.
Kent and Surrey, yeah, absolutely. Lovely ground. I don't know Beckenham ground that well. I've been there, but not for a while. You played down there?
Yeah, we train there every week,
yeah,
with the South East Stars. Great batting pitch.
Yeah. So a huge lot of runs scored when Northamptonshire were there last. That next ball finds Vasconcelos, turning it into the onside. Good stop by Matt. So goes back to his fielding position and tells the umpire exactly how he managed to do it. Yes, I think. I think Sean Dixon got a huge score there. I think the last time Northamptonshire played Kent down at Beckenham.
Yeah, there's a bit of a slope, so something for the bowlers to work with. But in general, it always sees high-scoring games whenever I've been involved.
Oh, sorry, I made a good start down there this morning. Here's McAndrew in again. Bowls to Vasconcelos, pushed it into the covers and finds the gap between point and extra, and as a result of which they're able to come through for a single. Craig Miles, the fielder, and Vasconcelos up to 19. Northamptonshire to 24 for no wicket. Saw a plane wheeling its way into Birmingham International, having spent 3 enjoyable days watching the planes go into Heathrow down at the Oval. Those of us who like our civil aviation. It's field changing round for the right-handed Will Young. Still overcast, but plenty blue sky around as McAndrew comes in over the wicket and turned away into the onside by Will Young. Only as far as Matt Lamb, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think Northants will be fairly happy with this opening 10 overs. Yeah, being put in, overcast conditions. The ball's not been doing too much, not much swing, not much off the pitch.
No, it hasn't. I wonder, because we were discussing before the toss that the feeling was that probably it looked a bit like maybe a bat first pitch, but Will Young obviously seeing, maybe looking up rather than looking down, I suspect, and the overhead conditions possibly. As McAndrew in again, bowls to Young down the leg side. Young shaping to try and turn it down to fine leg, doesn't make contact. Taken by Burgess, and that's the end of another over from Nathan McAndrew, at the end of which Northamptonshire are 24 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 19. Young is 5. Yeah, and I think also it's important, even, I mean, you saw the way Northamptonshire's batting crumbled at the Oval against a very strong Surrey seam attack, but again, there's a little bit of scarring there, I would imagine, and they just need to spend some time at the crease, don't they, and just think about through the day.
Yeah, this Northants top order will just be looking to face as many balls as they can at the start of this innings.
Yeah, can't always rely on Luke Proctor to dig them out of trouble. Here's Hannon Dolby into his 6th over. Bowls to Vasconcelos, pushes it up to mid-off, where it's fielded there by Alex Davis, and there's no run. Proctor's been excellent for Northamptonshire. He's dug in that first innings of Northamptonshire down at the Oval. What is going, 83 not out in 4.5 hours. Didn't get a lot of support. And in the second innings, apart from Emilio Gay's brave effort when he was hit, what, 4 or 5 times, got 50, but the rest, not much to show for their efforts. As Hannon Dolby's in again and runs for Vasconcelos, steers it all along the ground, wide of gully, and they're going to pick up a couple of runs, chased down towards the 3rd man boundary by Sam Hain. Sends in his return to Burgess, and they come through for a couple, so Vasconcelos up to 21. And Northamptonshire to 26 for no wicket.
Yeah, Hannon Dolby bowling really nicely from this end, but McAndrew's not quite been on it so far. He had a good winter, or Australian summer, over with South Australia. But as you say, making his home debut here.
Yeah, we'll talk about him in a second, because it's interesting parallel with Matt Kelly in the Northamptonshire side, as Hannon Dolby comes in again, and that's driven beautifully by Vasconcelos, who doesn't move. He's absolutely timed the pants off that, and it races away through extra cover for 4. Vasconcelos up to 25 and Northamptonshire to 30 for no wicket. Bit of a trademark stroke there from Vasconcelos when he's playing well. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, with Nathan McAndrew, and you just wonder whether the same thing applies with him as has been applying with Matt Kelly so far. I mean, he just hasn't quite adjusted. He obviously difficult, totally different conditions, but I think with Kelly it's been more a question of trying to sort out his length rather than his line necessarily. I mean, again, you saw him bowl down at the Oval, and he just didn't quite get it right. Here's Hannon Dolby, and again bowls to Vasconcelos, who turns that away down towards the short boundary on the leg side. Goes down to fine leg. McAndrew fields, but there's time to go through for a single. Vasconcelos up to 26, and Northamptonshire up to 31 for no wicket. Yeah, very different conditions, one imagines, to what they've been used to during the winter.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult for overseas bowlers. I mean, the whole point of being in rhythm is that everything clicks and everything works, and you kind of run in thinking that you're going to hit that length consistently, and then all of a sudden you've got to change that length.
Hannon Dolby in again to bowl to the right-handed Young, who drives through extra cover, and he's going to get just a single. Didn't really time it, but got enough on it to pick up 1. He goes up to 6, and Northamptonshire up to 32 for no wicket. Right-hand, left-hand combination at the top of the order, of course, which always helps.
I was just about to say, I wonder how long they'll persist with no covering. And
yeah, it's a big ask, isn't it, with that boundary on that side. But yeah, right-hand, left-hand combination, because Northamptonshire with a lot of left-handers. Emilio Gay, left-hander, Proctor, left-hander, but Zabe, safe Zabe, left out for this one, so that's 1 fewer left-handers. Josh Cobb coming in to replace him. His Hannon Dolby round the wicket, and that's pulled away by Vasconcelos, and that's raced away for 4 down to fine leg. Just helped it on its way, and Vasconcelos reaches 30 for the first time this season. Previous highest score was 29, 30 to Vasconcelos at the end of the over, and Northamptonshire 36 for no wicket.
yeah, I'm not sure about that delivery there from Hannon Dolby. He's come round the wicket, short into the pitch, so it's always going with the left-hander. And that short boundary down there, you kind of think if he gets anything on that, that's going to be four.
Absolutely. And what's slightly surprising about that is where he had been bowling, and he's bowled a very consistent line and length so far, as you would expect from Ollie Hannon Dolby. You know, he's had both batsmen, not saying trouble necessarily, but he's beat the bat a time or two, and he's certainly made life difficult for them. That was just a little bit of a release of pressure, wasn't it, as McAndrew starts a fresh over, and Young is in behind that, playing it back down the pitch for McAndrew to field, and there's no run. It's, yeah, it was just a bit unnecessary, wasn't it? I don't think doesn't look to be an awful lot of pace in this pitch on the evidence of what we've seen so far. The odd ball, it was Craig Miles seemed to find a sort of couple of effort balls in that short opening spell of his, but not much going on at the moment, as you mentioned. Here's McAndrew at the end of his mark, running in again to bowl to Will Young outside the off stump. Young leaves it alone, goes through to Michael Burgess.
Yeah, I just think they've got to be clever about when they use that short ball. We spoke about it at the Oval, and with the strip being so far over one side of the ground and the left-hand right-hand combination, I think you've got to choose your moment to bowl with the right batter on strike and hitting to the far end of the ground.
As you say, that last ball that over Vasconcelos basically just had to help it on his way, didn't it? It was such a short boundary down into that corner. Here's McAndrew, and again bowls to Young, who's defensively forward, placing it out into the covers, fielded by Alex Davis. And there's no run. Plenty of blue sky around. You can see a bit of sunshine over towards the city, the BT Tower there, and tall buildings over towards the city of Birmingham, and over to our right. Again, lots of blue sky. The cloud is fairly sort of high and fluffy, but as Eva was saying, I think the forecast is going to be a bit of cloud in evidence throughout the day, which may well have influenced Will Rhodes' decision. And this ball from McAndrew turns Will Young round, and he gets it off an edge down into the gully, and it's well fielded there on the bounce by Danny Briggs, and that's the first time McAndrew's really got it right, I would suggest.
Yeah, just slightly early on that one, I think, Will Young. Although he couldn't get it there again if he tried, I think.
No, he was aiming. I think he was aiming through mid-wicket, wasn't he? And just turned him round, came off a thick edge into the gully on the bounce. Here's Young facing this ball from McAndrew. That beats him. That's a beauty. That is an absolute beauty from Nathan McAndrew, who certainly is looking much more the package in this over. And that beats Young, who comes down a very, very long way to do a bit of gardening. He's great natterer, isn't he, Will Young? He loves coming down the pitch, not just a step or two, but almost the entire length of the pitch to exchange views with his batting partner. But I don't think that Vasconcelos could actually say much more apart from that was a very good ball. And now the sun is across the ground as McAndrew comes in again, bowls on Young's hip, and that's the release ball again. And this time Young just works it away to that short boundary for 4. He goes into double figures, 10 to him, 40 for no wicket at the end of the over. And, well, it's a real curate's egg, isn't it, at the moment from Nathan McAndrew? Good in parts.
Yeah, it wasn't too much of a difference in length there. It was just more of a line thing. Yeah, that 5th ball of the over was that length where he just get trapped on the crease, got squared up a little bit. Wasn't sure whether to come forward or go back.
Well, Craig Miles is going to replace Oliver Hannon Dolby from the far end, from the Birmingham end. He bowled 3 overs for 9 in his opening spell. And he's going to be bowling to Vasconcelos. It is extraordinary that we are in Northamptonshire's 5th championship match of the season. This is the first time he's got to 30, but it shows just the struggle he's had in these early few matches, the early rounds, coinciding of course with taking on the captaincy.
Yeah, I think he'll be pleased with that. Just a mental barrier, isn't it?
Yeah, talking to head coach John Sadler after the Surrey game, we'll come on to that in a second. 3 slips in place as Miles comes round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives out into the covers. A really good stop there by Alex Davis. An extra cover saved, well, maybe even 4. It was struck pretty well by Vasconcelos, but good stop by Davis in the covers. Yeah, he was saying that, you know, from the point of view of his captaincy, he needs some runs just to sort of make himself feel a little bit more settled, a little bit more confident in the job. Northamptonshire's youngest appointed county championship captain since before the First World War. Here's Miles in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos. Taken by Michael Burgess. Yes, the youngest. He's 24. Previous youngest appointed championship captain was Tubby Viles way back in 1911, when even I wasn't around. Feels as though I might have been, but I wasn't. But it's a big ask for the young man. We were talking about his workload last year when he had opening the batting, captaining the side, keeping wicket on occasions. Here's Miles, and again bowls to Vasconcelos. That finds the edge. Well bowled, Craig Miles. But he's going to concede a couple of runs as it goes down off a thick outside edge down through the gully. And there's a chase down there for Sam Hain. And they come through for a couple. Vasconcelos 32, 42 no wicket, Northamptonshire.
Yeah, we spoke about it last over. Craig Miles coming round the wicket here. It's got to be a little bit careful with his line with that short boundary, but so far he's been spot on, working on and around the off stump.
Yeah, he's into his 4th over. Breeze such as it is help him to bring the ball into the left-hander from round the wicket. That's down the leg side, and now what did he get on that? It's gone for 4 leg byes, so it must just have brushed the hip on the way through. So just losing his line a little bit there and conceding 4 to the total. Northamptonshire up to 46 for no wicket. It's always the way, isn't it? We just talk about him getting his line right, and then he fires one down the leg side. But welcome to the commentator's curse, Eva. But yeah, as you say, he's bowled very easy. His line has been excellent. It was just a first one he's really just let slip down the leg side. Here's Miles in again, bowls, and again that's the right line. Around about 4th stump, left alone, 4.5 stump maybe, left alone by Vasconcelos. A gorgeous picture now with the sun out.
Yeah, probably the best time to bat today, I reckon.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I mean, I'd say if the forecast is that we've all looked at suggests it may stay overcast for much of the day, actually doesn't happen, and we see a bit more sunshine, then, well, see if Will Rhodes is still happy with his decision at 6 o'clock this evening. Here's Miles in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, plays it out into the covers, fielded again by Alex Davis, who doesn't actually pick it up, but he managed to stop it okay. He was making as though to throw down the stumps, even though he didn't have the ball in his hand. End of the over, 46 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 32, Young is 10.
There's been a change of rule with that, I think, this year.
Oh yes, the false fielding,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yes, it's certainly not regarded as the done thing, but certainly nothing remotely sort of malicious in that. It was they weren't even looking for a run, but yes, no, you're right. It's not permitted now, is it?
Remember Johnny Bairstow doing it with Steve Smith.
Yes. Here's McAndrew, about to start his 4th over the wicket to Will Young. Watchfully in behind that again, plays it back down the pitch, fielded by McAndrew, and there's no run. If you want to get in touch with us, then feel free to do so. It's good to get a bit of feedback. Let us know what you're thinking, and best way to get hold of me probably is through Twitter, which is at oldmanrad with 2 D's. Here's McAndrew. 3 slips and a gully in place for Will Young, who's again very watchful in behind that, pushing it out into the offside, and there's no run. Young certainly getting comprehensively outscored this morning by his captain. He's made 10 off 38 balls, so the strike's been fairly even, 38-42 in terms of balls faced, but Young scored 10 runs. Vasconcelos already up to 32. Vasconcelos back in 2019 agreeing a 5-year contract, so this is what, the third year of a 5-year contract. Here's McAndrew in again, bowls to Young, plays it down into the gully this time, fielded by Danny Briggs, and there's no run.
Just looking at their other bowling options here. Just Will Rhodes is the other seamer in the side, isn't he? Maybe see Danny Briggs at some stage soon.
Yeah, may see a bit of spin before lunch. So far, it hasn't looked a lot in it for the seamers. Pitch quite a light coloured, straw-coloured pitch. Certainly looked a bit greener down at the oval when Northamptonshire decided to bowl first. Here's McAndrew in again, and once again Young in behind it, just dropping it down on the offside for Davis to come in from extra cover to field, and there's no run. I think Richard Wilford will be back with us in a second, as he and I both have to do updates for our respective stations. 46 for no wicket. In fact, Richard will be in, I think, at the end of this over. 2 more balls to go. Here's McAndrew in again, bowls to Young, and again turns him round as he did in the previous over. This time it goes safely enough out into the covers, and they pick up a couple of runs, fielded by Danny Briggs, but once again not where Will Young was intending to play that, but safely enough. 2 on more to him, and 47 for no wicket, Northamptonshire.
Yeah, Northants will really look, if these two can look to stay here and kind of get through that first hour and kind of make use of this sunny conditions at the moment, and then makes it a little bit easier for any batters coming in later on in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's McAndrew to finish the over. He's in bowling again to Young, who on drives beautifully for 4, and he's timed that again to perfection. Great strength of Will Young, very strong through the onside. Bit of bottom hand coming through, and it races away for 4. 50 up for Northamptonshire, 51 for no wicket after being put into that. Ricardo Vasconcelos is on 32, Will Young is on 15, and I shall make way for Richard Wilford after a few well-chosen words from Eva.
Ricardo Vasconcelos looking really good here, kind of just pouncing on anything that's just full of a length. He's been really strong through that cover region. Craig Miles to continue, coming round the wicket at the left-hander.
I'm back, yes, and just defended out towards the gully by Vasconcelos, and this is a no run. Feeling like it was a good toss to lose for Northants. I'm sure that's been the conversation here. Warwickshire just haven't really looked like making inroads. A good spell by Hannon Dolby, but apart from that, it's been the odd ball from McAndrew, hasn't it, that has caused them some problems, but there's been the release ball every now and then from him as well.
Yeah, definitely.
You can see how annoyed he was that boundary, the final ball of his last over. As Miles is in, and shouldering arms vigorously there, stretching his arms as he does so, is Vasconcelos, still 51 without loss.
Yeah, just a few too many boundary balls, as you were saying. Lots of pressure built from Hannon Dolby from the top end early on. 5 maidens in a row, I think it was. But yeah, just a few too many hit me balls, I think.
And there's not a lot going on in terms of movement. What there has been late movement, and as a result they haven't managed to put real pressure on Northants, who will be thinking about having a very good morning session here. That's too far outside off stump from Miles. Again, it angles back in after it passes the stumps, and Burgess, having started to his left, has to move to his right. The flag is less vigorous than it was in the early part of the day.
Yeah, who do you think they'll turn to next then?
Well, Will Rhodes has done a bit of stretching himself. So yes, Eva, you'll get used to the fact that she'll hear a bit of news over the course of the next 3 minutes. As The ball round the wicket from Miles is steered very neatly off his pads by Vasconcelos down to long leg, and there's no run. Sorry, there's one run. 52 without loss. Yeah, Rhodes will bowl. He's not got the same pace as the others, but he's been very effective at times, particularly last season. Has the ability to buy a wicket here and there. I think it won't be too long before we see Danny Briggs bowl as well. But when they won the toss and put Northants in today, they wouldn't necessarily have been expecting to need a spinner in the opening session. That wasn't probably part of the plan either.
Yeah, probably not. But as we've been saying, there's not too much movement through the air, all off the pitch really. A bit of carry, the odd ball, but nothing that the Northants batters have been particularly troubled by.
Young on strike now, so Miles goes back over the wicket, just back of a length, and it carries through around hip height. Through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, we discussed the pitch for the Surrey game, didn't we? Lots of runs on show in that game.
Well, Edgbaston's been a fairly high-scoring place in the last couple of years. Most games have gone into the final session. Even during last year, some dramatic finishes along the way. And this looks another very good surface to bat on. And having not taken those wickets in the first hour that they would have been eager to get, Warwickshire, and they're going to be up against it, you fancy, for the rest of the day. That's left alone outside off stump as well. And of the over, 52 without loss. I'll just buy a bit of time here because dead on 3 minutes past, I have to do a report for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Eva Gray is alongside us from Surrey County Cricket Club. Andrew, of course, from BBC Radio Northampton will be back with us. Phil Britt will come in for Eva at about 10 past 12. I'll try and make him nod at me sagely. Will Rhodes is going to come in there to the attack to bowl round the wicket to the left-hander from this pavilion end.
It's well called.
Well, he was having a stretch. Clues were there. Let's get this update done. Here at Edgbaston, 52 without loss, and Northamptonshire in their first innings haven't been put into bat, and they've been relatively untroubled. There's been a decent spell from Ollie Hannon-Dolby along the way, but he beat the outside edge on a couple of occasions. Hasn't really had the support he's needed from Craig Miles so far today, nor Nathan McAndrew. Ricardo Vasconcelos, who came into this game a little bit short of form, he's unbeaten on 33. Will Young with him has 15. Northants are 52 without loss. As Rhodes' first delivery passed outside off stump and went through for no run. You can see the lesser pace straight away, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. Not very much carry there for Will Rhodes. Might be able to draw something out the surface though.
Yeah, he tends to bowl at pretty good length. Bowls pretty full. He's defended out into the offside here by Vasconcelos. He holds his bat upright like a warning to Young as to making sure there's no run there. And Sibley, who's in the covers to the left-hander, does the fielding.
Yeah, I'd imagine he's one of those bowlers that takes wickets through build up of pressure really. Just kind of bowling wicket to wicket. Yeah, just kind of getting those dot balls in.
And once more, bowls full outside off stump, driven square. And there is a man on the fence and a really good shy at the stumps there, and that would have been pretty tight. Vasconcelos was very slow setting off for that run, and Alex Davis, who's been lively in the field throughout the course of the morning, has gone for the stumps from about 50 yards away, and if he made contact there would have certainly been a decision for the umpire to make.
Yeah, that kind of just shows how short that boundary is, that they've just run a single out to Alex Davies out there, and he's had a shy at the stumps and nearly run him out.
Shouldn't have been a short single though, should he? He didn't get the legs pumping there, Vasconcelos.
Yeah.
He's on 34, 53 without loss. The Warwickshire flag is billowing a little bit more above the sheet that's been put up by way of a sight screen. And this is dragged down the leg side by Rhodes. Young misses out, through to the keeper. Northants now have a platform in place here to put themselves in a good position in this match.
Yeah, they'll be very pleased with this start, given kind of a bit of lack of confidence after last week against Surrey.
Just the two slips now in place. Gully, point, cover and mid-off on the offside. Forward resolutely in defence comes Young. Mid-on, mid-wicket, who's in closer than for the left-hander when he's out on the point boundary and long leg. Well, the other fielders.
Yeah, you'd imagine Dom Sibley's eyeing up this pitch to get him a big score under his belt.
Yeah, batted really well last week at Old Trafford. First century since he scored one in his second Test 100 on the same ground in 2019. There's a full ball outside off stump is left alone. And 53 without loss. Actually, the Test century was 2020, to be fair. His last Championship 100 was 2019, Sibley, prior to last week. But he looked in very good order there. They had to scrap during the opening session, more than Northants have been made to here. That's what will concern Will Rhodes, that the new ball bowlers haven't quite done enough.
Yeah, he's had a good start, hasn't he? Potentially putting his name in the hat for England, maybe?
I think it might be a while for Sibley to get back in England, reckoning. I talked to him after his first innings at Old Trafford last week, as Miles begins a new over round the wicket to Vasconcelos, and that was angled back towards off stumps. There's some oohs and ahs as Burgess ends up capturing it about 4 stumps down the leg side. Like I said, Sibley's not done a lot of media so far this year. He wants to concentrate on his batting. He had a winter where he turned down the England Lions tour to work in the indoor nets here, and has hit a lot of balls, as they say. And he's working on his technique. Certainly had David Lloyd working with us, and then Ashley Giles on the second day, and both of them could see a difference in the way that he's batting. So it's starting to look unlikely that you'll see him today, Eva. That's starting to look like it might be a batting day for Northants throughout, as Miles approaches again, and that is past the outside edge of Vasconcelos. That was airy from him, and he looks thoroughly disgruntled with that shot, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this kind of New England kind of setup, kind of the way that they go with their Test cricket. One thing that everyone knows about Dom Sibley is that he can bat for a long time, can't he? But whether they go down that route or something else. Yeah,
particularly if it turns out to be true that Brendan McCullum is the favourite for the Test role. He liked very positive Test cricket. Miles round the wicket, driven by Vasconcelos. Didn't time it though. And it's picked up at mid-off.
Yeah, what do you think of that appointment if it goes through?
I'd just be a little bit concerned about whether we have another phase where white ball cricketers are pushed across to the Test arena because of what they've done in T20s and ODIs. It doesn't necessarily work. I think of Jason Roy's spell as a Test opener, when actually in Championship cricket he was batting at 5 and 6 for Surrey. You have to have a sound technique in Test cricket to have the foundation. And this does take a nick, does it? Oh, there's an appeal, but it's not been given. Burgess was fairly convinced. Craig Miles was very convinced. I think there is an element of doubt, and the umpire wasn't having it. It was a ball back of a length, and it's whistled through. And Craig Miles, not in a demanding way, but he's just sort of indicating to the umpire, oh, did it do this? Did it do that? And we've got another look at it. I think that's done so much in terms of movement. I think the umpire's got that right, Eva.
Yeah, it just kept going once it's gone past the stumps, hasn't it? Kind of makes it look like it's hit something, but yeah, I think there was clear daylight between.
It's been a much better over this from Miles, though. In again, and it was more of a tentative prod into the offside by Vasconcelos, who put himself under pressure with that play and miss earlier in the over when he didn't quite get the feet going.
Yeah, he's just done something different there. He's taken a kind of half a step down the pitch and over outside off stump. So Craig Miles making something happen here and making him kind of approach it a bit differently.
Coming back for a second spell and maybe finding the line with a little more consistency on this occasion. A little bit surprised McAndrew didn't get the new ball ahead of him on this occasion, as he bowls back of a length outside off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos. End of the over. 53 without loss. Northamptonshire, who will be very, very pleased with their morning's work so far.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting, going back to what we were speaking about a second ago, apparently Rob Keys said that Alex Hales might get a look in again.
Interesting. I'm not sure whether Owen Morgan will weather that.
Yeah.
We will see. But there's no doubting Alex Hale's talent.
Yeah, Morgan's been very open about his views, hasn't he?
Yeah, he hasn't seemed particularly eager to reintegrate him. I think they use the phrase these days, don't they? Rhodes in the bowl to Young. Fairly full outside off stump, and Young hasn't been really lured into a false shot today. Leaves it well alone. Things we have a generation now who come through as white ball specialists, and you can soon be found out. And, you know, the real difference about where you're playing your Test cricket, if you're playing against a swinging ball in this country, if you're playing on a low, slow spinner in the subcontinent. Short of a length from Rhodes, steered off the back foot by Young into the offside, picked up by Davis in the covers.
Yeah, I did appearance yesterday at the ACE programme at the Oval with Will Jacks, and one of the kids asked him what his ambitions were, and he just said, I want to play white ball cricket for England, which was interesting. That obviously first and foremost that's his strength at the moment, but yeah, not even a thought to the red ball.
And yet many would say that Test cricket remains the pinnacle. Forward driving is Young into the offside, once again no run, still 53 without loss. I mean, in your case, you've played in the 100, you play on the county circuit. In your case, is any international cricket or is Test cricket? I mean, because Test cricket is even rarer still at the moment in the women's game.
Yeah, I mean, I've only ever played with a red ball with boys actually at school.
Rhodes once more left alone outside off stump, well wide of off stump there.
Yeah, the England women have got a test against South Africa this summer, and I think that's probably the first time South Africa have played a test in a while. Obviously England played in Australia in the Ashes, but I think they're kind of seeing the demand, but yeah, we can still kind of see one or two every year.
Rhodes approaches from about 15 yards away and driven into the gap this time in front of square. So a chase for Dom Sibley from point, and they'll come back for 2 to Young. He's very watchfully made his way to 17, 55 without loss. I'd love to see England's women play a 3-test series each summer. I think that's kind of what the game needs as well. I think the test match against India last year was pretty compelling down at Bristol. It made you want to see more.
Definitely, and the Ashes test I think it was in January that the test was. So I guess the starting point is probably against Australia being the best team. And
Rhodes steered into the leg side this time by Young, fielded by Lamb. It remains 55 without loss at the end of the 18th over.
so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if next time there is an Ashes series we see more than one test. But there's so few kind of test playing nations. It's basically just India, Australia and England, and yeah, we've got this against South Africa, so we'll kind of see how that goes. You'd thought that England would be stronger purely because they've played more over the past year, but it'll be interesting.
So obviously these things tend to be judged by money, and you've got more chance of getting a ground pretty full for a T20 or an ODI than you have necessarily for the Test game, as Vasconcelos leaves the first ball of a new over from Miles outside off stump.
Definitely, and it just becomes about what they want to prioritise, doesn't it? Kind of, we talk about how busy the calendar is for the men, but it's the same with the women as well. They've got the Commonwealth Games to squeeze in between the South Africa series and the 100 this year. So I guess it's just a case of the ECB prioritising those white ball games, with the exception of the one test.
The 100 is going to be squeezed in very rapidly, I think, this year because of the Commonwealth Games. Miles angled into the pads of Vasconcelos, who's happy just to nurdle it into the leg side for a single, 56 without loss. It's just women's T20 in the Commonwealth Games here at Edgbaston. So that should be very enjoyable. The 100 made a huge impact here in terms of the Birmingham Phoenix women. It went down very, very well.
Yeah, it was great. We played here at Edgbaston against the Phoenix.
I don't want to give you nightmares. It wasn't a good day for you.
No, terrible day.
We'll explain why. I don't know whether you have in my absence, but yes. That's a tight leave by Young. That was a ball that got up a bit from Craig Miles, and he almost offered at that, Young.
Yeah, it was just down in front of us actually, just down on this boundary. Went to pull the ball back in just before the boundary, trying to say 4. Landed on my shoulder, collarbone dislocated.
Ow. Ow, ow.
Yeah, not good.
That's not easy to put back, a collarbone. Oh. Approaching once more is Miles. And guided into the leg side by Young. No run. Did they put it back in the ground, or did you have to go into hospital for them to sort you?
Well, actually, it's not one of those that you can... It's not like a shoulder where you kind of manipulate it back in place. I'm pretty sure it's still not in place, to be honest, but I'm just kind of learning to live with it. I can definitely feel something that doesn't feel quite right, but, you know, I've got the strength back and I'm back playing, so...
Well, thank goodness it was the left side, not the right side, then.
Definitely. But,
and I'm presuming because you're at university here, you probably had friends here to watch you play as well.
I did, yeah. And my boyfriend.
Oh, no. Miles is played very nicely there. That's a lovely cut shot just behind point there from Young to the short boundary for 4. He seemed to have so much time to play that once he got his back foot across and into position. Put it wide of Danny Briggs' left hand. 60 without loss, Young to 21.
Yeah, it was kind of, we were under strict COVID kind of regulations, I guess, and yeah, my friends were all sat in the hollies.
Yeah.
And I walked round to go, and I had to go in some first aid room, and I saw my friends and my boyfriend sat there, and this COVID officer.
Miles down the leg side, clipped behind square. McAndrew quickly up, but they've run the first one hard, so they'll come back for 2 more. Young to 23, 62 without loss.
Yeah, this COVID officer kind of followed us everywhere that we went, making sure that masks on, you're not allowed to touch anyone, you have to be 4 metres apart. And I went up and I just said, can I just give them a hug? I've just dislocated my collarbone. And she's like, nope, nothing, no touching allowed.
But the point being that once you left the ground to go to hospital anyway, you were going to be out of the bubble.
Yeah.
So you might as well have.
Yeah.
I mean, it might have been a quite painful hug.
Yeah.
But you might as well have done, because you would have had to presumably. I guess you didn't get back to playing that quickly. But had it been a knock where it kept you out for a few days, you'd have had to sort of gradually work your way back into the bubble before you could play anyway, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Here's Will Rhodes to begin a new over from the pavilion end. Up on his back foot is Vasconcelos, and it's comfortably out for a single. 63 without loss. It looks quite easy out there at the moment for Northants. They will be delighted with this after being put in. 63 without loss.
Yeah, definitely. It's not just the boundary balls as well. They're rotating the strike really nicely, kind of using that sweeper out on the short side, and also just kind of pushing it into the gaps and yeah, rotating the strike.
Look at some of the other scores elsewhere in a bit as Will Rhodes approaches once more and trying the big drive through the offside. Young on the angle, plays and misses, flashes past the ball. It goes through to Michael Burgess, and he'll now go and look at blameless patches of the track for what was one of his very few loose moments of the morning.
Yeah, I don't think he can do too much gardening for that one. I think that was just a false shot.
He's been so disciplined for the first hour and 20 minutes. That was a bit of a bolt from the blue. As Rhodes bowls down the leg side, and he gets a bit of pad on that, which will rattle down towards the boundary at the far end and goes for 4 leg byes. 67 without loss. Well, Rhodes stomps back to his mark in frustration.
Rhodes has got an interesting action. It kind of looks like he almost rolls his fingers down the side of the ball, and he's done it a couple of times, just kind of swaying a little bit onto leg stump, and that one just kind of hit him on hip, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think probably a bit lower down the leg, but it could be that he's trying to bowl leg cutters here. At the pace that he bowls, Will Rhodes is in again, draws Young forward defensively. Matt Lamb does the fielding in the offside, and there's no run. Cloud is getting higher, less grey about it. I think we might get a bit of sunshine this afternoon. Those of you listening in the ground, I think the museum's going to be open during the lunch interval on the Priory side of the ground. Some terrific memorabilia and photos in there. If you've never been in, you really should while you're on the ground. There's Rhodes again, full this time outside off stump, and Young defends into the offside. There's nothing like a bit of cricket nostalgia. See bats and balls and kits that have been worn in historic occasions for Warwickshire and England. Is there one at the Oval? Is there a museum at the Oval?
I don't think so. I've never been, if there is.
I've put you on the spot there.
Yeah.
That was unfair.
Yeah, I don't think so, but yeah, I might look quite bad there.
No, it's forgivable. This is a good-looking drive from Young through wide extra cover. Chase is on for McAndrew. They've run 2. They're going to come back for 3. It is quite a long boundary over in this corner. And there was a moment where it looked like there might be a call for 4, but no, they settled for running 3. And Young is up to 26, 70 without loss at the end of the over. 20 overs gone, and Warwickshire are going to have to think of something that will get them heading in the right direction here, because this has been a difficult morning for them.
Yeah, that last ball slightly less wide than the one that he had a flash at earlier in the over, but he's played that with a straighter bat, which I think is probably the way forward.
So 26 to Young, 36 to Vasconcelos. One of 4 matches being played in Division 1 today. Not a lot of wickets around in the First Division at the moment, as Young leaves the first ball of Craig Miles over alone outside off stump. Somerset 69 without loss against Gloucestershire. Jacob Bethel playing for Gloucestershire in that game on loan. Zach Chappell and Brad Wheel have also joined them on loan. So all 3 are making their Gloucestershire debuts. Renshaw is 46 not out in that one. Surrey are going well against Kent at Canterbury, 75 without loss. Ryan Patel is already 57 not out. Rory Burns has 18, but they're off to something of a flyer. Not so much in the Roses match, not a flyer there. Come to that in a moment as Miles bowls back of a length off his hip from Young. Should only be 1 as McAndrew approaches, though he's been called through for 2. A throw at the stumps, and well, it pulled Burgess a little bit wide. The other end could have been interesting. Miles is furious that they got 2 there. It's 72 without loss. Lancashire are 27 for 2 in the 20th over against Yorkshire. Jordan Thompson has taken both of the wickets to fall, Wells and Bohannon, but it's very hard going there. In Division 2, Worcestershire 55 for 2 against Derbyshire. Ryan Sidebottom on loan has got the wicket of Jake Libby for 17. Ed Pollock, the former Bear, made 7. Worcestershire off to a decent start. As this one back of a length goes over the top of the outside edge of the bat from Young. Done a bit by the length. Durham 56 for 1 against Glamorgan. Alex Lees 34 not out, looking to cement his place as the England opener. And Ben Stokes is playing in that match again. Leicestershire 41 for 1 against Sussex. The story there that Ollie Robinson only bowled 1 over before an injury, so his reliability has become an issue in the last 6 months. And not 65 for 1 in the 21st against Middlesex, with Duckett on 34 and Hamid 25. Miles back of a length, and that's going to be a thick outside edge over the slips and for 4. Did it go over or did it go under? Looks like it's gone probably in the gap, but again a loose shot from Young. Goes to 32. It's 76 without loss.
Yeah, that's a couple of balls in a row there. It's quite a similar shot to the one he missed the ball before. But I guess if you're going to flash hard.
Hey, it's an old one, but it's a good one. It's always been true. In a minute we're going to do a little bit of a fiddly change, because I'm going to switch positions when Andrew Rad comes back in. in between these next 2 overs. A couple of balls left in this one. Young has looked to be more expansive with an element of risk in the last 10 minutes. And now an appeal for LBW, and Vasconcelos is coming through for a leg bye, and there is a long leg bye, which is just as well, because Young was still standing there waiting for the decision. The replay would suggest that it's hitting him outside the line.
Yeah, potentially a little bit high as well, maybe.
2 LBW appeals and 1 for caught behind that Warwickshire have had so far this morning, and I think the umpires have correctly turned down all 3. 77 without loss, with that leg bye on the board. Extras up to 9.
Yeah, just a little bit of swing back into the right-hander there. Nothing too drastic, but
Miles clipped into the leg side by Vasconcelos. There'll be no run. He's 36, 32 to Young, 77 without loss. A few words from Eva about the lie land, then Andrew will be in, and I'll return on the other side.
yeah, not too much going on here really. Yeah, a couple of false shots from Young in that last over. But yeah, Vasconcelos has looked good. Yeah, as Richard was saying, a couple of LBW shouts. But yeah, they haven't looked in too much trouble. Will Rose to continue here.
Thanks, Richard. It's like musical chairs at the moment, and I'm it. Managed to get a seat before the music stopped. Here's Will Rhodes starting his 4th over, running in from this pavilion end, bowling to Young, who takes 2 steps down the pitch and whips that away over mid-wicket for 6. Well, we were saying, and Richard and Eva were commenting in the last couple of overs, that Will Young's been somewhat more expansive in his approach in recent moments, and there he just took 2 steps down the pitch, got inside the line and whipped it over mid-wicket, short boundary down to the Hollies stand for half a dozen. He goes to 38, overtakes Vasconcelos, and Northamptonshire 83 for no wicket. Thought occurs to me, Richard, that the last time these 2 sides met in a red ball match in the Bob Willis Trophy 2 years ago in 2020, that was the occasion when Adam Rosington and Luke Proctor batted right through the last day without being separated to save the match for Northamptonshire, as Rhodes comes in again, keeper standing up, and Young on the back foot drops it down on the onside. Burgess comes round from behind the stumps to field. So Northamptonshire have actually gone nearly 4 sessions of red ball cricket against Warwickshire on this ground without losing a wicket.
Wow.
There's my useless stat for the morning. But yeah, it was an extraordinary day, that, with Warwickshire dominating the match, and then Charlie Thurston started the revival on the 3rd day, and then Rossington and Proctor batted right through the final day's play. Here's Rhodes in again, bowls to Young. He's playing that down towards gully, and there's no run. Conditions very pleasant now, bit of sunshine. The cloud cover has dissipated somewhat. Helicopter flies over the ground, as you can probably hear. The field for Rhodes, he has a slip. It's like a first slip and a 3rd slip rather than a gully. So keeper standing up, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket tight on the single. Steep square and a long leg as Young plays defensively up towards McAndrew at mid-off, and there's no run. Certainly Northamptonshire's best start of the season in terms of batting. Top order have been under pressure, Vasconcelos in particular. Here's Young facing this ball from Will Rhodes and turns it round the corner. It goes down towards the man on the long leg boundary, Hannon Dolby, and they're able to come through for a single. One more to the New Zealander. He goes to 39, and Northamptonshire up to 84 for no wicket after being put into bat. Field changes over for the left-handed Vasconcelos. A few more spectators coming in down to our right in the members area here, just underneath the Tom Dollery lounge. They still do the very fine fish and chips there, Richard, on a Friday in particular. I seem to remember
any day you can have fine fish and chips.
Seem to remember partaking on a time or two. Round the wicket comes Rhodes, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives, and Rhodes stops it without stopping it cleanly, but prevents any possibility of a single off his own bowling. End of the over. Vasconcelos 36, Young 39, Northamptonshire 84 for no wicket.
I was a little taken aback this morning when we could see quite clearly when the toss had happened that the signal was that Northants were batting first. The assumption up here initially was, oh, they've won the toss then.
Yes.
Because for all the world, it looks like a batting track. It's straw-coloured. It looks pretty even-paced. The batsmen have gradually, increasingly trusted the opportunity to play their shots on it. A little bit of cloud cover, but it wasn't going to be hooping this morning. The forecast is pretty good, and I don't think, other than Hannon Dolby, that this Warwickshire attack has been the type that you'd back to bowl teams out.
I just wonder, Richard. I mean, we can sort of theorise, and I'm sure you'll get the lowdown from Will Rhodes later. But whether they may have had it in the back of their minds that Northampton had just come off the back of a fairly horrendous batting experience down at the Oval, bowled out twice fairly cheaply, and whether they thought there might still be a bit of a hangover from that.
Hannon Dolby is returning to the attack from the Birmingham end, and bowls delivery on a good length, pushed forward and defended by Young. Probably a stump and a half outside off that one from Hannon Dolby. He bowled very well until his last over took a little bit of stick, but none for 13 from his 6, 4 maidens he started with.
All sorts of things go through a captain's mind, don't they? I just wonder whether they may have maybe played into the thinking a little bit. Don't know. We'll find out later, I'm sure. But so far, the Northamptonshire have been more than happy with this start.
And Dolby onto the pads of Young, but he certainly steers it up to mid-on, where Sibley is quickly in, gathers and throws it to Michael Burgess. The return of Hannon Dolby sees the restoration of an extra man into the slip cordon. Or actually, it's 2 in a gully, isn't it? Just looking to see where Will Rhodes ends up by the time the ball's bowled. Not a full gully. He's more of a sort of 4.5 slip.
Yeah, well, I think with keeper standing up and Rhodes in the last over, he had like a first and a third rather than a gully with a gap between the two.
And now it's Yates, Hayne, gap and a bit, and Rhodes. Young awaits, and Hannon Dolby again forces him to play. Just defends it down to Briggs at point, slightly angled in towards off stump. That delivery from Hannon Dolby, who adjusts his collar, tall man. A sweatband on each wrist he's going for. Style-wise today.
A la Richard Hadley, Sir Richard.
Yeah, he wouldn't mind that comparison.
No, I'm sure he wouldn't, no. Well, few would. What a cricketer.
Remarkably consistent bowler. Hannon Dolby bowls onto the pads, and that's going to go through, I think, for 4-leg byes. Yep. Tap of the thigh from the umpire. No real chance for Burgess to get that, because it's met him on the half volley and angled down. And extras already into double figures, 13 extras and a score of 88 without loss. Think about Richard Hadley, and there is one slight comparison you can make between him and Hannon Dolby. It's just the way that they matured as bowlers. I mean, the last 2 or 3 years, Hannon Dolby's become a very different red ball cricketer to the one in his younger career. But Richard Hadley was a wild, fast bowler, running in almost from the boundary when he first started, and then he ended up with that wonderfully measured approach and the consistency that he had. As Hannon Dolby aims for the top of off stump, and it's allowed to pass through by Will Young.
Yes, it wasn't a great deal of fun facing him and Clive Rice on some of the pitches that they had at Trent Bridge in the 80s, or indeed on one occasion for Northamptonshire at Cleethorpes.
Oh gosh,
finished up playing there. But yeah, what a cricketer! His first match, I think, after the knighthood was announced, was at Northampton, 1990. Because there was some I remember that because it came up during the Essex match as to whether Northamptonshire had actually played against a Knight of the Realm before with Sir Alistair Cook, and I think the answer was yes, they had.
Yeah, but just to stand up for Hannon Dolby here to try and keep Young in his crease, and he jabs a cut down into the ground. It goes over the top of Danny Briggs at point, and then rolls into the fence for 4 on that short boundary. Hands on hips from Hannon Dolby. You can't quite believe that. 43 to Young, 92 with Arsenal, Northamptonshire.
It's extraordinary, wasn't it? He just punched it hard into the ground, and it was a tall man in there, but he just bounced over his head. Yeah, it's. I think Northamptonshire would have snapped your hand off for this start. I say the top order have been a bit short of runs. Full of admiration with the way Emilio Gay played down at the Oval, though. He had to get hit. It's about, you know, start of going into sort of Oscar Wilde mode, but getting hit 3 times on the same place smacks of carelessness almost. There's Rhodes in round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, who's looking to turn it away general direction mid wicket. It's on the pad, rolls down on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, Emilio Gay managed to get hit 3 times on the right elbow, once on the left elbow, and once amidships. And he really did get a bit of a working over, but played very well. 50, showed a lot of character. Here's Rhodes in again, bowls short, and that's meat and drink to Vasconcelos, who just pulls it away through mid wicket. It's the long boundary over to our left, but that's running away for 4, and it takes Vasconcelos to 40 and Northamptonshire to 96 for no wicket. And it proves again, Richard, which we were saying when Eva and myself were on a little bit earlier, that there's not a great deal of pace in this pitch, and once the hardness goes from the new ball, that just sat up a little bit from Rhodes, and Vasconcelos with plenty of time to swat it away.
Could be a tough 4 days to be a bowler this week here.
It could be, yes. I think especially with that short boundary. Yeah, it was interesting with Emilio Gay, because the last time he got hit on the right elbow, I think the feeling he probably might have been better coming off, because he just lost his shape a little bit after that and was out fairly soon afterwards. Here's Rhodes in again. That's wide outside the off stump, cut away by Vasconcelos. Is that going to be form or no? It's a superb bit of fielding down there in front of the Hollies stand, and he's kept it to 2, and that's terrific work down there, because it was a short, wide ball from Rhodes, cut away by Vasconcelos. Looked odds on to be running away for 4. In fact, he only got 2. 42 to Vasconcelos, 98 for no wicket.
Some commitment that from Matt Lamb, because
Well,
he missed last week's game at Old Trafford with a tight hamstring. So to show that level of commitment, to dive full length, and then I thought it was going to roll into the rope, but it didn't. It followed the arc of the rope round rather neatly.
Rhodes again bowls to Vasconcelos. More runs for him here as he turns that down to Hannon Dolby at long leg. Just a single for him this time. Vasconcelos up to 43, level with Will Young, and Northamptonshire to 99 for no wicket. Yes, it was one of those little teasers. You thought he's done really well to get there, and having managed to get a hand to the ball, you thought, what's going to happen now? He's going to run halfway around the back, sort of round about 10 yards on, and just clip the rope, but in fact it didn't. And well, 2 runs saved with an excellent bit of fielding. He's saying, Richard, super commitment from Matt Lamb. Here's Rhodes in again, bowling this time to Young, who's on the back foot, playing it up towards Sibley at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, slightly more imaginative field being deployed. You've got the wicketkeeper up, and as you described, first and third slip, point, extra covers coming in quite short, mid-off. There's a short mid-wicket now, mid-on, and then 2 men deep on the boundary, square leg, and what is really a deep backward square leg. You can't call that a long leg where Hannon Dolby is.
Short mid-wicket being employed quite a few sides to Young this year, as Young this time plays off the back foot, more or less down the pitch, fielded by Rhodes off his own bowling. End of the over, 99 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 43, Young is 43, and Will Rhodes has bowled 5 overs for 21.
Well, Leicester spotted Adam Hose coming onto the field.
Oh yes.
Sam Hain is taking a brief break. Don't think it'll be too long before we see Danny Briggs. It'd be quite surprising if he doesn't bowl before lunch now. Although McAndrew has been lightly used. A bit of a mixed bag from him. That very expensive first over, but he also bowled some testing deliveries.
He bowled a couple to Will Young that he was aiming to play away through mid-wicket. Just turned him round, and the first one, it could have gone absolutely anyway. It just dropped safely short of gully, but it turned him round. And say, really testing second and third overs after a bit of a loose first one.
99 without loss, having been put in. Been Northamptonshire's morning, but Hannah Dolby looks to do something about that. Short ball that is pulled but not timed, drags it down into the ground. Vasconcelos, but it does bring up the Northamptonshire 100. Good warm round of applause from them, from the crowd. That's the nice thing about a cricket crowd, isn't it? You know, maybe the opposition, you know, for the majority of them who've scored the 100, but
no, it's all very civilised.
It's going to be a little bit different on a T20 Blast night. That's how it should
well,
be.
just slightly, yes.
It used to be the same in the days of the old Sunday League, particularly after the tea interval, when people had got a little bit more courage inside them. Right-handed Young on strike now, driving beautifully straight past Hannon Dolby. Chases on. Craig Miles trying to catch the ball. Produces the slide by the rope, but I think he's in contact with the rope when he's in contact with the ball, and that's going to be 4 runs. He admits his misdemeanour, and Young to 47, 104 without loss. At one point he was about 20 runs behind Vasconcelos, was Young.
He was, and the rest, I think. I think Vasconcelos, well, he certainly, Vasconcelos got to 30 because that was the first time he got to 30 this season. Young was still in single figures, so yeah, he's caught him and overtaken him.
On the verge of a half century is Young, who just dabs this down to point. Davis does the fielding. Davis has been through a variety of positions so far this morning, but does whatever he does in a very busy way.
I tell you what, they've got the old the earpiece on, I reckon, Richard, because Danny Briggs is limbering up now, so they've. Wilford says we've got to get him on, so he immediately starts limbering up.
Yeah, I think at 104 without loss, it's not rocket science or intuition, is it? Really, it's
no, they take notice of. They hang on your every word, Richard.
Sometimes it's like we've watched a game of cricket before. I don't know. That's good delivery from Hannon Dolby. There was a moment of anxiety from Young to a ball that was full and just arced away slightly from off stump, and he's played it with soft hands down into the ground towards the slip cordon. But Hannon Dolby underlining the fact that he has been the pick of the attack so far today. It's not been the stiffest competition, in truth, in this particular session. But even he's none for 22. And he's sent one down the leg side, and Burgess standing up hasn't got a prayer of stopping that. And very briskly it comes down and hits the advertising hoardings for 4, 108 without loss.
So keeper standing up, that's just what you don't want, isn't it? That's words may be exchanged over the luncheon table, I suspect, at that one. That really isn't what the keeper needs.
It was last season that Burgess stood up to Hannon Dolby and got a rather extravagant stumping. So it's a tactic they've tried to reuse since. 17 extras in the session. It's the feeling of something a bit untidy. I think 9 of them are leg byes. It's a much better line. And Dolby defended by Young. We've got just over a quarter of an hour left in the session, so another 4 or 5 overs. 108 without loss. It's become a very, very good session indeed for Northants, scoring at just over 4.3 runs and over as well.
Yes, I shall need to do a little bit of looking up at lunchtime, especially if these two are still together, as to Northamptonshire's highest opening partnership for a while, because, as I say, the top order has been a bit of an issue. Vasconcelos, up to this season, of course, has scored the bulk of Northamptonshire's runs at the top of the order, but they struggled at the start of last season. David Ripley decided that Ben Curran was going to open with Vasconcelos, which means you had 2 fairly short of stature left-handers opening. That didn't really work. Emilio Gay came in and made a century down at Canterbury, and then made a position at the top of the order his own. Of course, Will Young's come in this year at the top of the order, but they have struggled a little bit for a decent start. And it is going to be Danny Briggs bowling left-arm spin for the first time in the match. First delivery from over the wicket is turned into the onside by Vasconcelos, but only as far as mid-wicket, and there's no run. The field, there's a slip, then a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover. This Briggs is in again, down the leg side, paddled round the corner by Vasconcelos, and that's going to be 4. just there's a man in there on the 45 degrees saving one, but that went fine of him and raced away to the boundary at the Birmingham end of the ground, and it takes Vasconcelos to 48 and Northamptonshire to 112 for no wicket. The rest of the field, there's a man sweeping on the point boundary, short extra as I mentioned, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket in fairly tight on the one, then another mid-wicket round much squarer, deep square about 5 yards in from the boundary, the man on the 45 saving one, just moving mid-on round a touch as Briggs comes in, bowls again on leg stump, turned out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Vasconcelos on 48, Young on 47, Northamptonshire put into bat, 112 for no wicket. Bright sunshine here at Edgbaston. And here's Danny Briggs, flights that one up to Vasconcelos, who drives but only as far as Sibley. At mid-off and there's no run. Heard you mentioning with Eva that Dom Sibley might be fancying a bat on this at some point. Place is up for grabs, of course, in the England red ball side, and that's again down the leg side. Paddled again. Vasconcelos trying that paddle around the corner, very close to the gloves. Well taken by Michael Burgess, and there was the question was asked of the umpire, but nothing obvious. Didn't certainly hear anything from up here.
He's misjudged the bounce of that, hasn't he?
Had.
It was very close to the glove, but I don't think it touched it.
There's Briggs in again. Vasconcelos this time coming lightly across his stumps, just smothering the spin, playing it out to mid-wicket, end of the over. 112 for no wicket, Vasconcelos 48, Young 47. No, I don't think it missed the gloves by much at all. It was a good take by Burgess, but apart from that one ball down the leg side that was paddled away by Vasconcelos for 4, tidy enough start by Danny Briggs, but Northamptonshire with about 12-13 minutes to go until lunch certainly had the best of this first session so far.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Sibley there. I think it's very soon to be contemplating him getting back in the England fold. I think if he does, it'll be sheer volume of runs on his part, and not many runs on behalf of others. You know, Alex Lees has made a steady start to the season. He's man in possession as Hannon Dolby lures Young forward in defence and drops it almost dead into the offside. Matt Lamb does the fielding. So the fact that Lees has made some decent runs in the Championship when he's currently the England opener is going to help him do that. Rory Burns has made some runs, so he's not going to be too far out of the frame.
Played well at the Oval last week against Northamptonshire, got a good 100.
But and you know, we were also saying that if it is indeed going to be Brendan McCullum, who could be the New England Test coach, would be an interesting choice. Certainly a man who likes to play very, very positive cricket on the whole. Back of a length and cut down into the deck by Young, bounces up to point where Briggs is able to collect.
Yes, I heard the conversation you were having with Eva about this, and it is interesting. Is at a time when the general consensus has been that England needed to tighten up a little bit in red ball cricket, certainly with the bat they're going for. The coach, world renowned for his attacking proclivities.
Need physiotherapy for them. All the trouble with an attacking proclivity. Young again just stabs the ball down into the offside. Briggs approaches and picks up left-handed, having come in from point. Both batsmen on the verge of half centuries. I'm sure they'd like to get there before lunch, although the high 40s shouldn't weigh on your shoulders too much compared to high 90s, especially for a man of Young's experience. 29 years of age now. New Zealand Test opener, getting in some useful cricket before a Test match series. He waits. Hannon Dolby now, and again with a dead bat, kills it down towards point.
I was looking at the weather forecast. It's they're talking about it getting very warm. I think sort of weekend and into next week. So,
well, might wear my shorts on Sunday if it lives up to that.
Oof, well, that's something to look forward to.
I tell you what.
Well, I think
there are levels of excitement that you never quite appreciate until it happens.
Oh, well, I didn't pack any, so I'm afraid you're spared that on my count anyway.
Oh, okay. There'll be some downstairs in the Bears shop, I'm sure there are.
Ah, yes.
The branding will be interesting for you, but here's a cut. Oh, that's a good parry by Briggs, and he's probably saved a boundary there because it'll be chased down by Matt Lamb. They come through for 2. Young to 49 now, 114 without loss, but a goalkeeping style diving right-handed parry there by Danny Briggs prevented what was a reasonably well-timed shot going through for 4. He gets a low 5 from Will Rhodes now on the right hand that he was ringing.
Almost leapt like a salmon, as they say.
Yeah. Don't hit me there. Don't hit me there. Yeah. I'm playing through a comedy injury myself today, actually. I haven't mentioned it yet. I ought to at some point. Just back of a length, defended out into the offside by Young, end of the over. He's 49. Vasconcelos is 48. 114 without loss. Yeah, I did suffer a gardening injury yesterday, which, you know, if occasionally I sound like my mouth isn't quite working, I mean, that amongst cutting all the branches and various things I had to do to bin them up, I was bending one branch to snap it in half.
Oh no!
And it fought back and opened up a cut on my chin and a bit sore in the inside of the mouth. The tree fought back, Andrew, basically.
It sounds a bit like a sort of Tom and Jerry cartoon, doesn't it? Just imagine.
Yeah.
Or either that or a Lauren Hardy film.
It wasn't a moment of high-functioning intellect from me.
Well, to get somebody in to do it is much the better way, I've decided. Danny Briggs about to start his second over in bright sunshine from the pavilion end. Bowls to Vasconcelos on 48. Plays that out into the covers. And there's no run. Still just the one slip. But mid-wicket is fairly tight there and on the single and extra cover likewise. Briggs in again. Flights that one up to Vasconcelos, who drives pleasantly out to the man Oliver Hannon-Dolby, sweeping on the cover boundary, and they're through for a single. Vasconcelos joins Will Young on 49, 115 for no wicket Northamptonshire. Just looking at the scores around the country, which doubtless we'll update you with in a second, and not exactly a clatter of wickets around the country this morning. Batter's generally been on top. Been hard going for Lancashire against Yorkshire in the Roses matchup at Headingley. Other than that, as Briggs comes round the wicket to Young, who turns it into the onside. There's a single to mid-wicket to Alex Davis, and that is 50 for Will Young, reaching his half-century of 92 balls with a 6 and 7 fours. The 6th, a little whip over mid-wicket, but good platform from these two. Northamptonshire's best start, as I say, in Championship for some time. And Will Young wins the race to 50. Vasconcelos is a run behind him. He's not going to get his 50 there, as that ball warranting respect from Danny Briggs and getting it, played it out into the covers where Alex Davis fields, and there's no run. 116 for no wicket. Briggs in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, again plays defensively, back down the pitch this time. Briggs fields off his own bowling.
Yeah, nice change up that delivery, much more pace on it, fires it in a bit more.
Here's Briggs again, and again a quicker ball worked into the onside up towards mid-on, but intercepted by Sam Hain in there at mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. 116 for no wicket. Vasconcelos 49. Young is 50. And yes, elsewhere the scores we were talking about, those other games in Division 1. Surrey a 97 for no wicket against Kent at Beckenham. Lancashire 49 for 2 against Yorkshire in the Roses match at Headingley. And in the West Country derby down at Bristol, Somerset 106 for no wicket after being put into bat by Gloucestershire.
Beckenham, I bet that's an interesting commentary position for the team.
Yeah, tent, I gather.
Okay, it's a long time since I've been down there. Hannon-Dolby in to bowl the first ball of his 10th over, turned around the corner by Young for a single down to McAndrew at long leg. 117 without loss.
Yes, well, I'd mentioned earlier, because when you come up to see us at Northampton at the end of June, we shall be the opposite end from that which you are used to operating in. We've moved our commentary position from one end of the ground to the other. So.
Oh, very good. Yes, I've got to come up with some sort of technical solution for
oh yes,
my reports. I'm looking forward to it though. Always good to watch cricket at Wantage Road.
Get our lunch in the David Steele room these days.
And once more is Hannon-Dolby defended out into the offside by Vasconcelos. Fielded by Dom Sibley coming in from mid-off. Is that the opposite end of the ground?
No.
Oh, it's in the new area.
Yeah, so immediately down below us. Yes, one of the sponsors' lounges.
It is a pleasant ground for lunch, I have to say. Past experience tells me.
Ground itself is looking good at Northampton these days. Looks like a cricket ground.
It was always going to take a while for that to
Yeah.
evolve over the years, from when it was
Absolutely,
a shared facility with the football pitch and floodlights and stand. Back of a length by Hannah Dolby. That's a well-judged leave by Vasconcelos. For me, the thing that Northampton will be most pleased about isn't just the score, but it's the fact that it's been achieved in a really unfussy way on the opening morning of a game. And it looks a great track for batting on, I mean, from that point of view. But there's been a couple of LBW appeals where the balls hit them outside the line. There's the one ball that swung quite a bit from Miles that was appealed for caught behind, but it didn't look like there was any touch on it. But other than that, very, the occasional play miss, but very few. It's been an unfussy morning from these two, and they've punished the loose ball, particularly the short boundary. Forward in defence is Vasconcelos. They've judged it well, basically.
They have, and I've mentioned before on commentary this year, but Ben Smith, the new batting coach, former Leicestershire and Worcestershire player, of course, and last couple of years, a regular voice in the commentary box as well. He's now Northamptonshire's batting coach, and his mantra is fairly simple: trust your defence and leave well. And they haven't been doing that particularly well at the top of the order this year. Today they have.
Edgbaston looks a picture at the moment, nice and bright, even with some cloud cover. Hannah Dolby past the outside edge of Vasconcelos, and that's the sort of thing we haven't seen much of in the first 2 hours of this match. That line, that length from Hannah Dolby is beautiful, and Vasconcelos was quite uncertain outside off stump on that occasion.
Yeah, and I would say Hannah Dolby's certainly been the pick of the Warwickshire seamers this morning, I think, without a doubt. He's not the most likely to make a breakthrough.
That's as close as anything to batsman getting a nibble. Should get one more over in before lunch, so we'll be a couple behind schedule, but I expect Danny Briggs will see quite a bowl as the day goes on, so we may well catch up. As that's a thick inside edge this time from Vasconcelos. His feet have got a little bit awry, but that push through mid-wicket will get him a well-deserved half-century, putting some of the early season concerns behind him. He reaches his 50 off 81 deliveries and having struck 8 fours.
Yeah, and I think that is an important innings, as you say, Richard, in the context of the season and for Ricardo Vasconcelos' captaincy. It's a relatively new Red Bull captain, and he needed a score. I think it was just starting to get maybe a little bit fretful, but he's got the score, and well, let's say as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, very valuable runs. I'll let you talk through the last over, if that's all right, Richard, while I go and
you also have a report
update
to do.
BBC Radio Northampton.
I'll let Andrew be back for the afternoon session, of course, as Danny Briggs will bowl the final over of the session, and he's driven up to mid-on by Vasconcelos. Craig Miles does the honours. It's a 5-4 leg side split. It's an interesting short straight mid-on mid-wicket that he's got where Sam Hain is stationed. Again driven this time from outside off stump, picked up by Briggs in his follow-through. 118 without loss. Fine session for the visitors. Vasconcelos driving through the offside. Hannah Dolby on the point boundary across to keep them down to a single. 119 without loss. And Vasconcelos now matching Young on 51. A big afternoon for the Bears to try and bounce back. McAndrew will certainly have a part to play in that. He's not found it easy in his first couple of games. Hit a rhythm on the third day against Lancashire. As Briggs floats this up outside off stump, defended by Young. Couple of balls left in the session. It's quite full that from Briggs. Too full for Young to consider driving. This one is pushed on and into the pads. Turn to mid-wicket. Alex Davis gambols in to do the fielding. This should be the final delivery of this morning session. Round the wicket, the left armour. Briggs is defended back down the wicket. End of the over, and it will be the end of the session as well. Northants, having been put in this morning, will be absolutely delighted with what they've achieved in this opening 2 hours. Both Ricardo Vasconcelos and Will Young are unbeaten on 51. Opening stand worth 119 so far in the first 30 overs. Some good probing early on from Ollie Hannah-Dolby. Craig Miles, when he came back for the second spell, produced 1 or 2 deliveries that troubled the batsman. Nathan McAndrew with one that really did cause problems, in particular for Will Young, a shot that drifted down into the slip cordon but bounced well before it reached gully. But overall, it's been a very comfortable session for the visiting team, who will reach the break on 119 without loss. We'll be back for the whole of the afternoon session for you at around 20 to 2, and with Northants having taken the spoils in the opening 2 hours of play.
shot.
That's what the crowd came to see.
All the way for 6.
So the premise tonight is basically the Ramadan League trying to give the youngsters some cricket during Ramadan. They were saying to me, sometimes we break our fast, we're at home with our parents, we have said our prayers, we've got nothing to do till 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, we're up till all hours. If there was any way that we could access and play cricket, we'd love to. So I thought about it. Edgbaston is closed on an evening anyway. So last year we just said, you know what, let's try it and see if it works. Tried it last year, it's been so successful, so it's just about giving them the opportunity to play cricket when they want to play cricket, not when we think they want to play cricket. So we've opened it up now to our normal young adult project, which is 16 to 24s. We thought about what can we do this year, which is a bit different last year. And a couple of things were like, last year I found out we were starting around about sort of like 9, half 9, 10 o'clock. They were breaking their fast and having to get into a taxi and rush here. So I thought, well, if they're doing that every night, why not they break their fast here? So we decided to just take it one stage further and why not break their fast here with everybody and then they're still here, break their fast here and play cricket and then go on after that.
No, that's been brilliant. And the only way we did it was because we talked to people. Went out and said, listen, how can we help? And the lads breaking fast, wanting something to do when they've got the energy, having eaten, playing cricket, getting them here in the taxis and getting them home safely again. It was all just through talking to the community and listening, and then just saying, listen, our part's dead simple. We just unlock the doors, open them, and then you guys come in and make it happen. We're smack bang in the middle of one of Europe's most diverse cities, and we have to represent the communities that we're meant to serve. And being blunt, we haven't done it enough in the past, but we're trying to make moves in all different areas now, not just about religion, but about gender, ethnicity, and really about making Edgbaston a place for everyone.
Yeah, I think it's very important. I think they're now seeing that they're sort of like more acceptable. People are embracing their culture, embracing their religion, embrace what they do. Before, I think they've been sort of secluded, but now they've opened our eyes, opened my eyes, they've opened everybody else's eyes. This is what Ramadan is about. We always hear about Ramadan 4 weeks of fasting, didn't really know what it was about. Now we can see a little bit more in depth into it, and these guys can feel that Ramadan can be a part of everyday life, so we can embrace it as much as they can embrace it.
Today we're at Edgbaston Cricket Ground for the Eid prayer, which concludes the Ramadan month of fasting.
The atmosphere's been brilliant this morning. People have been fasting for a month, so to come out of the fast and be able to meet friends and family and celebrate the end of Ramadan, it is quite a good occasion.
We've estimated just over 2,000 people here.
We've had lots of people coming up and telling us how much they've been loving it and enjoying it.
By doing these sort of things, it is a step to show that we are open and accessible and that we are trying to understand the needs of the different elements of the community.
Edgbaston Cricket Ground is for everyone, and as you can see, everyone is here.
We normally go to the mosques for Eid. To actually be outdoors in such an amazing venue like Edgbaston Cricket Ground, it's just fantastic.
I love the fact that we were outdoors saying our Eid namaz together.
It's just amazing to be able to come here today and celebrate it with so many Muslims from around the community.
It's been a really good crowd. It's much bigger than last year. Just want to thank everyone who showed up today. It's great.
Lunchtime scores from other matches take place around the country today, starting first of all at the Riverside Chester Street, where Durham are hosting Glamorgan. Glamorgan won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch Durham were 94 for 2. At Headingley in the Roses match, Yorkshire won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch Lancashire were 53 for 2. At Bristol, the match between Gloucestershire and Somerset, Gloucestershire won the toss and elected to bowl, and Somerset at lunch were 114 without loss. At Lords, the match between Middlesex and Nottinghamshire, Middlesex won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch Notts moved on to 104 for 1. At the Upton Steel County Ground Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Sussex, Leicestershire won the toss and elected to bat, and at lunch were 71 for 2. At the Cora County Ground Derby, the match between Derbyshire and Worcestershire, Derbyshire won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch Worcestershire were 89 for 2. And finally, at the County Ground Beckenham, the match between Kent and Surrey, Surrey won the toss and elected to bat, and at lunch were 105 without loss.
Sustainable events are incredibly important for us as a business, not only for our staff, our consumers and our spectators that come to the ground, but it's for the health and the well-being of both the city and the environment we live in. We have the opportunity as a business to have a huge impact on the environment. We have thousands of spectators, non-match day visitors throughout the year, And if we can make some changes, it's going to have a real impact on the environment. Being carbon neutral by 2030 is for sure our end goal. We've got some hurdles to overcome as we reach that, but being the most sustainable business as possible, working with local independent traders and education is key for us. So firstly, staff training is paramount, and making sure that we've got an education and getting people on board. We're hiring a sustainability manager at the moment, and they're going to drive our goal. We're looking into as many plant-forward options and menus as physically possible. We're working with Climato so that on every menu you'll have the consumption of CO2 used in that dish. We are using recyclable or reusable products throughout our non-match day offering and match day offering. And we're ensuring that we're giving our clients more information about the choices that they're making. The future of DDR packages at Edgbaston is about giving the consumer what they want in a sustainable way. So reducing food waste, ensuring that we're getting the right numbers and the right information off our clients and reaching your expectations. Plant forward, looking at where we're getting our food from, no freight delivery. Are we using local and independent traders where possible? What are we doing with our coffee beans? So at the moment we're sending our coffee beans off to get them planted and to helping to build mushrooms. We're building currently our own veg patch in our training ground. So we're striving every day to make more sustainable choices.
what does it mean to be a bear?
We are proud of our history, our county.
Its traditions, its people.
We're bold and brave and never give up.
We're outspoken and encourage others to speak up.
This is our home, a home for everyone.
Support our communities who support us.
And this is our time for our fans. The shackles are off.
Please welcome back our umpires, Michael Burns and Peter Hartley. Please welcome the Warwickshire team led out by Will Rose. And the two Northamptonshire batsmen, Will Young, and face the first ball of the afternoon session.
Welcome back then to Edgbaston. Those of you listening online via the BBC Cricket homepage, good afternoon to you. Those of you listening into the ground, and of course many of you who will be watching via the Warwickshire County Cricket Club feed. We're about to get the afternoon session underway. It was a great morning for Northamptonshire, having been put into bat. They reached 119 without loss, with relatively little problem along the way. Ricardo Vasconcelos and Will Young each on 51 in that morning session. Just after 2, Andrew Radd will be back with us from BBC Northampton. Phil Britt should make an appearance this afternoon from Warwickshire County Cricket Club, but delighted to say that Eva Gray is here, who plays for Surrey. In the 100 you play for whom?
The Oval Invincibles.
Oval Invincibles. Did well last year, Oval Invincibles, didn't they?
Yeah, couldn't have gone much better, really.
So, not really. And I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. And we're about to get underway with Nathan McAndrew, who's going to switch ends from where he bowled for his 4 overs this morning. He's going to come in from the Birmingham end, and he'll be bowling round the wicket to the left-hander Vasconcelos, as the afternoon session gets underway. And the Bears, having won the toss, haven't made the inroads that they would have hoped to have done. And they'll need to have a very good afternoon session to get themselves back in to this game. Well, Rhodes is whirling his arms at the moment, doesn't he? Don't know what that means. He's going to bowl in over from this end. Interesting. Craig Miles was certainly doing plenty of warm-ups with McAndrew and bowling coach Matt Mason. So it is McAndrew in to bowl to Vasconcelos, who dabs him down towards third man. The deep point fielder Craig Miles is in. They come back for 2. Very agile fielder Miles for a tall pace bowler, although his legs aren't working very keenly as he goes back to his mark. They've got 2, 121 without loss, and Vasconcelos to 53. Just look a bit tentative, Craig Miles there.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's ready to bowl, does he?
No. Not like him. He's usually very athletic. So something's feeling a touch sore. McAndrew's a broad man, big chested, drops that short, and that'll be pulled for 4. It just sat up for Vasconcelos, and he dispatches 57 now to him. And as he did at the start of the day, McAndrew has begun a spell very loose.
Yeah, he's very short in stature, isn't he, Vasconcelos? So anything just short of a length he's going to latch onto, and he's just pulled that quite straight through mid-wicket.
Scoreboard has Hannon Dolby's name written against it, bowling this over, but it's a rather different frame. McAndrew, there we go, it's been adjusted now. He's going for more than 6 and over at the moment, which is not what you want from a frontline seam bowler. As this is wide outside off stump and very full, does well to reach out and lay his bat almost horizontal to squeeze it down towards third man for another single. 58 to Vasconcelos, 126 without loss.
Yeah, he's definitely doesn't look to be feeling in a particularly good rhythm at the moment. He's just dropped short and he's overcorrected there, but he did look back at the crease. I wonder whether he slipped or something.
None for 100 on debut against Somerset at Taunton. Last week, his first spell on the second day of the match, he was still struggling. Came back on the third day and took 4 Lancashire wickets and helped the Bears restrict the first innings lead. That earned the draw up at Old Trafford. But he's not hit his straps again here today so far. And that's a tennis ball bouncer down the leg side, watched over his shoulder by Young. He's a big, strong fella. I just wonder whether rhythm is hard to come by for Nathan McAndrew. After the ball passed the batsman, it still swung a little bit as well.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a lot this morning, didn't we? But that one went really late. Keeper's nightmare.
A couple of Australian pacemen who've hit county cricket this summer for the first time, and each of them are finding it quite a challenge early on. As McAndrew approaches again, and that's a beaut. It's just back of a length, and it goes past the shoulder of Will Young's bat through to the wicket-keeper. So he's got it in him, but not with any consistency, and that's moved away late as well.
It's probably the most amount of movement we've seen all day.
Yeah. It's Mark Steckety, the other overseas player who from Australia, who's hitting county cricket this year for the first time and has found it very hard. Very hard going for Essex. Took some wickets here, but at great expense. McAndrew bustles in once more onto the pads of Young. Might have been an LBW candidate, judging by the reception of the people behind these stumps, had it not been for the fact that he got an inside edge onto it. And down towards long leg. Actually, I mean, he's played it probably off the middle of the bat, but he has played it off. He would have hit halfway up middle, but he's in there. He's up to 52. It was comfortable enough. 127 without loss.
Yeah, Dan Worrell at Surrey as well, come over from Australia. He bowled really nicely last week. Yeah, he just kind of showed us all his skills. But to be fair, he had the help of a pitch that was doing quite a lot,
yeah.
which we haven't got here.
But he's played previously at Gloucester as well, I think, hasn't he? So whereas Steckety and McAndrew are having a go for the first time, and county cricket may have its detractors, but you come and play it, particularly in Division 1, and you'll find it's not easy. Briggs is going to continue from the pavilion end, left arm round the wicket, driven into the offside by Young. It takes an awkward bounce away from Sam Hain, who's in a short extra cover, and he may have been caught on the finger by that, because he's down on his knees at the moment. Oh no, it's his leg that hurts, not a finger. Ball was fielded anyway by Craig Miles behind him. They've just rolled awkwardly on his knee there as Briggs is in again. There might have been a tiny bit of slow turn to that. It was defended comfortably into the offside by Young, and Briggs puts a hand on the back of Sam Hain to see how he is. There was just a tiny bit of shape about that delivery. Not going to be a raging Bunsen on day one. Down the wicket here now comes Young, and he's judged that well. He clapped it over the head of Miles at mid-off, and it'll bounce once before reaching the fence for 4. So the attack continues here from Northamptonshire in a strong position at 131 without loss.
Yeah, I definitely think that Will Rhodes won't have planned on using Danny Briggs' third over after the lunch break. But a little bit of turn there early on.
Sam Hain picked his trouser leg up to have a look at his right knee. I don't know whether he's landed on something that felt sharp, or Young forward watchfully, having played the aggressive shot the ball before. Quite happy then just to see the next delivery out. 131 without loss. A lot of people around the main scoreboard here as again Young just kills the ball. It stays on the cut strip. Round from behind the stumps comes Burgess to pick up. Certainly the members' restaurant was extremely busy during the lunch interval, so there must be a lot of people at this end of the ground. Down the wicket he comes again, Young, but he doesn't get under the ball this time, but it bounces before it reaches Sibley at mid-on, but slight danger of him playing a false shot there. 131 without loss. Northants, Vasconcelos 58, Young 56.
Yeah, he's used his feet 2 or 3 times in that over. Looks a clear plan against the spin. I wonder whether they're going to try and, or Young in particular, go after him a little bit early on and kind of try and force a change, maybe.
Yep, well, stretch Will Rhodes' options, that's for certain. Craig Miles will be due a spell, you would think maybe half an hour in, but did look quite ginger in the outfield. Ollie Hannon Dolby has already got through 10 overs today. As McAndrew prepares to continue from the Birmingham end. I haven't done the crane count yet for this match. It's usually in double figures. Back of a length, and that's a lovely cut from Vasconcelos, but Matt Lamb is 3/4 of the way back at point. So just a single, 132 without loss. The Birmingham skyline is always littered with cranes at the best of times. So a couple on the left-hand side there, a couple more by the BT Tower. That's 4. Another one behind the floodlight. Another 3 there, 8. Another 4 there. That's a dozen. A dozen before we get to the sight screen. Not a lot further to our right as you move out of the city centre. So it's looking like a dozen cranes. There's always something being built. Ever the case. McAndrew now to the right-handed. Young drags it onto his pads and clipped around the corner. Davis sprints in from square leg. Another single, 133 without loss. Runs are coming easily.
What's the record then? What's the most number of cranes?
I've been up around 14, so we're not far off the record. And sometimes you can't see one, and then later in the day it turns at an angle that you can spot it. There's certainly a lot of them, isn't there? I'm sure it's similar with the London skyline.
Yeah, definitely. And of course you've got the huge gasometer, probably the most famous gasometer in the world.
Yeah, I would think so. I'm not sure there's a lot of competition for that title. Vasconcelos leaves alone a ball from McAndrew. It's a much better line, just outside off stump, and again offering to swing once it's past the stumps. So the thing for less regular visitors to Edgbaston is they're often surprised, given that we are so close to the city centre here, and as a student here you're well aware of it, it's just how many trees you can see, how much greenery there is.
Definitely. There's Cannon Hill Park. Is it behind us, I think?
Yeah, sort of behind. Yeah, pretty much behind us from this angle. There's Calthorpe Park is sort of straight in front of us. It's another ball outside. It's a much better line this from McAndrew. The last 2 deliveries, it's putting a question in Vasconcelos' mind.
I remember I went for a walk and to play tennis at Cannon Hill Park during lockdown. Well, just coming out of lockdown, and it was the time when the England-New Zealand test was. It was one of the trial games when crowds were just allowed in, and you hear a big roar from Cannon Hill Park, and you think cricket's back.
Nice. I bet you're itching to play at that point as well. McAndrew over the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos, who pulls him, but out towards Miles. He's on the square leg boundary, so it'll only be a single. He got nicely over the top of that. Vasconcelos, 134 without loss. Have you been on the crazy golf in Cannon Hill Park?
I haven't actually. I walk past it every time.
There's 2 courses to choose from. That effectively, you can go left or right. Water hazards. It's very good.
What, a few puddles?
No. No, properly. They've got streams and things running through it that you have to avoid.
Yeah, it was closed in lockdown, so that was the only thing you could do was walk around Cannon Hill.
McAndrew back of a length, left outside off stump.
Walk around Cannon Hill and kind of just watch the crazy golf not getting used, and there's a few rides there as well, isn't there? Like a mini fun fair kind of thing.
Yeah, there is sometimes, and occasionally there's a big fun fair that arrives in Cannon Hill Park. But your student days in Birmingham are nearly behind you.
Sadly, yes.
So have you done your exams?
I don't have any exams this year, just essays.
Okay.
One left, and then I'm all done after 4 years.
Wow. And then awaiting your results.
Yeah.
Bit of anxiety there.
Yeah, a little bit. And into the real world. A bit of anxiety there as well.
Yeah. 30 years ago for me, but I do remember it. So Danny Briggs begins a new over, and that's a thick outside edge from Vasconcelos, well wide of the slip, and it will go down for 4 runs. A rare false shot in this game. Well, Rhodes is standing at slip, but it's nowhere near him. It would have been, if you've got a gully in, and you sometimes do see a gully in for a spinner, but normally when the ball's doing a bit more, then that would have been a chance, but Vasconcelos propels himself to 64, 138 without loss.
Yeah, it would have gone quickly as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Threw his hands at it.
Not the shot he was trying to play. Angle of the bat wasn't quite right either, so he just pushes forward in a more orthodox way and turns it to Sam Hain, who appears to be a little bit more comfortable with his right knee now. Briggs now, and a decent appeal for LBW on the sweep here from Vasconcelos. Very quickly ruled to be not out, but there was good interest from Burgess and Rhodes behind the stumps for that one.
It's just hit him outside the line, I think.
It absolutely has. It absolutely has.
I think I'm a little bit in front of you. On the
screen, yeah, you might well be. As this is driven through the offside, and once it beats short extra cover, that is gone. Dom Sibley will just have to fetch that ball. Second boundary of the over for Vasconcelos, and they're determined not to let Briggs show any control. Mind you, he won't show much control. Well, that was a full toss, which he bowled a few of those last Friday at Old Trafford. He's shaking his head, Danny Briggs, looking at his hand. He usually has more control than that. This delivery is driven back into his follow-through, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time now, hasn't he? Regular wicket taker. He's got 314 first-class wickets.
Yeah, he was starved of first-class cricket for quite a while at Hampshire and Sussex. This ball turned towards mid-wicket, picked up by Rob Yates, and there's no run. Ashley Giles last week was saying that he was, he said on air, so I was quite surprised when Warwickshire signed Danny Briggs at the end of 2020 that he was going to be signed as an all-format player, and I think on the county circuit they probably underestimated what he could do as a red ball spinner, but he bowled beautifully last year, made a lot of good runs as well. It was his best year as a batsman in the Championship, but also a good presence around the changing room. I mean, you know as a player yourself that you need people who are good and fit and make everybody feel welcome.
Yeah, definitely. Just a few senior figures to kind of bit of leadership.
And a winning mentality, which goes a long way. As McAndrew tumbles as he delivers this ball, and it's come off the outer half of Young's bat down into the gully, where a tumbling stop is made by Danny Briggs. But I don't think it was the extra effort that he put into it. I don't know quite what he's hit there, McAndrew. Let's have another look at his boot.
Yeah, I think he's definitely having a couple of issues with the crease at that end. I know he was bowling from the other end in the last session, but he's looked down quite a few times now.
I think, given that he's found life initially in the Championship quite hard, I think there are quite a few gremlins in the mind of Nathan McAndrew at the moment. But that's a beauty. I mean, that's what he has got in him. He's bowled a ball back of a length there that's gone past the shoulder of Young's bat, through to the wicket-keeper. Great carry on it as well. Decent pace. It's just taken a little bit of movement off the seam. That's a beauty.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely kind of getting more movement out of the pitch from this top end than he compared to what he was getting in the last session. Just needs to slightly tighten up that line.
Just needs that bit of rhythm, bit of consistency. He's bowled some potential wicket balls here. Now a short one that's pulled into the leg side, and again Young hasn't timed that because there was some excitement as to whether it might carry to Alex Davis. As it was, it barely went more than 40 yards before Davis had to come in to pick it up. Single to Young, he's 58, 143 without loss.
Yeah, he'll just, as you said, like, he can see that he can do it, and it's just about finding that length and line more consistently, isn't it? He's getting the movement, but it's just
back of a length outside off stump, left alone. Now the umpire is going to come and have a look at his follow through, because what he really needs now is to find himself getting warned for running on the wicket. That will just add to it. And as if to make a point, Will Young comes even further down from where the umpire was to prod at things in the line of the stumps, as if the follow-through has been even more extravagant.
That would annoy you as the bowler, wouldn't it?
Just a bit. McAndrew having his gears ground here. Full outside off stump, and that was a wishy-washy drive to a wide ball by Vasconcelos that's gone past the outside edge of the bat. Again, he's only had a couple of shots in this innings like that, but that goes past the outside edge, not by much.
Do you think we might see Rob Yates at some stage? He's bowled a little bit this year.
Yeah, he's possibly a couple of championship wickets. But he's the second spinner in the team. Matt Lamb's the third spinner in the team. He's driven off a thick inside edge, and a tumbling stop at mid-on from Sibley prevents any run. End of the over. That's 35 bowled. Still going at more than 4 and over here, Northants, 143 without loss. And Sam Hay, he's going to come off to have a close inspection of his sore knee. Now Adam Hose is returning to the field as substitute for the second time today. Whenever visitors come to watch Warwickshire play, I just say, if Matt Lamb does come to have a bowl today, do watch the approach.
Well, it says on ESPN Cricinfo he's a medium pacer.
He was.
He was.
He's no longer a medium pacer. He's now a leg spinner.
Right.
As Briggs comes in around the wicket, hit into the ground, and it hops up to extra cover where Rob Yates does the fielding. No run. There's some promise about his bowling, to be fair, but he's got the yips about his approach.
Really?
Yeah. As Briggs is in very full again into the ground and towards Yates. He does well to field on the second bounce, which was on a used wicket end. He starts off as if he's going to bowl medium pace, his run up, stops, and then walks in and bowls.
He's a bit confused.
Yeah. Briggs again, and that does look like it's got a wee bit of grip to it as it's turned into the offside. And there's no run. What it really does is messes with the infielders' minds. Down the wicket comes Young, quick single up to mid-on, but Dom Sibley not able to stay on his feet as he picks it up, so makes the stop, but can't prevent the single. 144 without loss. So he starts his run up, and the fielders start moving in, and then he stops, and they kind of either stop or suddenly find themselves on top of the batsman.
I'm intrigued. I want to see it.
Exactly. I've sold it quite well to you there. Briggs floats this up, and Vasconcelos strides down the wicket and hammers it wide of mid-on. Miles pulled out the full dive, but he couldn't stop it because that was well struck by Vasconcelos, who's now on 72, 148 without loss. And, Dom Sibley has gone to collect the ball, but Briggs hasn't been able to give Will Rhodes the control that he would have liked. He's gone for 24 runs. This is his 6th over. Hasn't managed to bowl a maiden just yet. Only Hannon Dolby's doing some stretching, as if there is a slight inevitability that he may be needed again soon. And forward with a full face of the bat comes Vasconcelos to defend. He's been very bright. He's got 21 runs in 20 minutes since lunch. 148 without loss. And you said to me, just as we were about to resume after the session, where's a wicket going to come from? And I said, a mistake. And at the moment, I haven't changed my view.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like they're waiting for something to happen, doesn't it? There isn't really any obvious plan, any kind of anything that you're seeing in kind of the areas that they're bowling, or the field placings that kind of screams that this is how we're trying to get them out, or this is kind of, yeah, what's going to make them make that mistake. Just kind of waiting for something to happen. And
Andrew has bowled the odd menacing delivery, and that bowls very full, almost a Yorker length at Young, who digs the ball out.
I just got notification McCullum's been confirmed.
Okay. Got any notifications, have you?
Yeah.
You like to know these things.
Bit of a cricket badger.
The way it had kind of been leaked out, I don't think there was too much doubt. It would have been quite weird if it turned out that it wasn't going to be McCullum. Bit of a legend in these parts.
Of course.
Brendan McCullum has Warwickshire's highest ever T20 innings. Just back of a length from McAndrew. Almost turns Young around again, defends it into the leg side.
Could be described as a bit of a risk for him.
For him, it's an interesting way of looking at it, actually.
Just a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah. Right, I've got an update coming up at 3 minutes past 2 for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. So I'll burst into life for that in a few seconds. In the interim, McAndrew comes into bowl, turned behind square on the leg side by Young for a single. He's to 60, 149 without loss. Just lack of consistency of line really from Nathan McAndrew that's been the problem as much as anything. Length as well. He's dragged a few down. Doesn't look enormously happy with himself. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire still failing to make any inroads at all into this Northamptonshire first innings. They've now reached 149 without loss. Their captain Ricardo Vasconcelos has looked very well organised today. A couple of offs outside off stump, but other than that, no real scares for him. He's unbeaten on 72, getting good support from the New Zealand Test opener Will Young, who is on 60. It was a toss that Will Rhodes won today. He'll be rather rueful about his decision when he reflects on it. Northants 149 without loss. The one ball you missed during that report was again quite a full one that was just defended out into the offside by Vasconcelos. You're right about plans really, Eva, that they've got to find something they can do just to make the batsman a little bit more uncomfortable. As McAndrew angles the one outside off stump, that was a decent looking delivery from McAndrew. The afternoon spell has certainly been better than the morning spell.
Yeah, definitely. As we said, just a little bit more movement. But yeah, still just too many four balls, I think.
Forgive me for the fact you're hearing music at the moment. I have to get our colleagues at BBC CWR to not send us cue. I'll have to ring them in a moment. But, Andrew will be due to take over from me in a few moments' time. As McAndrew is pushed nicely into the offside by Vasconcelos, just leans on it. And he'll get a couple more out to Matt Lamb, and the 150 is up for the this opening stand. 151 without loss, with Vasconcelos on 74. Young's score has come off the board by process of elimination. He's about 60, isn't he?
Yeah, 60 off 117.
Ah, there we go. Actually, let's see if I'd looked at it on my computer, I could have seen that.
Well, it's got him down as out. That kind of...
No, it's got him not on strike, I think. And
oh, is that what that means?
Yeah, I think so, because his name is a little bit faded.
Mm.
But Danny Briggs is going to continue.
Yeah, he's just been a little bit too full, hasn't he, since the lunch break? I wonder whether he's just kind of, erring on the side of full because of the short boundary, maybe. Drop short to the right-hander, then it's just going to fly to the boundary, isn't it?
It is. Danny Briggs continue over, and he's coming down the wicket and hammering that wide of mid-on. The placement's been good from Young, and it is a short boundary to that corner. He's to 64, 155 without loss. And at the moment, I say Danny Briggs isn't given control. If he's going for 4 and over plus, then it's very difficult for Will Rhodes to slow this down. He's going to put Alex Davis in now at what is almost a old school silly mid-on, in that he's only a couple of yards actually in front of the non-striking batsman, but he's very tight to the cut wicket. Forward in defence is Young, and there's no run.
Maybe he's trying to force a run out, get in the way.
Well, it's not that. It's with them being so willing to drive, it's allowed him to put mid-on wider. Mid-off has gone back to long-off, but now it's the paddle sweep from Young, and a chase on for Will Rhodes that he's never going to win. That's beautifully played by Young. He's got 68, 159 without loss, and they are rattling along here. 40 runs added already in this session. This is only the 8th over. And they're just in a position where things are going well, and they are feasting on it, and it's pretty indifferent bowling.
Yeah, they're just manipulating the field. And a 45 comes out and then kind of leaves a massive gap open for for him to get the paddle sweep out.
There's nothing that a 12th or 13th fielder wouldn't help here. But you can't have them everywhere. And deep square is going to go finer for the paddle sweep. So does Young go with the nice square sweep as a result of that? No, he waits on the back foot for a short ball that sits up and he can guide it into the outfield for a comfortable single out to Lamb. 160 without loss.
Yeah, we spoke about the lack of plan. It just feels a little bit reactive rather than proactive, doesn't it? We saw a change in the field with that obscure fielding position with Alex Davies, but yeah, it just feels like they're kind of following the ball a little bit.
Danny Briggs is trying to use all his experience to come up with some plans. Dom Sibley has been helping him with the field as well in this over. He comes in over the wicket to Vasconcelos, who pushes forward to a ball that I think was a wee bit shorter than he expected, and he played it quite high up the bat. And the first 2 or 3 metres in front of the bat, it was in the air. It was always going to drop well before Rob Yates, but he didn't quite read that one correctly. And now he comes forward and a bit of bat and pad, and it drops in the offside. End of the over. Northants continue to sail on, 160 without loss. Some more thoughts from Surrey's Eva Gray, and then Andrew Radd will take over.
Yeah, we saw a little bit more of a plan there from Danny Briggs. It looked as if he was trying to bowl really, really straight with kind of a short mid-wicket and a slightly deeper mid-wicket, a deep square just in front of square, and a long on to the left-hander. So yeah, I wonder if we'll see him persist with that plan. McAndrew's going to continue from the far end here.
Thanks, Eva. We just got ourselves plugged in, and it is McAndrew's bowl short to Will Young, who pulls that down to long leg. Matt Lamb is fielding straight down beneath our commentary position here in the pavilion end of the ground, and there's one more run. 161 for no wicket. Northamptonshire takes Will Young into the 70s. 70 to him. Vasconcelos on 74. Lovely sunny afternoon here at Edgbaston, and I don't think Northamptonshire can quite believe how things have panned out here. It's been dream start for the visitors after being put into bat by Will Rhodes.
Good for the confidence as well.
Yeah, well, I think Vasconcelos in particular, as we were saying early on, needs some runs. 2 slips and a gully in place, and he runs that ball just over the top of the man at gully. Goes down to wide third man. More work for Matt Lamb to do in the outfield. Sends in his return, and it's 2 more runs to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Clever stroke, just controlled, steering the ball away past the gully fielder. 163 for no wicket. Vasconcelos up to 76. From memory, I think Northamptonshire's highest opening partnership against Warwickshire is something like 176. Quite a long time ago, 1960s I think, so check that one up later. But here's McAndrew round the wicket and cut by Vasconcelos, and again it's more work for Matt Lamb to do in the outfield, this time at deep backward point, and they come through for one more run. Vasconcelos to 77, 164 for no wicket. And I heard you just came in back end of comments you were saying there with Richard a minute ago, Eva, and it just seems that I agree with you that at the moment Will Rhodes is trying something different, but it just seems that he's chasing the ball a little bit and almost trying to set fields for the bad ball, which is always a little bit dangerous. At the moment he's got a slip and a gully, then 3 saving, 1 on the offside. As McAndrew comes in again, bowls to Young, steers it down towards backward point, smartly fielded there by Craig Miles, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dilemma here for Nathan McAndrew. I think he keeps looking at the crease as if he's kind of slipping on delivery, but he's also getting slightly more movement than he was in the morning session, so it's kind of,
yeah,
what do you do?
Yes, he certainly looked more of a proposition, I think, bowling from the Birmingham end where he's operating from at the moment than he did from this end in his opening spell. Here he is again, in and bowls to Young outside the off stump. Tight leave, but a good one by the New Zealand international opener. With the 39th over. And it's noticeable that last delivery, especially even more so watching it on the replay. just seemed to die a little bit in the pitch. We were saying earlier on about the lack of pace in the pitch, and there's not much bounce now. The sort of hardness had gone out of the new ball. Say 39th over with it.
Yeah, we saw the keeper up as well, didn't we?
Which we've seen already. Here's McAndrew, and again bowls to Young, who's across his stumps, playing that into the onside, fielded there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over, 164 for no wicket. Vasconcelos on 77, Young on 70. Batters to come for Northamptonshire: Emilio Gay, Luke Proctor, Rob Keogh, Josh Cobb into the side in place of Saif Zabe. Then Lewis McManus, Gareth Berg back in the side, Matt Kelly, Simon Kerrigan and Jack White. White returning to the ground where he made his Red Bull debut for Northamptonshire 2 years ago. This fixture in the Bob Willis Trophy as it was in 2020. And it was on that occasion, as Richard and I were talking about earlier, when Proctor and Rossington batted the whole of the last day without being parted. Here's Briggs coming in over the wicket, left arm spin, bowling to Vasconcelos, playing it back down the pitch. Briggs having had a bit of hammer from Vasconcelos since lunch, certainly took a liking to down the pitch, and clouting him over mid-on was one of the shots of the day, I would suggest. Anyway, Vasconcelos is going to get a single down to deep mid-on this time. Craig Miles comes in off the boundary, sends in his return to the keeper's end, but Will Young had already made his ground. One more run to Vasconcelos, 78 to him, 165 for no wicket. Yes, that was certainly a statement of intent.
Yeah, you can definitely see that Briggs is drawing on his experience here. You can see that there's definitely more of an element of kind of, we're going to get him out in this way.
Yeah.
From the looks of it, by bowling very straight in at the pads.
Here's Briggs again, bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Young, who's playing defensively forward, just drops it down on the offside, where Michael Burgess comes round from behind the stumps to field. Yes, there's a slip, and this man, Rob Yates, who's in there at silly mid-on, with his left foot almost touching the cut strip. As Young Briggs bowls that a little bit faster, a little bit quicker at Will Young, who's working it into the onside, picks up 2 more runs down towards the short boundary on the Eric Hollies stand side, and those 2 runs take Young to 72 and Northamptonshire to 167 for no wicket. Just need to dry it up a little bit here, Warwickshire, don't they? Build a bit of pressure on these two. Since lunch, they've been very positive. Scored, what, 48 runs in just over half an hour, and Young defensively there, pushing it in the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, this way you can see the kind of manipulation of the field. He took out the paddle sweep, yes, in the last over.
Briggs again round the wicket, flights that one up to Young, who drives, but only as far as short extra cover, and there's no run. End of the over, 167 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 78, Young is 72.
So yeah, they've kind of seen that he's got the paddle sweep in his locker, and that's moved deep square, quite far behind square, to kind of stop the boundary. And he just played it off his hip, that 5th ball of the over, and managed to get 2 out to that short boundary. So it's clever cricket from... It
is clever batting, and Will Young certainly bringing all the nous of his international career to the Northampton top order this year. So you take out the Surrey game, and I think you saw some of that match as I did, and I think he just got 2 very good balls, second innings in particular. The ball that he got from Dan Worrell and was caught behind. I'm not quite sure still how you play that. That was a few days ago, and I'm thinking about it ever since. It was an absolute brute of a ball. But yeah, he certainly... Northamptonshire needed a bit of solidity at the top of the order, which is why they signed him. I think that was identified as an issue, and he certainly made a difference. And for Ricardo Vasconcelos, as we've been saying, has almost doubled his tally of runs for the season in this one innings. He made 90 in his first 7 innings, and he's 78 not out here, and he's facing Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's back in the attack for a new spell from the Birmingham end. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos, and goes through to Burgess.
Yeah, it'll be great for Ricardo Vasconcelos, even to bring that confidence into the fielding innings when he'll be rotating the bowlers. And
yeah, It's absolutely right, even. It's just the point that John Sadler was making, the head coach coming into this match, that he felt that, you know, Ricardo Vasconcelos needed a score for his, I think the expression he used, he needs to score for his captaincy.
Definitely.
Just to give him a little bit more of a spring in his step. Here's Hannon Dolby, and again bowls to Vasconcelos, who's defensively forward, playing it up to mid-off. And there's no run. And I say he's shouldered an awful lot of responsibility for still quite a young cricketer, and there were concerns a few of us had even before he was given the Red Bull captaincy that maybe last year he had a bit too much to do with opening the batting. Didn't miss a single competitive match in any competition.
Long season.
Was captain on occasions, was having to keep wicket as well, which he can do. Here's Hannon Dolby in, bowls to Vasconcelos wide, and width means runs for Vasconcelos, and he just throws the hands at that, and it streaks away to the long boundary at extra cover for 4. Takes Vasconcelos into the 80s, 82 to him, 171 for no wicket, and well, that's Vasconcelos at his best.
Yeah, he's been so good through that extra cover region today.
He's lovely to watch, isn't he? Very easy on the eye when he's going well, Ricardo Vasconcelos. So those of us who have been lucky enough to obviously watch a lot of him bat over the last few years, he really is good to watch. But he's been, well, so far he's just given glimpses this season of what he's capable of, but getting an innings of real substance here. 82 not out. Here's Hannon Dolby, and again bowls, and again he drives away through extra cover, but there is now a man back on the sweep to give the bowler a bit of protection, even on the long boundary. Matt Lamb's out there and keeps it to a single, so 172 for no wicket. Vasconcelos to 83. Field changes over for the right-handed Young, because you're coming into the fairly busy time of your season now. You've got lots of cricket coming up, talking about it being a long season.
Yeah, absolutely. The South East Star season starts on Saturday.
Yep.
And then it's Saturday, Wednesday for the foreseeable.
I'm sure you wouldn't have it any other way.
Definitely not.
Here's Hannon Dolby, and again bowls to Young, hits him on the pad. Appeal for LBW, big appeal for LBW, not out, says the umpire. Hannon Dolby's follow through had taken him almost down as far as Will Young. Now let's have a look at that. I think he got himself outside the line, having just watched that on the replay. He played a shot at it, and I think he just barely. Let's have another look at it. They're sending up another replay.
Close,
but I think it was
so.
tight. I think he just got himself outside the line.
I think Hannon Dolby knew it as well.
Yeah, he was. It was almost a plea rather than an appeal, wasn't it? Hannon Dolby starting to come in again and just misses run. Signalled as dead ball. Yeah, Will Young perished in not dissimilar fashion, if you remember, in the first innings at the Oval, when he was just caught on the crease by Jordan Clark and didn't manage to get himself outside the line. He got half a stride in, but there I think he did just about get outside. Here's Hannon Dolby, and again bowls to Young, rides the bounce, pushes it up on the onside for Alex Davis to field. End of the over, 172 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 83, Young 72. Yes, so you've got a couple of games a week now. Because of course, because the T20's finished. Yes, it's T20. Of course, they've got to get that out of the way first. Finals day on the 16th.
Yeah, and then the women have got the Commonwealth Games, so
of course, yes,
we start a little bit later than the men. I think the men's 100 starts on the 5th or something.
Yeah, of course, Commonwealth Games being staged here in Birmingham. Here's Briggs, appeal for LBW again, this time against Vasconcelos. Again, I think he got out. He got well outside the line there. Watching that on the replay. So where the matches are going to be played where for the Commonwealth Games?
I think they're all in Birmingham. I think.
Yeah, I think they'll be around here, aren't they?
Yeah. I think there's only 8 teams that are playing.
Right.
I'm not 100%, but.
Here's Briggs in again. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who plays it back down the pitch for Briggs to field off his own bowling, and there's no run.
So yeah, it's a long, busy summer for the England women girls, who got a series against South Africa as well.
Yeah, including a test match, which is great news. Outside the off stump, Briggs to Vasconcelos. Vasconcelos just lets it go through. Yeah, he was saying this morning that South Africa have played very few Test matches against England over the years. It'll be a big event in the cricketing summer. Here's Vasconcelos in behind that, pushes it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think it will be a challenge for South Africa. England have played a couple of tests in the past year against India and Australia.
Here's Briggs in again, and that's on-driven down the ground by Vasconcelos. And Craig Miles comes in off the boundary at long on, fires in a return to the non-striker's end, to the striker's end rather, hoping he might find Will Young dawdling, but he didn't. And Vasconcelos goes to 84 in Northamptonshire to 173 for no wicket.
I don't think that was very well received by Michael Burgess.
No, it's not really what you need, is it? It's like a bit like that one this morning when he was standing up and decided to Hannon Dolby was 5-1 down the leg side. Not great. 173 for none. Just a slip in now as Briggs comes round the wicket, bowls to Young, pushing that out in the offside. Fielded at backward point, and that's the end of the over. 173 for no wicket. Vasconcelos 84. Young is 72. Yes, and of course, well, we have that astonishing game of cricket between England and Australia during the winter, which again proves what many of us feel, that you know, Test cricket, men or women, is the skill of the game and the best form of the game. And well, you just couldn't script that that particular match, could you? It was astonishing. Listening back in England in the winter.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great advert for women's Test cricket.
Wasn't it just? And I think it begged the question then, and people were asking, well, why are England women not playing more Test matches? I suppose it comes down to what you hinted at there, that there actually are not that many countries in the world where the strength of women's cricket is such that they will be able to play the longer format. We'll come back to that in a second as Hannon Dolby starts a fresh over. Round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos. Short, he pulls. He doesn't get hold of all of that by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a short boundary over there, and he's got enough on it to run away for 4. 177 for no wicket. Vasconcelos to 88. So you're talking about England, Australia, India, obviously South Africa, maybe. Are there other countries who might be strong enough, do you think?
I'm not sure. I know for a fact that the South Africans are definitely keen to do more of it. I spoke to Dane van Niekerk, the captain, last summer, and she's really keen for it. So she's kind of got what she wants. Hopefully she'll be fit for it, actually. She fell over on a slippery floor and broke her ankle just before the World Cup.
Shades of, is it Ben Folk slipping over in the the dressing room at the Oval. 177 for no wicket. Here's Hannon Dolby, and again round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, who cuts, very well stopped at backward point by there's a sub on, I think, substitute fielder on, but that was a terrific stroke, and he's Vasconcelos he's having a quiet chunter to himself because he feels he missed out there. Again, it was one of those, a yard either side of the man at backward point, and it would have been 4 runs.
It was interesting, actually. Before the Ashes test, Catherine Brunt did an interview, I think it was with the Telegraph, and said that they should play with a different ball on a shorter pitch over 5 days, and then we had that cracker of a test match.
There you go. Hannon Dolby in again. Bowls to Young, who's working that away on the onside, or aiming to. Doesn't make contact. Another appeal for LBW without any great conviction on anybody's part there. I think it must surely have been sliding down. Yes, it was sliding well down, having watched it on the replay. So the umpire not having to think too much about that one. Yes, it just proved a point, didn't it? And I say, listening to it, and the cold. It was a Sunday morning, I think, wasn't it? That last day, listening to it on the BBC radio commentary. It was just as astonishing game of cricket, an astonishing climax to it. Here's Hannon Dolby, bowls to Young, who works that away. Trademark Will Young stroke away through mid-wicket. Runs for him here, come through for a couple. Might have been 3 if they'd really pushed it, but they didn't. It's the long boundary out there, but they settled for a couple. 180 for no wicket. Vasconcelos 89. Will Young up to 74. And this is Northamptonshire's best start in terms of an opening partnership for a long while. Been crying out for a start like this on a number of occasions, and well, they've got it today. Here's Hannon Dolby. In again, bowls punched away off the back foot by Young, but only as far as backward point, and there's no run. Fielded there by Dom Sibley. And the test match is Lords, isn't it? I think the South African.
Yeah, I think so.
One. Yeah. I'm sure they'll get a good crowd in for that. I think if there's any international match at Lords, you're going to get a crowd in.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just hoping the South Africans stay fit. Got 3 of them in our 100 team.
Oh, right. It's ulterior motive. Here's Hannon Dolby running in towards us. Bowls to Young, who's in behind that rock solid. Plays it up to Davis at short mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. 180 for no wicket. Young 74, Vasconcelos 89. Yeah, well, in that case, you definitely want to keep them fit, don't you? But I think as far as I could, when Joe Gardner, I know you know one of our regular summarisers on BBC Cricket, and she's going to be back on duty with us, I think, for the next match against Kent, next championship match. And when Joe was doing a day with us recently in the match against Yorkshire, I did point out that the first women's test match played in this country was played at the county ground in Northampton. Briggs starts a fresh over to Vasconcelos, who's just taken slightly by surprise, and as Richard was mentioning earlier, the ball maybe a little bit shorter than he thought. Played it okay in the end, played it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Briggs back at the end of his mark. Vasconcelos down the pitch. Once he gets there, doesn't try anything too extravagant, plays it up to mid-wicket where Hayne fields, and there's no run. And there is, if you go onto YouTube, some footage, some newsreel footage of that match, 1937, England against Australia at Northampton, as Briggs comes in. Worked round the corner by Vasconcelos, but only as far as the man on the 45, saving one, who does his job, and there's no run as a consequence. And yes, the newsreel commentary, I'm afraid, is painfully of its time. It's a bit toe-curling now, but Briggs in again, bowls to Vasconcelos in behind that, pushes up again to Hayne at mid-wicket, and there's no run. But there was a very good crowd in for that match at Northampton, 1937, June. And that's on driven by Vasconcelos for a long single up to Craig Miles. Comes in off the long on boundary. Vasconcelos into the 90s, 90 to him, and Northamptonshire up to 181 for no wicket.
I think it's quite a good idea playing it at Lords, because obviously with the slope, I remember I played at Lords a couple of years ago, and it's a lot bigger than you think when you stood out there. And it just gives something for the bowlers. I know, as I said, Catherine Brunt was talking about the ball and the pitch and stuff.
Here's Briggs round the wicket to Young, who looks to turn it round the corner. In the end, it just runs away on the onside for Burgess to field coming from behind the stump. So that's the end of the over. 181 for no wicket. Vasconcelos 90, Young 74.
So yeah, there's quite, I think, some of the kind of reservations about women's test cricket is that a lot of them end in draws, and that's kind of where Catherine was coming from, I think. But playing it at Lords, obviously with the obvious benefits of the crowd and the kind of prestige of playing at Lords, that there will be something in it for the bowlers, and that might kind of make for an interesting test match.
Yeah, well, as I say, a lot of people eagerly anticipating that, I'm sure. Yes, Joe was. Joe couldn't quite believe that the tone of the coverage at the time. It was sort of talking about the future, you know, Mrs. Hobbs and Mrs. Bradman, and it's just relating it all to the men's game. It's not good listening now. It's of its time, as they say. Hannon Dolby in again, start of a fresh over, bowls to Vasconcelos, pushes that out into the covers where Alex Davis fields, and there's no run. Dave has been full of energy in the field today, really good, setting an example, because it's been a hard day in the field for Warwickshire so far after Will Rhodes won the toss and put them in. It will be interesting to see when I'm sure we get to the end of the day and talking to captains and coaches what the thinking was, what Northamptonshire would have done, whether they would have had a bowl.
Yeah, it's not just the lack of wickets as well. They're scoring the runs at a good rate.
Here's Hannon Dolby in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, covers up, ball just springing towards off stump. Vasconcelos plays it solidly out to Davis again. That short extra, and there's no run. Yes, I mean, we're in the 44th over, so they're scoring at 4 and over, 4 and a bit and over. Scored 119 in that pre-lunch session, which compare it to when Surrey were put into bat by Northamptonshire at the Oval. I've got my notes here. Surrey was 73 for 1 at lunch. And we thought, rightly, I think, done pretty well. But all Northamptonshire so far is Helen Dolby in, bowls to Vasconcelos, drives it out towards extra cover, but Matt Lamb is out there sweeping on the long boundary down to our left and keeps it to a single. So Vasconcelos up to 91 and Northamptonshire to 182 for no wicket. Helen Dolby in his 12th over, no wicket for 39 so far.
Yeah, runs look very easy to come by, don't they? That not only are they kind of hitting the bad ball to the boundary, but even the singles, they're hitting it to the sweepers so hard, aren't they?
Yeah, they've worked it around well, as you say, and it's been hard for Warwickshire so far as Helen Dolby comes in again. Bowls ball to Will Young that I think he was looking to try and leave alone, and it bounced off his elbow out into the offside, and now Young's having in fact both batsmen having a little suspicious prod. That was extraordinary. He was looking to get the bat out of the way, and I just don't think it didn't bounce, I think, as much as he was anticipating. The result being that it pinned him on the elbow.
Looked a painful one, but he's not showing it.
No, well, after what we saw at the Oval with poor Emilio Gay getting pinned on the elbow 4 times. Here's Helen Dolby in again, bowls to Young defensively forward out into the offside. And there's no run. Yes, it was, we were talking about it earlier with Emilio Gay getting hit 3 times on the right elbow, once on the left elbow, various other parts of the anatomy getting a bit of a peppering as well. He was given a thorough working over by the Surrey attack, but battled his way to 51, and for a young player it's all part of the learning process.
Got a call for the arm guard at that stage.
Yeah, I think he probably, the last one, I think he probably should really have come off. I think he sort of just lost his shape a bit after that. Didn't last very much longer. Helen Dolby in again, bowls to Young, playing that up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Davis Fields, end of the over, 182 for no wicket. Helen Dolby, 12 overs, no wicket for 39. Vasconcelos is 91. Young is 74. And a bit more cloud around, I think, than there was this morning, isn't there? It was for a time we had some very pleasant sunshine. There's a little bit of blue sky still directly above us, but there's more, I think there's generally more cloud around. So your forecast this morning, Eve, was absolutely spot on. It's local knowledge.
It's AccuWeather is what it is.
Now come on, talk. No, it's your knowledge of detailed meteorology in the West Midlands. Here's Briggs starting a fresh over to Vasconcelos, who drives up to mid-off, Sibley Fields, and there's no run. But it's still, as I say, the cloud's high. It's a pleasant enough afternoon to be out there if you're watching. Maybe you just need a fleece on. Here's Briggs, on-driven by Vasconcelos, down to Miles, coming in off the long-on boundary, sends in another turn on the half-volley to Michael Burgess, who is not massively impressed, I think it's probably fair to say. Vasconcelos to 92, 183 for no wicket.
Some keepers like that.
Do they? I'm not sure I would.
Yeah, I was speaking to Michael Bates.
Mm-hmm.
He does some fielding coaching, and he said that it used to make him look good, so he loved it.
I think I can... what do you think of better ways to make myself look good? Here's Briggs round the wicket, bowls to Young, who goes for that little paddle sweep, and the man at slip had read it correctly, and was going round to leg slip to try and stop the stroke, failed to do so. It meant a long chase round for Helen Dolby at long leg, and they come through for a couple, and again it was a throw that didn't do a great deal for Michael Burgess, but it's 2 more to Young, who goes up to 76, and Northamptonshire to 185 for no wicket. Briggs in again, bowls, Young drives down to long off this time rather. It's Miles coming in off the boundary down in front of us. Better throw this time. 186 for no wicket, Young to 77.
I think you can tell that Will Young doesn't feel particularly threatened by any spin off the pitch, with paddling against the spin and kind of using your feet.
Yeah, he's used his feet well, hasn't he? In fact, he's even against the seamers. That 2 steps down the pitch and whip over mid-wicket for 6 this morning. Next ball finds Vasconcelos playing defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. That was an extraordinary stroke from Young. Came from nowhere, really. 186 for no wicket. Briggs, 1 ball to go in the over. Flights that one up to Vasconcelos, who again is going to pick up a long single down to Miles, coming in off the long on boundary. Nicks the bowling as well. 187 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 93. Young is 77. Coming up to halfway in terms of the allocation of overs for the day. We've had 46. There are 50 left.
It's really interesting how Vasconcelos plays the spinner Danny Briggs. He starts on off stump, he takes an off stump guard, and then he triggers even further outside off stump. So those couple of LBW shouts from Danny Briggs, they're always going to hit him outside the line because of kind of where he is on the crease, and it kind of means that he can access long on and deep square that they've got out very easily.
It's an interesting one because I think probably over the course of his career, come back to in a second, as Alan Dolby comes in, bowls to Vasconcelos, going to pick up a single as he turns that up towards mid-wicket, and that's fielded by Will Rhodes. 1 more onto the total. 94 to Vasconcelos, 188 for no wicket. I think it's probably fair to say, across his career so far, generally he's been regarded as a better player of pace than of spin, and I think he's had to work quite hard on a technique against spin. I know Phil Rowe, one of our regular commentators, former Northamptonshire assistant coach, has talked about how hard he's worked, and in fact he did have a little bit of thinking to do about his method against spin. Is Hannah Dolby in again outside the off stump. Young shouldering arms, letting that go through to Burgess. And if he's worked out a method, and if it's working for him, then all well and good.
Yeah, it definitely makes it difficult to get him LBW, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's taken that out of the equation. Northamptonshire, of course, now with Ben Smith as their batting coach, appointed this year as part of the new coaching setup at Northamptonshire, with John Sadler as head coach, Chris Liddle is bowling coach and assistant coach, Ben Smith looking after the batting, Graham White still playing in white ball cricket, of course, doing the fielding, spin bowling in the second team as Hannon Dolby comes in, bowls again to Young, plays it back down the pitch. Hannon Dolby tries a little bit of fancy footballing skills, try and knock it up into his hand, fails, and in the end it's Dom Sibley who has to tidy up from mid-on. 188 for no wicket. Yeah, it's useful having somebody like Graham White, who's still obviously active in the game, still playing white ball cricket. Northampton's leading wicket taker in T20 cricket, and now looking after the seconds, and obviously with an input in the fielding and spin bowling as well. Looks a pretty good coaching setup in terms of covering all bases, as Young plays that next ball defensively from Hannon Dolby up to Sibley at mid-on, and there's no run.
So Vasconcelos on 94 from 135. Do you think he'll be nervous?
I think although obviously he's made a number of centuries before, I think this will mean a lot. I think if he can, because as we say, it's been such a struggle for him this year, and he now has scored more runs in this innings than he scored in the rest of the season put together. I think he'll be mindful of the fact that he needed a score. Well, he's got a score, but yeah, he would dearly love 100, and the figures will tell you that once he gets to 100 in his career, he's tended very often to go on and get a big one. Here's Hannon Dolby in again, bowls to Young, who chops down on that off a bottom edge, and it came dangerously close to cannoning into the off stump. He was ready there to kick it away if need be. And my goodness, that was very close to off stump. That's probably the best chance Warwickshire have had of a wicket since lunch. But in the end, no harm done as far as the batsman's concerned. He stays on 77, 188 for no wicket.
A few wickets around in the other games now. Sorry, 134 for 3.
Oh, right. Yes, because before lunch it was very much a batter's session, wasn't it? Here's Hannon Dolby running in again to bowl to Young, who's solidly defensive, getting your head right over the ball, pushing it up to mid-off. End of the over, 188 for no wicket. Young is 77, Vasconcelos is 94. And I think Phil's going to come in and replace Eva. We're going to have sit down, a cup of coffee. There's a packet of shortcake biscuits with your name on it, I think, next door, so maybe we can tuck into those before we get a chance to have any. But thanks very much indeed. Dave will of course be back with us a little bit later. Phil's going to pop in and join us. And I think I'm right in saying, and I haven't got access to my laptop at the moment, but I think I'm right in saying this is now a Northamptonshire first wicket record against Warwickshire. I had it on my screen, but as I can't get at my own laptop at the minute, but we'll sort that out. Here's Briggs starting another over the wicket to Vasconcelos on 94, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. Slip in place, and a short, looks like a silly mid-on. That's Sam Hain, pushed out into the offside by Vasconcelos, sliding stop by Mr. Action himself, Alex Davis. He's in there with extra cover and there's no run. Afternoon, Phil.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon, everybody.
188 for no wicket. So far so good for the visitors. It's flighted up by Danny Briggs and driven away through extra cover for 4. Well, the temptation was there. Briggs was trying to give that a little bit more flight, and Vasconcelos latching onto it and driving it away through extra cover for 4. 192 for no wicket. And, well, it really has been a terrific start by Northamptonshire.
Do you think he might just be questioning whether he made the right decision?
Well, I think that's probably fair to say. It's pulled away by Vasconcelos. Runs for him here, just the single. As it goes out to Matt Lamb on the deep mid-wicket boundary. One more to Vasconcelos. He's 99. Northamptonshire 193 for no wicket. I can confirm, now I've got my laptop in front of me, that this is a Northamptonshire record opening partnership against Warwickshire, beating 176 by Colin Milburn and Brian Reynolds at Wantage Road back in 1964. Briggs round the wicket, bowls to Young, who sweeps. Goes down to long leg, Hannon Dolby Fields. And they pick up a single, one more to Young. 78 to him, 194 for no wicket. Vasconcelos back on strike on 99.
There were a few comments going around at lunchtime about reflecting on the fact that Warwickshire had won the toss and put the opposition in at Somerset down at Taunton and got beaten by an innings, and just thinking Lightly might be striking twice.
Vasconcelos on 99, and there's 100 for Ricardo Vasconcelos. Another full flighted delivery by Danny Briggs, and Vasconcelos laces that away through extra cover. It's another boundary, and it takes him to a well-deserved century. My goodness, he's pleased with that. He's got his helmet off, and he holds up his helmet and his bat to the Northamptonshire dressing room, acknowledges the applause from the crowd and from his batting partner, and that's a century for Ricardo Vasconcelos. 103 off 140 balls, so it means that his second 50 has come off, 59 balls.
Yep.
And he's played beautifully.
He has. There are very few balls gone past the bat in this whole innings. But he has, right from the word go, he's looked to take the bowlers on, and he's batted beautifully.
Well, say when he's playing well, he's a really beautiful player to watch. Isn't Dolby bowling to Will Young, short and pulled away by Young, past square leg. Matt Lamb is out there on the boundary at deep square, and they're able to come through for another single. Takes Young up to 79, and Northamptonshire up to 199 for no wicket. But yeah, he needed a score. I think that's the point that we've been making. He really did need to get some runs, having had a disappointing start to the season after being appointed Red Bull captain. But well, he'll feel an awful lot better now. It's his 6th century for Northamptonshire, his 8th in first-class cricket. And as I say, he does have a bit of a history of going on. Now, interesting field for Vasconcelos with a slip gully and a man at sort of short point, just marginally in front of square. Next ball played up towards mid-on, fielded there by Will Rhodes, and there's no run. just getting into the batsman's eye line. So it's Will Rhodes is trying things. He's trying to manipulate the field a little bit, but so far.
Well, I think his problem at the moment is he's not getting very much out of his. Apart from Hannon Dolby, he's not getting a great deal from his overseas player, and he's not getting a great deal of response from Craig Miles. Neither of them are really troubling, and he didn't bowl that well himself, I don't think, this morning.
Well, Hannon Dolby's coming in again and having to pull out of his run, having just missed his run. You could just see actually at the start of there, he just seemed to be taking a step too many, and having got close to the crease, decided he needed to pull out, so he did, and so he's got to trudge back to his mark. Vasconcelos, the little twirl of the bat, which is one of his mannerisms when he's playing well and when he's confident, and well, this will make him feel so much better. Here's Alan Dolby again outside the off stump, and I think you could tell, Phil, by the reaction from the Northamptonshire dressing room, they've been willing him to to get a score, to get some runs, and it was I think any century for your side is a popular one, but I think in the circumstances and in the wider context of the season and in the context of Vasconcelos' leadership, I think that's very welcome.
Yeah, and as well, coming on the back of a pretty hefty defeat in the last game, essential that he got head down and got this score.
Hannon Dolby in again, Bolster Vasconcelos drives pleasantly away through backward point. More runs for him here. Matt Lamb has had an awful lot to do down on the cover boundary, and it's 2 more runs to Vasconcelos, and it brings up the 200 for Northamptonshire without losing a wicket. 201 for no wicket now, so Vasconcelos up to 105. I wonder, Phil, and we did talk about this earlier on commentary, whether we talk about the reasons why Will Rhodes may have decided to bowl first, whether this did feed into the whole business, the fact that Northamptonshire had such a torrid experience down at the Oval. Hannon Dolby in again, bowls, and that's worked away into the onside by Vasconcelos. Did he get any bat on it? I wonder. It's a mixture of bat and pad, was it?
He might have got a nick.
Yeah,
on
it was a little
it,
nick on it. It just ballooned up on the onside perfectly safely, but they're able to come through for a single. Vasconcelos to 106.
That thinking may well have been true, because I think the Warwickshire struggled to bowl against Somerset in the not the last game, the prior game. They then struggled really for a large part of the innings against Lancashire, but then took the wickets on the morning with heavy overcast conditions.
Yeah.
They've not gone into this game with great success in the last 2 matches with the ball, and it certainly followed them into this 3rd game.
Hannon Dolby into Young, plays it up towards mid-wicket, but it's fielded by Alex Davis, and there's no run. End of the over. Hannon Dolby's bowled 15 overs, no wicket for 44. 202 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos 106 not out, and Will Young on 79.
The surprise is, though, that playing on the side of the wicket we are, which is, for those of you who know, Edgbaston is the Hollies side of the ground. We played Surrey on here in the opening match of the season, and we could have still been playing on that wicket because it was we actually finished the first innings just after tea on the 4th day, and it was that true. And this one is just a couple across from it, and it makes it even more strange that perhaps having won the toss, that you wouldn't bat on it. In fact, we all thought up here that Northamptonshire won the toss and batted.
We were watching through the binoculars and saw Ricardo Vasconcelos gave the little gesture to show that Northamptonshire were batting, and I think the assumption was then they must have won the toss, but then it turned out when the...
And it doesn't really matter what excuse you put forward and what theory. 202 for no wicket, it ain't the smartest of decisions.
Well, I'm sure we'll get the detailed explanation later, but Will Rhodes is back, bringing himself back into the attack. He's bowled just 5 overs so far, and he starts a fresh spell, bowling to Vasconcelos from this pavilion end. First ball, Vasconcelos plays up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, it was a little bit of chuntering at lunchtime, which we picked up.
The natives getting restless.
Well, I think, with the greatest respect to Northamptonshire, and I really do mean this with the greatest respect, and I think based on what people had seen with the results recently, they expect they thought. And the last time Warwickshire played here, over on the other side of the square, they bowled Essex out twice.
Here's Rhodes around the wicket again, bowls to Vasconcelos. That's a clever stroke. He's just ridden the bounce and steered it all along the floor between slip and gully, and it runs away to third man. There is no third man, so it's another boundary to Vasconcelos. Clever bit of batting, 110 for no wicket. 110 to Vasconcelos rather. Northamptonshire 206 for no wicket, and that again illustrating, I think, that there's not much pace in this pitch, because Vasconcelos had all the time in the world just to get on top of that and steer it down between slip and gully, and now we have a third man in place.
I'm trying to think of something which I can say from a Warwickshire supporter who's just listening, perhaps not watching the pictures, about giving them hope, but there really isn't a great deal at the moment.
Rhodes around the wicket again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who cuts a little bit uppishly, but it's flashed away through backward point for 4, even though there is now a third man. That went wide of him through backward point, and Vasconcelos, well, following the old adage that if you're going to flash, flash hard, and he did, and it went away for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Vasconcelos.
Yeah, it's also bounced over the fencing and gone down the gap between the Hollies stand and the sort of the corner round coming round of the barn stand, and he's had to go down and go searching round the back of the temporary stand. Could be messy, actually.
I just saw the fielder's head disappear around the back of the stand. 210 for no wicket. Vasconcelos 214. Just quickly bring you up to date with what's happening elsewhere in Division 1 at Beckenham. Surrey 142 for 3 against Kent. In the Roses match, Lancashire have recovered a bit after a sticky start against Yorkshire, 130 for 2. And in the West Country derby down at Bristol, Somerset 184 for 2 after being put into bat by Gloucestershire. Here's Rhodes round the wicket again, bowls to Vasconcelos, and this time just playing defensively back down the pitch. I mean, it's easy for us to sit up here and be terribly all-knowing and all-seeing, but one thing we mentioned when I was on with Eva a little bit earlier, it just seems as though Will Rhodes has had to resort a little bit to chasing the ball.
Yes.
And has seen in this over, they got a slip and a gun, and suddenly one goes through there, so third man goes back. Yeah. It's difficult for a captain in these circumstances, obviously, as Rhodes comes in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, looking to drive, doesn't really time it, goes up to mid-on, and there's no run, 210 for no wicket.
Well, you're approaching halfway through the opening day of the game. You've won the toss, you've made a decision, and you're already looking at the board that you're 210 for naught, and it's got a long journey. Whatever happens here, Northamptonshire should end up with a sizable first innings score.
Well, they'll be disappointed if they don't. Obviously, here's Rhodes in again, bowling to Vasconcelos outside the off stump. Vasconcelos this time lets it go through to Michael Burgess, end of the over, 210 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 114, Will Young is 79.
It can't be too often that some of the guys, the bigger hitters in the middle order of Northamptonshire have actually had the luxury of having a launch pad like this.
Well, it's been absolutely right, and I was saying in commentary earlier that Northamptonshire, the top order, has been an issue for a while. They've tried various combinations, and obviously Will Young was brought in just to do this job, to give a little bit of solidity to the top order. The factor that they probably wouldn't have banked on was Vasconcelos' shortage of runs this year, but nevertheless he's made up for it here today, and it's a terrific platform. Those of us that watch Northamptonshire all the time, there's always the potential for that platform not to be built on in the manner that you've described and that all Northamptonshire supporters will be hoping for, but there's lots of batting to come, and these two certainly seem to be enjoying themselves at the moment. And one thing we do know about Will Young, and we've seen in his relatively short career course with Northamptonshire, is he likes batting. He loves batting, and he's well aware that this is terrific preparation for the Test matches to come, and presumably he'll be at the top of the New Zealand order. 210 for no wicket. Change of bowling at the Birmingham end with Craig Miles coming into the attack. Here's Miles bowls short to Young, who pulls, and almost the spin almost doing Matt Lamb out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but in the end he recovered really well and keeps it to 1. Good bit of fielding. 211 for no wicket. I thought for a moment it had done him, but no. I think he just got his stud caught in one of the practice pitches down there, and I was going to say he's replaced his divot. I think he's just chucked it over the boundary rope.
He's had a lot of fielding to do.
He has. He's had a very busy afternoon. Yeah. 82 Young, 211 for no wicket.
There's a conference going on at the bowler's end. He's about deciding where the field's going to live. The field is moving around at the moment. Virtually every ball there's a fielding change.
Yeah.
It's got a bit, as you say, they are really struggling here to actually set a field, particularly.
The short boundary doesn't make life any easier, does it? But anyway, here's Miles round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, who pushes it out into the offside. Fielded energetically there by Dom Sibley, and there's no run. Yes, we've all played in whatever standard of cricket we've played. We've all played under captains who, if ball goes there, fielder goes there.
Yeah.
And it's a bit frustrating for the bowler, but
never done it as captains ourselves.
Well, perish the very thought. Miles bowled pretty well. He's in his 9th over, no wicket for 26. Here he is again, round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, plays that up towards mid-wicket. They thought about a single. Young had come a long way down, and if Will Rhodes had hit the stumps with his throw to the non-striker's end, it might have been a bit tight, but as it was, he didn't hit the stumps.
So far, Warwickshire have looked more like to get wickets with run-outs, with over backing up than through any other means.
Yeah, Young had come a long way down there. He was convinced there was a single. Vasconcelos wasn't. I shall get out of my seat in just a second, and Richard Wilford will come in and join Phil. Here's Miles round the wicket again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who just drops it down into the offside. Fielded there by Sibley, and there's no run. So this is a record opening partnership for Northamptonshire against Warwickshire.
By some margin as well.
Well, yes, there's 176, but yeah. Ollie Milburn involved in that, and Brian Reynolds, great man in Northamptonshire cricket. Distant relative of mine. No one more dedicated.
How distant is distant?
Well, my great-grandmother was a Reynolds, so you can work it out from that. Not that distant. Here's Miles round the wicket again, and that's beautifully driven straight back past the bowler by Vasconcelos. I would say that's possibly the best shot he's played today.
Yeah.
That's a class stroke, and it's gone down the ground just to the onside of the stumps and rattles away to the boundary for 4. 215 for no wicket. Vasconcelos to 118.
Nobody was going to get anywhere near that one. It was from the moment it left the bat, that was going to be 4 runs.
No, that really was a class stroke. It was all timing. They say the on drive is the hallmark of the class player, and that was a lovely shot. 215 for no wicket. 1 ball to go in the over, after which Richard Wilford will come into my place. Here's Miles in bowls short to Vasconcelos, who's pulled that to the short boundary for 6. It was a flat 6. It went down towards fine leg. Nathan McAndrew was there, stood no chance. And, well, 10 runs coming off the last 2 balls of the over. 221 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 124. Young is 80.
Thanks, Andrew. Andrew will be back with us in a while. Picked beautifully there and just helped his on its way, but seeing the ball Vasconcelos so beautifully at the moment, and with that short boundary, it was easy pickings really for the Northants skipper. And Warwickshire's toil continues as they look for this opening wicket, and 221 for no wicket. It's 3 o'clock, and it's been so far a pretty bleak opening 3.5 hours for the Bears. Will Rhodes will continue from the pavilion end to the right-handed Will Young, who waits, and Rhodes in and bowls, and Young is beaten by that one outside the off stump, and rarity, the ball actually going past the bat. Good afternoon, Richard.
Afternoon. I'd better just do the next minute or so because I've got a report coming up at bang on 3 minutes past. As Northants have batted without scare, really, so far in this afternoon session. No real concerns for them. And Will Rhodes begin to fall once more to Young, who just defends the ball out into the leg side. And there's no run. Andrew's gone to report for BBC Northampton. So these opening pair continue to thrive. A little bit more overcast this afternoon again. It's clouds have crowded together once more. Don't think there's any threat of inclement weather, but you'd wonder whether the ball might still do a little bit. Rhodes back of a length, defended out into the offside, and there's no run. Here at Edgbaston, still Northamptonshire bat on. The Bears yet to take a wicket, having put their visitors into bat on the opening day of this championship match. Ricardo Vasconcelos has completed a very good century. He's approaching a run of ball, actually, since he passed 50. He's on 124, getting great support from the New Zealand Test opener, Will Young, who's there on 80. Will Rhodes, the Bears captain, has tried 5 different bowlers without any success. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, the only one really to hit a regular line and length. No ball just been called, therefore Northamptonshire 223 without loss. It was a bizarre slip of the tongue to throw in Nottinghamshire there.
Nottinghamshire, well.
I miss them from Division 1, but...
got them in there somewhere.
But, it's always going to happen that some big counties will miss out on Division 1.
Yeah.
It's part of the joys of 2-division cricket, as it should be.
Yeah, if Rhodes continues, he's in. This is going to be more runs as Young tucks this one away down to deep backward square leg, just flicks it off his pads and gets another single. 224 for no wicket. Young goes on to 81. And Andrew was saying 176 was the previous record opening partnership for Northamptonshire against Warwickshire, so they are well past that, these two, with a brand new record as Rhodes again into the left-handed Vasconcelos, who cuts this one away down to the cover point boundary. The ball comes back in fairly quickly there from Hannon-Dolby, but not before Vasconcelos was back in, and another single to his score, 225 for no wicket. He goes on to 125.
I think they'll be surprised, Northants, just how easy it's been for them today. I don't know whether Ricardo Vasconcelos would have batted. May well have done. But I do think the Warwickshire attack was a bit thin to take the choice that they did.
Yes. Yeah. We were saying early on, we were surprised up here. This next ball is played away. Just dropped down by Young into the offside. They don't go for the run. It's the end of another over. That's the 52nd over. 225 for no wicket. 125 to Vasconcelos, and Will Young has got 81. Now, we thought, in actual fact, when because we're perched way above the wicket, so you can't hear anything from where we are. We thought that Northamptonshire had won the toss and had batted, and were quite surprised, all of us, when we found that Warwickshire had won the toss and put Northants in.
Craig Miles will continue from the Birmingham end. It's a little bit darker than it's been for the last while. As he comes in round the wicket, dabbed down to third man. There was a hand that took some of the pace off the ball from Danny Briggs. So it'll be 2 more, but Vasconcelos looks like he's in filling his boots mode now on 127 out of 227 without loss. And as Andrew has been saying, he's been quite tentative early on in the season. As captain, was feeling the need really to get a score on the board. And today is the day that that's come to fruition for him. He put his side in a really commanding position here.
He has a first-class best of 185 not out.
Might not be thinking too much about that yet, but he might be soon, although he almost drags on now, this next ball from Craig Miles. There was one a little bit earlier off Ollie Hannon-Dolby where he did something similar. But that one, dabbing it down, and it goes past his leg stump.
Northamptonshire don't appear to have brought their flag with them. There's the Warwickshire flag flying above the old press box stand, but there's no Northamptonshire flag there.
Just sort of thing, normally it comes with the scorer, doesn't it?
Yeah, scorer normally has it with him, yeah, and it's one of his jobs to look after it during the season.
Miles, oh, and he's chipped into the leg side. It's not going to carry. It's a miscue from Vasconcelos. He's just having a slightly awkward moment, and it goes out into the deep, and Briggs comes in to do the fielding. But he's miscued that. Looping edge. If there had been an orthodox square leg, that would have been the first wicket.
I think it's the first time, or one of the few shots, you can actually say that he's given any sort of hope to the batsman, to the bowler. But a couple there, he nearly played on, and then he's chipped that one into the leg side. He survives.
228 without loss. And, quite a few leg side traps trying to be set here by Will Rhodes for Will Young. He's on 81. And he is induced to play the pull shot, and the fielder at mid-wicket was sprawling to his left. I think that's Sibley. It goes out to the mid-wicket boundary for a single.
Matt Lamb out there, he's been in the game all the way through. He's been the ball's been following him out there on that deep mid-wicket boundary.
His hand on his knees now. There's one lovely diving stop on the boundary between the Hollies stand and the next one.
Yes, he did.
I can never remember what you call the next bit now. It'll come back to me in a minute.
The Barnes.
That's the fella. That's the fella. I used to sit there quite a bit as a member many moons ago.
One of the old administrators of the club.
Driven from Vasconcelos, and a good diving stop from Will Rhodes at mid-off prevents any run. No lack of effort from Craig Miles here. He's put plenty of energy into his bowling today. Early on he was wanting to get the ball up, well pitched up, and hope for a little bit of movement that might get a nick, but didn't find one. Bowling with energy and trying to set traps, and Young could have fallen into it, but he's well set. So the pull shot, he got away well enough. Would have been a heck of a catch at mid-wicket, incidentally. That sort of pull shot is coming at you quite quickly, isn't it? As he comes forward in defence, Vasconcelos, and it's fielded at point by Alex Davis, and there's no run. 53 overs to go, 11 more until the tea interval, which, unless Danny Briggs bowls a few overs, is going to be coming to around 5 to 4.
You would think that Briggs is going to get a fair few overs during the course of the day, but so far it's been used reasonably sparingly.
And he's been fairly un-Briggs-like. He's bowled 12 overs.
Yes.
But no maidens, none for 53.
Been a bit expensive by his standards. Haven't seen Rob Yates into the attack at all yet. Rhodes continues from this pavilion end, and this first one is clipped away through mid-wicket for a single. Davis does the fielding down there, just running around from sort of deep square leg to pick that one up and return it to Michael Burgess. One more to Young. He goes on to 83. 230 for no wicket in the beginning of the 54th over. Comes down now to have a chat, drops his bat and takes his gloves off. He's come down to say something to his captain. Whether I don't think there's any problem, particularly with him.
He wants something, doesn't he? He's just had a word with the umpire as well.
Round the wicket comes Rhodes, and this one is turned away off his pads down to fine leg by Vasconcelos for another single, and runs just becoming virtually just easy at the moment. I wonder whether he's got a little something wrong.
Might be a little cut on his finger or something.
Something happened.
Or is it a problem with footwear?
Yeah.
Broken lace or something? The umpire's giving him something that will help, whatever it is.
He's only a little help because he's just stood there watching.
You can do it, mate. I can't help you. Can't help you. Give you the tools to do the job.
I wonder if he's giving him a pair of scissors. Yeah, it's something. Yeah, that's what he's giving him.
Yeah,
whatever it was.
Might have been something hanging off his pad strap that he didn't want the ball to clip or anything, or who knows. We both spent some time in the press box within the last hour, and we did it with magnificent timing because Emily was up there
with the cakes.
Had got a tin with some cakes that she'd made in, some sort of chocolate brownies, and they were rather good.
Well, a lot of them as well. There's Rhodes in and is left outside the off stump, and there's no run.
And I know you because your body is a temple, Phil. You know. Yes, but you surprisingly were straight in there. Actually,
I was, because I know this week I haven't got to go to one of the better known slimming companies where I have to get weighed in every week.
Oh, okay.
I was supposed to go on a Thursday morning, and of course I could make the excuse I was working, so I didn't go this week. So I've got 7 more days. This next one from Rhodes gets him as Young goes across his stumps and gets wrapped on the pads and gets a big excited appeal from Rhodes, and not out is the response.
That's a decent shout. Yeah. That one there, he's turned him round, and Young has done this a few times today. And the umpire is, I think, going to feel that it's not hitting him in line. I think it is, and I think if you're in a Test match, looking at the replay that I've just seen, I think on review you'd probably get that one. I think that's a very, very good shout.
Do you want to get a message down to him, Richard? It's too late. He's starting the next ball. Throws in and bowls. And this time Young is right behind that one, solidly behind it. Yes, going back to those cakes, though, they were delicious. Thank you, Emily. I'm saying that, Richard, because there may be some more up there, or she might make some more.
Well, you never know, do you?
Yeah. Despite everybody's belief, we do not get a lot of cake delivered to the box. It's not like the Test match special teams used to get. Rhodes in bowls and solidly again brings Young forward to defend that one. Back to the bowler. That's a better over from Rhodes. 231 for no wicket. 83 to Young. 129 to the captain Vasconcelos, and 231 after 54 overs.
I'll tell you where you often do get cake. Leicester.
Oh, it's a while since I've been to Leicester.
Richard Ray has turned up with a cake that's just been handed to him on several occasions when I've been there.
The only problem is that it would be handed to you because it's such a trek up that staircase at Leicester.
They are.
Want to carry a cake.
It's not so much a trek; it's very, very steep up there, particularly when you carry your equipment. It's a great view. Very, very friendly club, Leicestershire. They really are. Always enjoy trips there. Here's Miles beginning a new over round the wicket, guided down towards third man. Hayne comes in to do the fielding, and there'll be a single to Vasconcelos. He's to 130. 232 with that loss. There was, of course, the bizarre highlight a few years ago after what was a very dull 4-day draw between Middlesex and Warwickshire, where myself and Kevin Hand had been talking all the vagaries of asparagus on day one, and people were sending us asparagus recipes. And on day 4, 2 Middlesex members came in, having made us some asparagus tarts.
Yeah, and they were lovely, weren't they?
They were very, very tasty.
Yeah, that was
They could have done with a sauce, but they couldn't really bring a sauce. So you're right. We don't get treated like Test match special, and nor should we. However, occasionally treats come our way. Back foot angled bat from Young will guide the next delivery for Miles through third man for 4. It was too wide for McAndrew to get anywhere near it. And they continue to race along Northamptonshire. This is an outstanding partnership. 87 now to Young, who's looking to join his skipper in 3 figures. So did survive that good shout at the last over from Will Rhodes. But there's not even a slip in now. We're in the 55th over on the opening day. No slip. Very defensive field. W and bowled, the only modes of dismissing the playing for now, apart from run-outs.
Run-outs have been the run-outs. We were saying just before you came on air, run-out seemed to be the most likely way of getting a wicket.
Miles short to Young, who's pulling, and the fielder, Alex Davis, initially was heading off in the wrong direction. He was going left, realised he'd need to go right, and gambols onto it, and keeps them down to a single with a smile on his face, throws the ball while he's still on his knees. 237 without loss. They believe that they may get Young in trouble playing the pull and the hook, but so far he's managing to get over them and keeping it safe.
Burgess has been retrieving that throw back in from Davis. I think whether he's bumped his finger or his hand, but he's certainly not entirely comfortable at the moment.
Adding injury to insult, to reverse the popular phrase. Forward in defence is Vasconcelos, in from covers is Sibley. He's not Sam Hain is rueful in the field as well, having banged his knee earlier, and it's noticeable that he's down at third man, which is a very unusual place for Sam Hain to be. So exactly in jolly territory. But then I don't suppose anybody is for Warwickshire.
At 237 for no wicket.
No.
They're not exactly going to, are they?
And any threat of taking a wicket has been sporadic, to be fair. They've batted with real control. Vasconcelos again steering the ball down towards third man. A diving parry from Davis, which just merely slows the progress of the ball down to Sam Hain. 238 without loss. Quite quiet in the ground. There's not a lot of chatter.
There was not a great deal. I was saying to Andrew, there was not a great deal of at lunchtime, and there was quite a bit of muttering going on at lunchtime. I actually think that muttering has probably accelerated slightly since.
Yeah, I would think so.
It wouldn't be overly happy as a Warwickshire supporter at the moment.
Miles into completely over, and again tries the bouncer to entice maybe a miscued pull from Young, but he just withdraws his bat from the shot and lets it go through to the wicketkeeper.
I'll let Eva come back in for the overs to lunch till the tea interval, and hopefully, from a Warwickshire point of view, a change of commentator can get a change of.
Yeah, I don't guess Northants supporters will be looking at that in entirely the opposite way. In terms of scores elsewhere, then in Division 1, Somerset 202 for 2 against Gloucestershire. Renshaw 94, Lammonby 76. The on loan Zach Chappell has taken 2 wickets. Jacob Bethel hasn't yet had a bowl in that innings. Beckenham, Surrey 170 for 3. Kent have dragged them back a little bit. Ryan Patel made 76. Ollie Pope is 36, not out, 2 wickets for Gilchrist. Lancashire 157 for 2 against Yorkshire, with Stephen Croft on 72 and Keaton Jennings on 70 after making 100 against the Bears last week. In Division 2, Worcestershire, after a couple of early wickets, have recovered well, 171 for 2 against Derbyshire. Jack Haynes is in good nick, made a century last week. He's 73 not out. Azhar Ali, who's been a bit short of runs, he's on 59. Ryan Sidebottom took one of those wickets to fall. Durham are 170 for 4 against Glamorgan, so it's Stokes time there. Keegan Peterson on 77 not out. Stokes is 16 not out, and he's been in for 10 overs, so he's not quite firing on all cylinders yet. Leicestershire in a spot of bother at home to Sussex, 143 for 7. Hilltop scoring with 35, 2 wickets each for Beard and Crocombe. The story there still that Ollie Robinson bowled just the single over this morning. And Nottinghamshire 183 for 4 against Middlesex. Asif Hamid is 81 not out there, a couple of wickets for Ethan Bamber. After a treatment to Michael Burgess, we're about to get back underway with Will Rhodes drawing Vasconcelos forward in defence. Just to mention, in the Indian Premier League in the 3rd over, Chennai are 6 for 3 against Mumbai. It's not quite going right, is it? Daniel Sams has taken 2 wickets, those of Conway and Moeen Ali, both for Ducks. So there we go. I haven't watched a lot of the IPL this year.
No, me neither.
It's not my favourite of the T20 competitions around the world, because I never know who's playing for who. They switch teams so often. As Rhodes bowls Fuller and angled into the pads of Vasconcelos, and it's defended out to the leg side. Craig Miles picks it up. Eva Gray back with us, who plays for Surrey and the Oval Invincibles in the 100 as well. You had a tremendous first year at the competition.
Yeah, I hope for the same this year.
Well, that's greedy. You've got to stay hungry, though. You've got to stay hungry if you're going to succeed. Rhodes round the wicket to the left-hander, and that's a lovely cut shot from Vasconcelos, the sort that only a shorter player can do, down towards third man. Hannon Dolby does the fielding. I guess you'd like an even bigger role this year. That would be your personal goal. You want the team to keep on winning, but you want to be you want to see them over the line in a few games. And
yeah, definitely keep out the physio room and try and get a few overs or 5-ball sets.
Try to keep the collarbone out of danger. Tell them you fancy feeling a bit of slip this time round. As Young dabs the ball down, wanted to get it through to third man, but can't beat Hayne in the gully.
Yeah, my issue is we've got two of the fastest bowlers in the women's game in Marizan Kapp and Shabnam Ismail, so tough competition. Yeah,
that's a little bit tricky, isn't it? That is a little bit tricky. There's a reasonable consistency in the squads for the 100 this year, and I like that. In that, you associate certain players with certain teams now. Rhodes approaches again, and he's just pushed that onto the pads of Young, who can clip it down to Hannon Dolby. That's fine leg for another single, 240 without loss, Northamptonshire.
Yeah, definitely. It's just easier for the fans, isn't it? They've kind of obviously got this new competition, trying to create a fan base, and if you've got different players every year, then that's going to be quite difficult. But if there's people that keep coming back and playing for the same team every year, then the boys and girls are going to have their favourites.
Rhodes just back of a length, the guided fine down to third man. Hannon Dolby will keep that down to a single. Rob Yates dived at slip but couldn't snare it. End of the over, the 56, 241 without loss, Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos enjoying his day, 133 not out, and Young on 89. What did you make of the crowds last season and playing before the type of crowds that you were?
Yeah, it was great. It's the first time I've got a bit of stick when I'm fielding it at Deep Square. Yeah, I was in front of the Hollies when we were here, and I was in front of the Western Terrace at Headingley.
Wow.
That was a bit savage, that one, at Headingley. Didn't enjoy it.
They got to you then?
A little bit, yeah.
It's difficult. It really is difficult, isn't it? In that sometimes you might be, if you've just had a difficult over or something, you'll be thinking about what you want to do better, what you've done wrong. You might be stewing about the delivery that we're in the end of the over, and then when they start pointing it out to you as well. Miles round the wicket, guided into the leg side. It'll be picked up at mid wicket by Hannon Dolby.
They were just like consistently talking about the fact I was from the south. They're just.
Oh dear.
I know.
They've got a chip on their shoulder about that.
Yeah.
You southern whatever we'll call it. You southern seamer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sort of insult.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's rough.
It's not my fault.
We won't hold you against it. I mean, you've come to a better place to study. Miles. Oh, it's chipped up towards mid-off, and it doesn't quite carry to Will Rhodes. Mistimed by Vasconcelos. You just one or two moments in this last hour where you wonder whether the pitch might be slightly too paced, but he's not got that right, and he's hit it towards mid-off, and mid-off was reasonably deep, Will Rhodes, and it was always dying on him.
Yeah, I haven't got the stream in front of me, but was he early on that, or was it a bit
I think
of the
he
pitch?
probably was a bit early on. I don't know whether we're going to see a replay. If we do, I shall turn it in your direction, but I'm not sure we are. He berates himself, but he's on 134. They want to make full collateral of the start that he's given himself. So we're in the final 8 overs prior to the tea interval. Do you know what? The live stream, I think, is might be a little. Or is it? The scoreboard's a little bit behind. Can't quite tell. 242 without loss. No, I think the scoreboard on the stream is not quite acknowledged the first couple of balls of this over. As Miles steams in once more to Young, turned behind square, but there is a short backward square leg, or you could almost, he's not really a leg gully, It's an interesting fielding position because they've been feeding in the pull shot. There's a long leg, there's this short backward square leg, an orthodox square leg, and a deep square leg. So 4 fielders all there to defend or even attack to try and create the same shot to create a catching chance in the deep, because they've got to create something, haven't they?
Yeah, it's quite nice to see. We spoke about it in the morning session, just kind of waiting for something to happen, but it's clear what they're trying to do here, which is good.
No slips, but there is a gully and a point, so I think the idea is for Craig Miles to bang the ball in as he does, but it's a bouncer that's misdirected and goes well down the leg side, so Young won't go anywhere near that. So yeah, even the offside is set for the short ball, where the gully is quite deep. The boundary is so short that the third man is not much deeper than you'd be if you were a fly slip, where McAndrew is. There's a point as well, and then in front of the bat there's not a lot. There's a mid-off and a strayed wicket rather than a mid-on. So the ball isn't going to be pitching on the toes of the batsman anytime soon unless there's a double bluff, and that is quite a full ball. And it's defended out into the offside by Young and no run. Creative positioning.
Definitely, you don't want to get driven through cover though, do you?
No. In the morning session you don't mind the batsman trying that, do you, when the ball is new? And Warwickshire are almost already reduced to the thought of, well, we'll have to go well with the second new ball, but when we get to the final hour of the day and that's available, there's going to be some very weary fielders out there. Davis, I think, going to station himself as a leg slip.
Very fine leg slip.
Yeah, probably a sort of equivalent of a third slip on the leg side. Miles round the wicket to the right-hander, bowls short, he's pulled round the corner, and he'll get 4 for that, despite a diving effort from Matt Lamb. He gets a palm on it, but he can't stop it going to the boundary. And Young hasn't fallen into the trap, instead he's managed to get some more runs on the board. He's 93, and the score is 246 without loss.
Yeah, this Warwickshire attack is just looking a little bit kind of same, isn't it? Lots of medium-fast right-handers with the left-arm spin of Briggs, who we're going to see now, I think.
There isn't a bowler out there for Warwickshire who isn't at the moment thinking that they should be sitting on the balcony watching Dominic Sibley and Rob Yates and Alex Davis. And it's really hard not to look at it as a strange call that was made on the toss today by the Bears. There would have been reasons behind it, which we may find out at the close of play.
It's a hard one, isn't it? It's very easy to sit up here and say, what were you doing, Will Rhodes? But as you say, I'm sure he had his reasons.
Well, there would have been a discussion about it as the reverse sweep is pulled out here by Vasconcelos to the first ball of a new over, being bowled by Danny Briggs, who's returned to the attack for the final 7 overs before tea. And they come through for a single, 247 without loss. At the end of this over, we'll bring Andrew Radd back for the final half a dozen overs to enjoy what Northants have done. If Will Young gets within a boundary of his century, we may try and achieve it mid-over. As he comes down the wicket and he's going to launch this, will it go all the way? It does. It goes for 6. He's on 99. Andrew, if you want to sprint into position, feel free to do so. But 99 now to Young. And Andrew's going to forego that opportunity. It's difficult with the spinner on to do it, but it's always quite nice when you get the local commentator on for 100. I think you were in position when Ricardo got to 3 figures. And Young is looking to join him. Will he do it this ball as he turns it through the leg side? And it beats Davis at mid-wicket. And Will Young reaches his century. You can hear the visiting team downstairs roaring for him. 174 balls along the way. Is it 2 sixes, I think? Is it 12 fours and 2 sixes? Sorry, I was just listening out for that.
I think so, yeah.
Great knock from him. I think he survived a good shout on 83, if I'm honest, from Will Rhodes. I think, again, saying to Phil at the time, if you had reviews, I think he was going to be in a bit of bother with that. But it's a fine 100 as Vasconcelos uses his feet now, drives it, but Davis fields an extra cover. 250 also came up with that 6, by the way, so a second batting bonus point for Northamptonshire, who've utterly dominated this opening day.
Yeah, I think Rhodes felt a little bit hard done by, didn't he? You could tell by his appeal and his disappointment.
I think it's hit him in line and it would have hit the stumps. A reverse sweep from Vasconcelos out to the deep point, who is only Alan Dolby. So already 9 runs off Briggs' first over back into the attack. And that's the other issue that Will Rhodes has had to deal with all day, in that he just can't find any bowlers to give him any sort of control. And that's still the case here. Briggs in again, off the back foot, guided nicely in front of point for another single. Young 101, Vasconcelos 136, and with Northamptonshire on 256 without loss. Andrew Raddle return after these thoughts from Eva Gray.
Yeah, interesting from Ricardo Vasconcelos. He's a couple of times in the past few overs played that reverse sweep out to deep point, and it's an interesting option with a little bit of risk, I guess, with given that it's only a single on offer, it's a bit of a risky option, but I guess that kind of shows that he's confident in his shot and in his shot selection, and that's an easy option for a single for him.
Absolutely, afternoon again. Again, Eva. Yes, about 6 overs to go until tea. I was getting into my seat, which Richard Wilford has kindly warmed up for me. 256 for no wicket. It's all going rather well.
Is this Rob?
Let's go and see you.
No, it's Miles still, isn't it?
It is still Miles. Yeah, 6 overs to go until tea. 256 for no wicket. Already, as we were saying, a record for Northamptonshire against Warwickshire. Maybe a few more to be set. Who knows? Vasconcelos 136. Will Young 101. His first century for Northamptonshire, and he's facing this ball from Miles and lets it go through outside the off stump. Just a slip and a gully in place, more of a backward point really than a slip. There is the third man. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Still the man Matt Lamb, who spent most of the afternoon sweeping out there, either on the onside or the offside, down in front of the family stand down to our left. Long leg.
Yeah, it looks like they've given up with that plan of the short ball now, after he crunched that one for 4 at the end of the last over.
Looks a bit that way. Here's Miles in again, bowls to Young, who's pushing defensively out on the offside, and fielded there at backward point by Dunny Briggs, and there's no run. Yeah, Vasconcelos, I say the records show that once he gets to 100, he has a liking to go big. He's showed that when his very early first-class cricket out in South Africa for Burlant, and since then he's made some big scores for Northamptonshire. His best 185 not out to win the game against Glamorgan last season at Northampton. A long run chase as Miles comes in, bowls to Will Young, he pushes it out into the offside. There's no run. Please, on a personal level for Will Young, because he worked incredibly hard in that long rearguard action against Yorkshire earlier this season, when he was out for 96 after 6 hours and 1 minute at the crease, and he was very disappointed, not I think on his account missing out on 100, but the fact that he got out with still some work to do to save the match. But nice to see him get a bit of reward today. And once again, Craig Miles, who was running in, decides that something isn't right. I think maybe Will Young wasn't quite ready, so he has to go back to the end of his mark, which at this stage of the afternoon, with the scoreboard reading 256 for no wicket, is not necessarily what you want. Quite a breezy afternoon here at Edgbaston. You can see the Warwickshire flag at the far end of the ground fluttering away at the mast as Miles comes in and bowls to Young. Is carefully in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Miles fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Breeze coming from our left.
From Selyoke, I think that is.
Is it? Oh, right. Well, again, and all these things, I will bow to your local knowledge.
It feels right. That feels like
it's the wind from Selyoke. There you go. Well, it's ought to be helping Craig Miles to just move away a little bit from the right-hander, but certainly not much shine on the ball to be helping in that respect as Miles comes in. Bowls short to Young, who tries to to hook.
That's the helmet?
I think it came off. Let's see what it came on. It must have got a bit of bat on it, because in fact I think it did come off the helmet, because they're now having a look at it, and presumably there'll be the obligatory, yes, the physio will have to come on, and we shall have to have go through the protocols.
It's a good signal that from the umpire, just tap
bring,
on the head.
That's it. So the Northamptonshire physio, Nick Allen, presumably will be seen sprinting out into the middle very shortly. The upshot of it is that they come through for a single, 257 for no wicket. Young to 102, and there he is. Yeah, Nick Allen's running out, so he has to ask all the questions. It was just a little sort of glancing blow off the top of the helmet, but nevertheless, for good reasons, they have to go through the motions and get all this done. You made the point, I think, when you were just on with Richard a moment or two ago, Eva, that you know, it has been a question of containment really for Warwickshire after that first session. I still think that short boundary makes even containment difficult, because you've just got no margin for error.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen quite a few times that even shots that are coming off the toe or really high up from the bat are just going for 4, and it's one of those things that obviously there's the negatives of the runs that it gives, but also just mentally for the bowlers running in and 257 for none, and they're just seeing not poor shots, but mistimed shots just fly for 4.
There was one, I think it may have been when we were on before, when I think I might have been on with Phil actually, when Ricardo Vasconcelos just played beautifully, but he miscued a pull and just clothed it really, and you thought that, you know, most of the time that would be a 1-2 at the most, and it just raced away to that short boundary for 4, and going to be very hard obviously for bowlers on both sides, because it's Northamptonshire obviously in a very good position at the moment, but they're going to have to bowl on it as well, and Warwickshire's turn will come, and I suppose Northamptonshire now just thinking, well, we've got to build a bit of scoreboard pressure and try and bat until lunchtime tomorrow at least, if they can get up towards 500 or something, and really put Warwickshire under the cosh. 257 for no wicket, still a ball left in the over, and it's Vasconcelos on strike now to face this ball from Craig Miles round the wicket, and Vasconcelos looking to turn it down the leg side, doesn't make contact, taken by Michael Burgess, and that's the end of the over. 257 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 136, Young is 102.
Yeah, Northants got quite a different bowling attack to what they had when we were last together at the Oval.
That's right, yes, they've got obviously no Sanderson or Taylor, and I think we were saying very early on this morning that the social media response yesterday when Northamptonshire announced that they were going to rest Ben Sanderson for this match was a lot of supporters are terribly happy about it, feeling that he obviously hadn't had to bowl since last Friday morning when Surrey were bowled out for 401, and after that it was a question of batting, and maybe he'd had enough of a break. Here's Briggs round the wicket, bowling to Will Young, who gets the little paddle sweep out again. It runs down to long leg oh dear, and it's gone straight through the fielder down there and run away for 4. Well, that's not a great bit of fielding, to be honest, and it's dispiriting for the bowler. It was a couple, and it just, I think, went through his legs and runs away for 4. 261 for no wicket, and Will Young up to 106. He won't mind.
Yeah, I think that sums up the day for Warwickshire so far.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it's one of those. We've all done it in any sort of cricket, but it's embarrassing for the fielder and dispiriting for the bowler. 261 for no wicket. Briggs in again, bowls to Young, short of a length, and Young just rocking onto the back foot, plays it out into the offside for Matt Lamb rather, to come off the cover boundary. In his sweeping position out there in field. One more onto the total, 262 for no wicket. And I think one of Northamptonshire's thoughts about the Sanderson situation may be connected to the fact that they have a match against Kent coming up in the final series of it's like first stage of the championship. Vasconcelos pushing it out to the onside, and there's no run. And I think that's a game Northamptonshire targeting. They feel that that's a game that they have a good chance of winning, and they want to make sure that Sanderson is fit and fresh for it. Here's Briggs again, and that's swept by Vasconcelos. It's just strayed onto leg stump. In fact, it was quite a way wide of leg stump, and Vasconcelos sweeping that away. And once it had beaten man on the 45, it was 4, and it was indeed 266 to no wicket. And Matt Lamb, who spent most of the afternoon chasing around, as I say, sweeping either on the deep mid wicket or the deep cover boundary, has a long chase down to the far end of the ground to retrieve the ball from under the tarpaulin. And it's 4 more to Vasconcelos, who goes to 140, and Northamptonshire to 266 for no wicket. Briggs over the wicket again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who takes a step down the pitch and clumps that into the pavilion for 6. Well, there was an element of premeditation about that, but he hit it beautifully when he got there. And that is 6 more to Ricardo Vasconcelos, 272 for no wicket, and Vasconcelos to 146. And yes, I think we were actually on together at the Oval when the end of that Surrey innings on the Friday, and I think I said at the time that the most worrying statistic of all some fairly worrying statistics up on the scoreboard was the fact that Ben Sanderson had to bowl 31 overs in that first, as it turned out, only Surrey innings. And I saw various comments, people saying, well, you know, Sanderson can bowl all day. Well, he can, and he loves bowling, but sooner or later, you know, he's going to need a break, and it is whatever, you know, there's lots of discussion about championship structure, but the way it is at the moment, it's back-to-back games, and a number in a sequence. Northamptonshire missed the second round of matches, so it meant they've got 5 games in a row, and it's tough. And I'm not saying he's a veteran, but he's 33, and you've just got to look after him.
Yeah, absolutely. And similarly here for Warwickshire, they've got Danny Briggs. He's gone for 78 off in his 14th over, and they had Northants had Simon Kerrigan, didn't they? And Jamie Overton, kind of took a liking to him.
Took him apart, didn't he?
So when you haven't got that control at one end and kind of a spinner time one end down, then it puts a lot of load on your seamers.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, Simon Kerrigan's just a couple of times this year has come on for a little bit of hammer, which is unusual for him. That's exactly what he gives you, control. As Briggs comes in again, bowls to Vasconcelos. This time he just turns it out square of the wicket on the onside, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. 272 for no wicket. Vasconcelos 146, Young on 107. Yes, normally that's the thing that you just rely on Simon Kerrigan to do, is to block up an end, and yeah, he hasn't quite been able to do that this year, but he's got another opportunity to do so in this match. But again, he's going to find himself bowling with a very short boundary, because I think we discussed again at the Oval, there was some talk in the sort of selection before the match, because once it was known that the match was going to be played on a pitch right over the Harleford Road side of the ground, whether it was even worth playing Simon Kerrigan for that very reason. They decided to go with it, and in the end, as you say, he got slotted, and it put more pressure on the rest of the seamers.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he goes about it when he eventually does bowl. I do think the Warwickshire bowlers have been a little bit inconsistent today. We've said there's not much in the pitch, we've not seen much, but just kind of a bit of variation in length and line as well, really. A bit of width offered at times. There's been, I can't see a wagon wheel, but I think there's been quite a lot through cover and point.
I would have thought so, yeah. Well, here's Nathan McAndrew back into the attack. Did he bowl 9 overs so far? Gone for 42. Starts his 10th over from the Birmingham end. Starts off with a delivery outside the off stump, which Will Young lets go through. Still not obviously anything like up to full pace. That's that ball coming through at about 2/3 stump high. Yeah, Northamptonshire going into this game in terms of the attack with 4 seamers: Berg, Kelly, White making his first championship appearance of the season, and Luke Proctor, and then the spin of Kerrigan and Rob Keogh. Here's McAndrew in again, even wider outside the off stump this time, and Will Young having nothing to do with it. Just 3 overs to go after this one before we get through to the tea interval. So no Sanderson, no Taylor. And also, and I suppose it's worth mentioning, it's also no Safe Zabe. Of course, his left arm spin is in there as a little sort of option for the captain, but they won't have that. Emilio Gay will tell you, of course, that he's got his little phantom seamers, partnership breaking medium pace, so he'll be ready to play a part if need be. Here's McAndrew in again, bowls again outside the off stump. Once again, Will Young has nothing to do with it. It's almost as though Young, having reached 100, is taking a fresh guard here, and he fancies another one.
Yeah, still probably finding his radar a little bit, McAndrew.
Yeah. It's 3 in a row that the batsman hasn't had to play at. Northamptonshire's record opening partnership against anyone, 375 by Rob White and Mark Powell against Gloucestershire in 2002 at Northampton. Here's McAndrew in again, bowls to Young, pushes that one out, does have to play it at least, pushes it out in the offside, and there's no run.
Will we expect to see Will Young in action against England?
I would imagine so. He's been named in the sort of extended Black Cap squad, and yeah, I'd be amazed. He's the man in possession, isn't he? So especially as he'll be coming into the series with some runs behind him in English conditions, I'd be very surprised if he wasn't involved. So, and he's very honest about this stint being part of the preparation for that. Here's McAndrew in, bowls to Young, who cracks that away through backward point for 4. Again, it wasn't a delivery of any great pace, it was a bit of width, and Young just punching it away down through backward point to the short boundary for 4. And for Young, the dreaded Nelson, 111, Northamptonshire to 276 for no wicket. Yeah, I spoke to him after the Yorkshire game, after that marathon innings of his, and we were talking about county cricket generally. Obviously, he was with Durham last year and Northamptonshire yes there, and he was totally up front. And he said, I want to get some time in English conditions to make sure I'm ready for the series. Outside the off stump, Young lets it go through. End of the over, 276 for no wicket. Young is 111. Vasconcelos is 146. 3 overs to go until tea. And yeah, so it's preparation for him, and obviously it's doing Northamptonshire a good turn. It's bolstered the top order no end, and as I say, I think you can excuse him the double failure against Surrey, because I think he got 2 very good balls, especially the one in the second innings from Dan Worrell. But up till then, he's been very impressive, and he's just a good, from what those in the dressing room tell me, he's just a good chap to have around. He's a generous cricketer. He gives willingly of his time and his experience, and hence the fact that we talked earlier about the fact that he's often seen down at the other end with the other batsman, even in the middle of an over, sharing a thought. He's a good man to have about, I think. Well, Will Rhodes is coming back into the attack. 9 overs for 38 so far. He's only bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos. From the pavilion end, starts off with one down the leg side. Vasconcelos shapes to play it. Doesn't make contact, goes through to Burgess. And it stays at 276 for no wicket. After Northamptonshire were put into bat. You can often make the excuse, can't you, when the sort of visiting captain misreads a pitch and says, well, we're going to bowl first, and it does absolutely nothing. It's not quite the excuse there, of course, when it's your own ground. Here's Rhodes in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, plays it down to backward point, fielded by Alex Davis, and there's no run. Mind you, pitches can, I think that the whole business of reading a pitch, it's a sort of black art, isn't it, in the game? It's like witchcraft.
Yeah, I'll be brutally honest. We all walk out before a game,
That's right.
and we stand there before we start warming up. And sometimes I'm just like,
no, I know.
Looks good.
There's, and that's a big flay outside the off stump by Vasconcelos. Wide, short ball from Will Rhodes, and it almost broke this partnership. Came very close to getting an edge, and Vasconcelos is annoyed with himself, because that could easily have been the end of this partnership in his innings. Yes, I do remember Kim Barnett once turning up at Northampton in the 90s, and it was as green as you like. It was almost indistinguishable from the rest of the square. And he won the toss, and with a grin said, yeah, we'll have a bowl on that. His Rhodes in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives through extra cover. It's beaten the man in the ring, and it runs away for 4 and 150 for Ricardo Vasconcelos, who it's a more muted celebration than the one when he got his 100, which obviously meant so much to him, but still applause from around the ground, and in particular from the Northamptonshire changing room. 150 off 183 balls, so he's reached that third 50 off 43 balls, and well, Vasconcelos keeps going. 150 to him in Northamptonshire, 280 for no wicket. Yeah, so Kim Barnett with a bit of a slightly sort of smug expression said, yeah, well, it would definitely have a bowl, and the inevitable happened. Northamptonshire made 501, so you know it happens. Here's Rhodes round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, turns that nicely away just past the square leg umpire, and it's another long chase for Matt Lamb, who's back into action in this match after a hamstring. Well, he's certainly got a good run out today. 2 more runs to Vasconcelos, 152 to him, 282 for no wicket. Yes, I seem to remember Richard Montgomery got a big 190 odd for Northamptonshire and got a big score.
I've had a couple of those where you turn up and you see some white lines on a piece of grass and
yeah, near enough. Wide outside the off stump from Young, and Vasconcelos cracks it out to deep cover. There is a man out there sweeping, but it's another single, and he nicks the bowling. Well counted. 153 to Vasconcelos, 283 for no wicket. Young is 111, and there are 2 overs to go until tea. It's like we were talking actually at the Oval, weren't we, when there was terrific crowds down there, and at tea time they all go out and the spectators always go out and have a look, and we've all done it when we're not working, and you just stand there and stare at the pitch, and as though you've got to see something that nobody else has seen. And
there's a few cracks here.
Yeah, that's right. You know, there's some white lines on it. Yeah, that's interesting. 283 for no wicket. A couple of overs to go until the tea break, and well, Northamptonshire, I'm sure these two would love to be there going into the final session. Some fairly serious gardening going on from both batsmen at the moment. I was interested in Richard's comment about the fact that he thought it may be a little bit too paced. I don't know what you feel about that. Eve, we'll get your view on that in a second, because there's Nathan McAndrew running in for the Birmingham end. First ball of a new over outside the off stump, and Vasconcelos lets it go through.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We saw a couple of shots in the past hour that have been a little bit early on, perhaps just stopping the pitch a little bit. We certainly saw some in the morning session that came through at kind of hip height for the keeper, but yeah, I don't think there's anything too much to worry about for the Northants and the Warwickshire batters.
No, there just doesn't appear to be a great deal of pace in it, certainly since the ball, the hardest one out of the new ball. That jagged back from McAndrew and kept a little bit low, and Vasconcelos I think managed to get a little inside edge on it, and it's probably just as well that he did, because I think if he hadn't have done, he might have been struggling. He's just having a little look at the inside edge of his bat, but that didn't bounce. And the odd one, we were talking about it earlier, the odd one just hasn't quite got up, and there's not a great deal of pace in this pitch, but well, you say it'll be interesting to see what happens when it does start to wear a little bit. The next ball finds Vasconcelos playing forward up to short mid-wicket, fielded there by Rob Yates, and there's no run.
Yeah, they had a period of time where they were going for the short ball tactic, weren't they? But they haven't got the pace in the bowlers or in the pitch really to kind of make that a viable option.
Just sat up a little bit, didn't it? One or two and pulled away. 283 for no wicket. McAndrew in his 11th over on his home debut for Warwickshire here at Edgbaston outside the off stump. Vasconcelos lets that go through. Vasconcelos 153 not out. Yeah, his highest. Talking about that career best of his. Him and Rob Keogh, Northampton chasing down 350 plus on the last afternoon against Glamorgan at Northampton last year. Played really well. Made what we all thought was a chase that was going to take, well, it was going to question playing for a draw really. In fact, they won about 7 overs to spare. Got there easily. Here's McAndrew, beats Vasconcelos outside the off stump. That's a good ball. That's a terrific comeback from McAndrew. Just slanting the ball across the left-hander. Vasconcelos, I think, dropping the hands, trying to play inside the line, but I think he was committed to play committed to playing it actually as it went past him, so I think you give the bowler credit for that. Not much, as we said, has gone past the bat today, so when it does happen, give the bowler a pat on the back. 1 ball to go in the over, which is the penultimate one of the session. Here's McAndrew in again, and that's driven away by Vasconcelos off a thickish outside edge, but there's not a slip in there. There's a gully but no slip. It goes down to third man, where it's fielded by Sam Hain, coming in off the boundary, and once again Vasconcelos has nicked the bowling. One thing he is doing at the moment to perfection is counting to 6. 154 to Vasconcelos, 111 to Will Young. Northamptonshire 284 for no wicket. Yes, if you're a Northamptonshire supporter and you're just tuning in, you haven't misheard. 284 for no wicket. And there is 1 over to go until 5 bowlers used by Warwickshire so far. All had a reasonably even number of overs, so Will Rhodes can be happy with that at least. He's going to bowl his 11th over, which will be the last one before tea. 0 for 45 so far. Rhodes round the wicket, bowls short to Vasconcelos. Pulls down to Matt Lamb, who now finds himself at deep backward square, and they come through for a single. 1 more to Vasconcelos. 155 to him, 285 for no wicket. Brings Will Young back on to strike.
Slightly surprised that we haven't seen someone else for this last over, maybe.
Yeah, just must be somebody else that can do something. Rob Yates bowls a bit off spin, doesn't he? I seem to remember of seeing him bowl before.
Richard was telling me earlier about Matt Lamb and his obscure run-up.
Oh right, okay. Well, that's
bowls leg spin now.
Perhaps a pleasure in store. They've come up to the second new ball. Here's Rhodes in, bowls to Young. In behind that, playing it up towards mid-on, but intercepted by the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, yes, I mean, it often tends to be, isn't it, in the run-up to the second new ball that you'll see somebody get a little roll. But we are in the last over before tea. Immediately we get to the tea break, I shall get out of this seat and let Richard come in and update his listeners. Here's Rhodes in again, bowls to Young. Turns that away through mid-wicket for a single. To the man out there on the boundary in front of the Hollies stand. Danny Briggs there, and that's 1 more to Young. 112 to him, 286 for no wicket. See, Northamptonshire supporters on Twitter are getting very interested about this. Very excited. Which is not usually a state of affairs that you immediately associate with Northamptonshire supporters. We're a fairly phlegmatic bunch.
Are you not getting really excited?
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it very much, especially after watching them rolled out twice quickly at the Oval. Here's Rhodes in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, pushes it up towards mid-off, but Hain comes in from extra cover to field, and there's no run. 2 balls to go. Yeah, as I say, I'm pleased. I'm just pleased for the captain. I think it's always tough when you're a captain and you're struggling for runs, and he's gone out there today and put into bat, and he's got a big score. So it's good for him. It's good for the side. Here's Rhodes in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, drives down the ground, and that's really well fielded by Dom Sibley, coming across from mid-off. Super bit of fielding, keeping his standards high, and probably saved 4 runs. So we come to the last ball before tea. 286 for no wicket. Dom Sibley has a word with his captain, possibly saying, "You owe me one." Here's Rhodes to bowl the last ball of the second session. And he's in and he bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives, and it's half stopped by Hain at extra cover, and they come through for a single, and that is tea on the first day between Northamptonshire and Warwickshire here at Edgbaston. And Northamptonshire go in on 287 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 156, Will Young is 112. That is tea, and I'll make way for Richard Wilford after a word from Eva.
Yeah, a great session there for Northants. I think the Warwickshire bowlers will head into tea feeling really weary and kind of, yeah, I think perhaps a few different plans need to give it a go in the next session. maybe see a few more overs from Oliver Halland-Dalby, who's probably the pick of the bowlers in the morning and afternoon session.
Yeah, so Northants scoring at such a quick rate as well. I mean, they're on target for about 440 in a day, the way things are going. If they carry on at the rate that they've maintained so far, no real control has been available to Will Rhodes. I'm just going to talk through a bit of the scorecard before we get to the report that I'm due to do at 3 minutes past. So Eva's free to go and get a beverage in the tea interval, and we'll have the whole of the evening session here live. We're just looking at the overs that have been bowled today. Warwickshire have only bowled 6 maidens in the first 2 sessions, of which 4 were Ollie Halland-Dalby's first 4 overs. That's how difficult it's been for them today in terms of the lack of control that they have had. And 287 without loss. Most of the bowlers have gone for 4 and over or more, and the normally reliable Danny Briggs has been going for over 5.5. So a very, very difficult first pair of sessions for Warwickshire. But Northamptonshire have batted extremely well. Just do an update for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR in a moment. At Edgbaston, 2 sessions and no wickets for Warwickshire after they chose to field first today against Northamptonshire, who have made hay at a scoring rate well in excess of 4 runs and over. Their captain Ricardo Vasconcelos, who was out of form prior to this match, is unbeaten on 156, well supported by New Zealander Will Young. He's got 112, did have a bit of a life on 83 when Will Rhodes fancied that he got him out LBW, but the Bears' attack have not made any inroads at all. At tea, Northamptonshire 287 without loss.
Latest course and other matches taking place around the country today, starting at the Riverside Chestnut Street, where Durham are hosting Glamorgan. Glamorgan won the toss and elected to bowl, and at tea, Durham were 224 for 5. In the Roses match at Headingley, where Yorkshire won the toss and elected to bowl, Lancashire are currently 195 for 2. At the Sea Unique Stadium Bristol, where Gloucestershire are hosting Somerset, Gloucestershire won the toss and elected to bowl, and at tea, Somerset are 229 for 3. At Lords, the match between Middlesex and Nottinghamshire, Middlesex won the toss and elected to bowl, and Nottinghamshire at tea were 227 for 4. At the Acton Steel County Ground, Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Sussex, Leicestershire won the toss and elected to bat, and at tea are 161 for 8. At the Incora County Ground Derby, the match between Derbyshire and Worcestershire, Derbyshire won the toss and elected to bowl, and at tea Worcestershire were 209 for 2. And finally at the County Ground Beckenham, the match between Kent and Surrey, Surrey won the toss and elected to bat, and at tea were 206 for 3. Please welcome back our umpires, Michael Burt and Peter Hartley. Welcome back to the Warwickshire team, now by Will Rhodes. Together with the Northamptonshire batsman Will Young, and to face the first ball of the evening session, Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Oh, good evening. Welcome back to Edgbaston, where we're just about to start the third and final session of the first day's play between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire in the County Championship Division 1. And, well, it's been emphatically Northamptonshire's day so far. Warwickshire captain Will Rhodes winning the toss first thing, deciding to have a bowl, and Warwickshire still waiting for their first wicket. Northamptonshire 287 for no wicket. Ricardo Vasconcelos, their captain, is 156 not out. Will Young is 112 not out. It's already a Northamptonshire first wicket partnership against Warwickshire, and I feel it's been hard work for the Warwickshire attack so far, and still another session stretching out in front of them.
Yeah, it has. Hard work, I think, is a little bit of an understatement. They've barely beaten the bat during the course of the first two sessions. That last session, Northamptonshire scored 168, and Vasconcelos scored 100, I believe.
Yeah, 105,
in
in the session, went from 51.
Terrific batting.
Yeah, he really has set his stall out today, and he's facing the first ball after tea to be bowled by Nathan McAndrew, and that's outside the off stump from the Australian. And there's now, well, gives you an idea, there's not a slip. There's a gully, there's a man at short extra, Tom Sibley. There's a man at short mid-wicket. Other than that, the short boundary on the Eric Hollies stand side of the ground. There are two men on the boundary. There's a long leg and a deep square. Then mid-on, mid-off, as we mentioned. In fact, the gully is now really retreated to backward point, so there's actually not really a close catcher in sight. There's a third man on the boundary and deep extra cover on the boundary as Nathan McAndrew with big appeal for OBW, and he's out, and McAndrew strikes with the second ball of the session, and Ricardo Vasconcelos maybe think he got outside the line, but the umpire thinks otherwise, and well, he's annoyed with himself, but he's done his bit today, but he'll be frustrated at getting out so soon after tea. Second ball of the session is undoing, and he's LBW to Nathan McAndrew for 156, and Northamptonshire 287 for 1.
Well, we were just saying that Warwickshire had hardly got a ball past the bat, and in the end, that one he played a little bit round that one, and it was a sort of half step across, and in the end, a fairly easy decision, I think. But what a terrific innings from the Northamptonshire captain. All the record books and records we were looking up during the tea interval, Andrew, we can put them all back.
Yes, well, it's always the way, isn't it, when you start sort of getting too ahead of yourself. But we need to have all the information there. The Northamptonshire record of 375, which is now safe, because Vasconcelos has gone for 156. I'll give you the details of his innings in just a second. And I was talking to Northamptonshire's chairman, Gavin Warren, at tea time, and he was saying that he's been sitting with the parents of Emilio Gay, who had quite a difficult journey up here. I think they had a puncture on the M1, and they've managed to get here to the ground, and looking forward to seeing their son bat. Well, they finally are going to see him bat at about 20 minutes past 4, coming in at number 3, Emilio Gay for Northamptonshire. Nasty attack of pad rash, presumably, as he's been there a while, but he's coming out to the middle now. The details of Ricardo Vasconcelos' innings: he faced 197 balls, he hit 2 sixes and 21 fours. He was at the crease for 260 minutes, so about 4¼ hours, and was LBW to McAndrew for 156, and that first wicket falling in the 65th over. So now, is it going to be right what the old cricketing cliche has it, which is 1 brings 2?
It's a this is the strange thing. It's a game, isn't it, which can swing so quickly, and things happen. And Warwick's now brought 2 slips in place and a gully for the new batsman, so we've got a completely different field. Having described that ultra defensive field for the first 2 deliveries after tea, they now change it round completely, and we've just got 1 man back on the short boundary on the leg side.
Yeah, he's about to face his first ball from Nathan McAndrew, and he drives it outside the off stump, and well, it was dangerously close to being bang bang, as they would have said in the slips, and it just beat the outside edge of a rather extravagant looking drive by Emilio Gay, who battled very, very hard down at the Oval to make 50 last time out in Northamptonshire's second innings. Really the only bright spot after getting well and truly peppered by Dan Worrell and Jordan Clark. Is hit 3 times on the right elbow, once on the left elbow, various other parts of the anatomy as well. Battled his way to 50. Here's McAndrew in again, bowls and beats him again outside the off stump. And suddenly it looks a totally different game, and Will Young's decision to bowl first has been richly vindicated, because he's obviously doing all sorts out there, and Will Young, as he often does, coming down the pitch to have a chat with his partner, who just having a little word. Very, as we were saying before tea with Eva, he's a very generous cricketer, Will Young. He's always down there and talking to his partner and offering a take on what's happening. Here's McAndrew, and again from the Birmingham end, bowl short, and Emilio Gay ducked underneath it, goes into the gloves of Michael Burgess.
Well, this is by far and away the best over that we've seen from Nathan McAndrew. I think he'd really hadn't looked to be troubling the batsman at all in his previous spells, but he's come out and bowled a much better line, and he could easily have picked up Gay here in the first couple of deliveries he's faced.
Yeah,
he's got that breakthrough, and I think the first breakthrough comes after tea.
Here's McAndrew in again, bowls very full, almost a Yorker length, dug out by Emilio Gay out into the covers, and well, applause from around Edgbaston, as you can hear, for Nathan McAndrew, who has picked up the wicket that Warwickshire have been striving for the first 65 overs of the day. 287 for 1 Northamptonshire, with Will Young on 112. Emilio Gay yet to get off the mark.
I think Craig Miles probably it looks like he's going to bowl from the pavilion end, but Warwickshire, it has to be said, in the afternoon session didn't ever really threaten, but that was probably the best over from Warwickshire's point of view that they've had. Not just obviously picking up the wicket makes it that, but as an over in general, they actually troubled the batsman more. They will hope that opens the door a little bit. Similarly, Northamptonshire will hope that they can continue the same way, and Will Young, who's on a magnificent 112. The field changes for him, much wider, and Craig Miles goes through the motions down here below us. He's in on his way in, he bowls, and this one is left outside the off stump, and a big step across his stumps, and watched it carefully through. It's having nothing to do with that. What Northamptonshire now don't want to do is suddenly find that Young goes. He needs to really turn this terrific start, 112, make it into a really big 100, and so the momentum and the initiative isn't sort of dribbled away. That's often so happens.
No, absolutely, Phil. Northampton need to make sure at the very least that they get the maximum batting points and go on from there.
Here's Miles in again and bowls, and this is off the edge. It runs away down sort of through backward point, and they get a single because there's nobody in to be able to get across to cut it off, so another one onto the total. Brings Gay onto face. 113 Young moves to.
Bringing up to date with what's happening elsewhere around the country. Down at Beckenham in Division 1, Surrey 216 for 3 against Kent. There's a bit of a recovery from Surrey, who had lost 3 wickets fairly quickly. They were 123 for 3, but they've moved on thanks to Ollie Pope, 56 not out, Ben Folkes, 36 not out, and we'll come back to that after the ball.
Here's Miles around the wicket to the Gay, who is forward, running this way into the offside, but Davis is quickly in from extra cover.
Not a dissimilar story at Headingley in the Roses match, where Lancashire lost a couple of early ones, but they're now 203 for 2. Keaton Jennings, 99 not out. Could be back-to-back centuries for him.
Yep.
And Stephen Croft is 85 not out. So the Red Rose shading things up at Headingley. The West Country derby at Bristol. At Somerset were put into bat by Gloucestershire, 245 for 3.
That's Miles in, bowls. This is clipped away beautifully through mid-wicket by Gay. He's going to get his first runs with a couple as this ball's just picked up and returned by Rose. In the end, Gay looking for a third and was sent back by Young. I'm not quite sure what Gay was after there, because he don't really think there was ever a third run on as he turned. I think he turned blind as well.
Yeah, there was. Well, if there was a third, it wasn't worth the risk. The situation that Northamptonshire find themselves in, the very last thing you want to do is to just give a wicket away, and I can imagine just a little bit of anxiety there, I think.
It's Miles in and bowls to him again, and this is looking to turn it away down the onside. He gets a leading edge and the ball runs out from almost from the angle which he was trying to play that was a thick edge, because it ran away to cover point where he was looking to glance it down to fine leg, but he got right across in the end, played the ball almost pushing it away from outside his legs, but, just a bit tentative at the moment.
Was, yeah. In Division 2 at Derby, Worcestershire 225 for 2 against Derbyshire. At Durham, at Chester Street, Durham 226 for 5 against Glamorgan.
Miles again in, bowls. Gay leaves outside the off stump, and the ball goes through to Burgess.
Leicestershire's batting tribulations not showing any sign of improving. At Grace Road, they're 181 for 8 against Sussex. And at Lords, Nottinghamshire 233 for 4 against Middlesex. So that brings you up to date with what's happening right across the round of championship matches. We're in round 6, of course, of this first set of county championship fixtures. Yeah, I mean, you can imagine Emilio Gay just being a little bit sort of het up, obviously having spent 65 overs with his pads on. But I mean, he also must be mindful of the fact that having worked so hard down at the Oval and had to fight for every run, there might be a chance for him to make a bit of progress here. Here's McAndrew in again, bowls to Young, who drived off a thickish outside edge down to third man, and they come through for a single. Still a very defensive field for Young, but I imagine, yeah, we'll see some close catches gathering with Emilio Gay on strike. 290 for 1. I think the board might actually be a run behind, because I think Emilio Gay did pick up 2 for that stroke away through mid-wicket, as Phil was describing. So,
yeah, because he was back.
Yeah, they were looking to go for 3, so
yeah.
I think they might just have missed a run there.
Yeah, because they've got Gay down as just a single.
Short goes McAndrew, and Gay ducks underneath it and goes through to Michael Burgess, and there's no run. Yeah, I'm sure they'll carry out the necessary audit and they'll work it out in due course.
Unless we missed
one short.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing that.
No, I didn't. I think they may just have missed a run, but anyway, yeah. I'm sure they'll sort it out. 290 for 1, 2 slips and a gully in place for Emilio Gay. Much more overcast than it's been at probably any other stage of the day's play, as McAndrew comes in outside the off stump. Gay lets it go through to Burgess. It's been a bit of cloud around all day. We have had some sunshine from time to time, but it's probably filled in a little bit now. There's a little bit of blue sky overhead for most of the day. There is still some clearer weather over the city, the far side of the city, as we look out from the pavilion here at Edgbaston. But
do you think that was part of Rhodes' decision to bowl?
I think it may well have.
I
think it may well have been. I think he looked up rather than looking down this morning as McAndrew comes in outside the off stump. Gay again leaves it alone, and it goes into the gloves of Michael Burgess. Yeah, I think I was talking to Eva earlier. I think the feeling is that Rhodes, again, we're second guessing, and we shall doubtless get chapter and verse later, but my feeling is he may well have just thought bit of cloud cover. It may do more this morning than it's going to with the forecast set fair for the next few days. And also, maybe, as we've discussed, that they were just mindful of the fact that Northamptonshire had just come off the back of a fairly torrid experience down at the Oval. Here's McAndrew bowling that wide outside the off stump, and again, not for the first time in the last few overs, it just died in the pitch a little bit and scuttled through to Burgess, who actually took it really well, because it wasn't easy at all, very low down. Just the odd ball, when I say kept low, I don't mean it's scuttled along the floor, but it's just died a little bit in the pitch, especially as with the new ball, the ball getting older and older. We've still got another 13 overs to go before the second new ball. 290 for one. Gay on strike. McAndrew bowls to him, beats him outside the off stump, and Sam Hain at second slip almost turns his back on that and can't believe that Gay didn't get a nick, and deserved applause for Nathan McAndrew, who's put in a good stint after tea for Warwickshire, including their first wicket. 290 for one. Will Young is 114. Emilio Gay, the board says one. I think he should actually have two. Yeah,
should definitely have two. That won't actually worry, I don't think, Northamptonshire too much if they see that ball keeping a bit low, because 290 runs already in the bank, and
no,
it's only going to work to one team's real advantage, you would think. Miles now back over the wicket to the right-handed Young, and this one has Young playing it from the crease, just almost jabbing down on it, pushing it into the offside, thinks about the run. He actually comes down the wicket, but more after having played the shot, and there's no run.
See over the far side of the ground, Northamptonshire's bowling coach Chris Liddle doing a lap with Mark Robinson, the Warwickshire coach, which is nice to see. I'm sure exchanging a few thoughts on the game. Two good men of cricket.
You wouldn't see two football managers walking around chatting to one another during the match,
I don't think you would. But no, it's great to see. Mark Robinson, of course, started his county cricket career at Northamptonshire.
His Miles is in and bowls, and this is cut away down to third man for a single by Young. Just used the pace and just angled the bat and took a very comfortable single. 291 total moves to.
Proves how old I am. I remember Mark Robinson bowling a magnificent last over for Northamptonshire against Hampshire in a NatWest Trophy semi-final down at Southampton, the old Northlands Road ground at Southampton, 1990, to take Northamptonshire into the finals. A superb last over to win a high-scoring game.
This next one is left outside the off stump as Gay extravagantly pulls the bat and everything out of the way.
It was a very tight match. I think Northamptonshire won by 2 runs, if I remember rightly, and there was a certain amount of discussion because the late and much missed David Capel had a brief exchange of views with David Gower, who was playing for Hampshire when he got him out. I think he gave him a little bit of a send-off, and he was caught by the television cameras, and it was one of those that made a few of the back pages the next day. Good game of cricket, though.
Miles bowls. This is up on his toes, Gay, and he will get his first boundary as he sends this one past Danny Briggs at backward point. He went down trying to goalkeeper style, trying to stop it, but it races down the slope down to that short boundary to the Hollies stand and takes Northamptonshire on to 295 for one. Gay moves on to 5. I wonder whether we did miss a short, because that's not changing.
No, it hasn't. No, they must have. Maybe I didn't see it, but.
Here's Miles in again. This time, Gay again, not really in control of this shot at all. Gets up on his toes and fends this one away, but flicks it down to fine leg for a single. In the end, he played that one quite well from the ball rising, but outside the off stump and playing it back across his body down to fine leg.
I exaggerated. Northamptonshire won that match by 1 run. And Mark Robinson bowled the last over. Got Rajesh Maru out in the last over. That's right. And they just ran out of steam. But it was a very, very good game of cricket.
pass to young Ian Bowles. There's going to be more runs, just tucked away round the corner down to fine leg, and they jog through for another one. 297 for one. End of another over, the 68th over. Miles has 0 for 62, and Northamptonshire hone in on their third batting point. They are 3 runs away from it. Warwickshire are a long, long way away from getting their first bowling points. They still need 2 more wickets.
And you can tell that Mark Robinson's the home man now because he's got the mug of tea.
Oh right.
So he's come prepared. 297 for one. Gay on 6, Young on 115, and McAndrew starting another over to Will Young. This time goes right in behind, gets his head over the ball, pushes it out to Dom Sibley coming in from mid-wicket, and there's no run.
One thing which is noticeable, Andrew, is that a lot of people at that Birmingham end have gone home in the tea interval.
Yes. Well,
they'd seen enough today.
They'd seen enough, and because they missed the wicket with the second ball of the second ball of the session. But
it's definitely thinned out.
Yeah, and also I think it's also quite chilly out there, apart from anything else. Is McAndrew bowling short to Will Young, who pulls it down to deep backward square. More work for Matt Lamb to do. Some thought of a second, but not on, because Matt Lamb, as he has been all day, was quick to the ball, and they settle for the single. 298 for one, and Young up to 116. Great pleasure during the tea break to have a quick chat with Mushtaq Mohammed, one of the greats of Pakistan cricket. Played, of course, for Northamptonshire for many years, and then, of course, also making a legendary name for himself in league cricket in this part of the world, and looking in very good form. Here's McAndrew in again, bowls to Gay, who's in behind that, pushing it up to Lamb, who now finds himself saving one and extra cover, and there's no run. Yes, the man who's certainly credited by some with, if not inventing, then being one of the first to use on a regular basis the reverse sweep. Fantastic batsman, wrists of steel, wonderful leg spin bowler, and formed a terrific partnership with David Steele, contrasting styles when I was first starting to watch Northamptonshire in the early 70s. They always seemed to be 20 for 2, and those two going in and rescuing the innings. Here's McAndrew, bowls to Gay, who has a waft outside the off stump. Could have cost him his wicket, but didn't. Beat the outside edge, goes through to Burgess.
Just at the moment doing enough to keep Warwickshire encouraged here. Gay, he's had a couple of shots outside the off stump, not a great deal of foot movement, and pushing the bat across, the ball going across him and pushing hard at it. Because he was very young when he was only about 17 when he made his Test debut, wasn't he?
Mushtaq, I think depending on which source, I think they even been a bit younger than that, but I think it depends which source book you go with. Is McAndrew bowling short to Emilio Gay, who ducks underneath it. But he came, of course, with Pakistan Eaglets sides in the early 60s and signed for Northamptonshire, long-term contract. But of course, in those days, you had to qualify before you could play championship cricket. So he had a couple of seasons when he was playing. He was a Test player already and playing for Northamptonshire's second 11. But that's the way things were done in those days.
What was he? Was it 4 brothers who played Test cricket?
Here's McAndrew in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. End of the over, 298 for one. Young is 116, Gay is 6. Yes, and finished with Northamptonshire in 1977, but the previous year, in 76, of course, he earned himself an indelible place in Northamptonshire's history by being the first captain to lead Northamptonshire to a major domestic trophy. Gillette Cup in 1976, beat Lancashire and Mushtaq's men. He was there to lift the trophy. Great day, which, again, being old, I remember very well.
Miles is on a way, starts a new over. This is tucked away by Young into the onside, and they scamper through for another single. 299 for one.
Serious career record. You look at his stats in Test cricket, 57 tests, average just a hair under 40 in Test cricket, high score of 201, 79 wickets into the bargain as well. And in all first-class cricket, just over 31,000 runs at 42, 72 hundreds, and 936 wickets.
So what year did he make his Pakistan debut?
That would have been 1958.
That's Miles Bowles, and Gay runs it away. So he would have come over with the 1962 Pakistani side.
Yep, and
which got thumped, didn't they?
Yeah, and then the Eaglets in 63.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's the one that Peter Parfitt seemed to score 100 every time he went out to bat against them.
Yeah, he made his Test debut against Pakistan in Lahore in March 1959. In fact, 58-59 season.
Right. Miles again round the wicket in Bowles, and Gabe takes the bat away. The ball, rising ball outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. There's no run. One run away from a third batting point. 300. Slowed down a little bit since tea, losing that wicket. The skipper going, but still in a very strong position.
I think from 168 runs in the afternoon session, I think it was bound to slow down, slow down a little bit. But
Richard was saying that if we can keep the same going, there'll be well over 400, and Warwickshire just been able to check it a touch as Miles is in again and bowls and down this time. Again, offers no real shot, turns as the ball goes down the leg side and just takes everything out the way, swinging around on it.
So to answer your question, Phil, Mushtaq was actually only 15 when he made his
15
when he made his Test, 15 and a half when he made his Test debut. But yeah, fantastic cricketer.
Because his brother Hanif was the record holder
for a long time. About 499.
Yeah.
Of course, there's Sadiq, who played for Gloucestershire and Pakistan as well.
Yeah. Miles in bowls. This one is... We'll say Gay just pulled the bat inside that one, and it goes through to the keeper again. He's just finding it a little bit tough to get going here, Gay, but he's still in there. He's 6 not out.
I think Richard and Eva are lurking, in the background, so we'll...
I shall do the end of this over, just one ball to go, and then I'll make way for Richard.
We'll stagger it so that we're not having to change both microphones at the same time, because otherwise...
I'll go first and let Richard in.
Otherwise there may be what's known as a pregnant pause.
So, in again, it's Miles Bowles, and this one is runaway to bring up the 300 down to deep backward point. And Gay gets another one. He gets to 7, and Northamptonshire move to 300 for 1.
Thanks, Phil. Yeah, 300 for 1 it is. So a third batting bonus point for Northamptonshire. Mark Robinson and Chris Liddell still having their little lap round the ground. I think Mark Robinson's finished his mug of tea. Chris Liddell's asking where his is. I've still got mine, which I will go and finish in a second. Afternoon again, Richard.
Afternoon. Hey, there was a wicket. That was exciting, wasn't it? Ricardo didn't seem very happy. It looked okay.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance. The only thing I could think of from where we were was whether he may have thought he just got outside the line, but it was fair enough. Here's McAndrew starting another over, bowling short to Gay, who ducks underneath it, goes through to Burgess. Yeah, I have to say, Ricardo is not. He's a very slow walker off at the best of times, if it's a sort of moment that really counts and he's out at a crucial time, we have seen the new batsman taking guard before he's actually left the field. But yeah, he's frustrated obviously to get out just after the interval, but played really well. Here's McAndrew outside the off stump, and that cuts back in to the left-handed Gay, who left, I think, as much on length as anything else, when I would imagine over the top of off stump into the gloves of Burgess. And McAndrew's bowled a really good spell after tea, apart from obviously picked up the wicket, which helped, second ball of the session, but generally tested both batsmen. Has been really good here. Still another 9 and a bit overs to go until the second new ball is due, which I'm assuming Will Rhodes will probably take straight away. Here's McAndrew in again, bowls to Gay, stands up tall and plays it out into the covers where it's fielded by Lamb, and there's no run.
He's got a little bit of a quandary now with his bowlers because he wants to rest Hannon Dolby until the 80 overs are up and the new ball's due, but McAndrew and Miles are bowling good spells after tea, but he wants one of them to take the new ball as well. So interesting decisions he's going to have to make here.
Yeah.
At a time when they've built some pressure for really the first point in the match.
Here's McAndrew in again, bowls to Gay, drives, nice to the covers, but well fielded again by Matt Lamb, who's seems as though he's done about 40% of all the fielding to be done today. Seems to have been Matt Lamb. He's had a very busy day. He's had lots of running to do, and this after he's just come back into the side after a hamstring, wasn't it, I think, Richard?
Yeah, it was kind of a sore hamstring, I think you have to describe it, because he did only miss the one match.
Well, he's had a very busy day today, as McAndrew runs in again, bowls to Gay outside the off stump, left alone. A little bit brighter than it was a few minutes ago. We were saying, I think, while Phil and I were together just after tea, that probably the light was as not bad by any means, but the cloud cover was heavier than it's been at any other stage of the day. But there's a bit more blue sky in evidence now, happily, over towards the city. The wind, as Eva was explaining earlier, coming in from Selly Oak. I'm in absolutely no position to question that at all. Here's McAndrew running in again, bowls to Gay, who jams down on that, and it missed the leg stump by a whisker. So nearly played on, to the frustration of McAndrew and to the relief of Gay. End of the over, 300 for 1. Young is 117, Gay is 7, and I shall make way for Eva.
Thick inside edge, onto his heel, rolled past the stumps, missed it by about 1.5 inches. Would be the summing up of that one. And Warwickshire feel they could do with a bit of fortune at this point in the day. The thought of bonus points from this might be a good idea as well. But at the moment, 3-0 in that regard for Northamptonshire, having brought the 300 up. But Emilio Gay needing a while to play himself in. To be fair, Young and Vasconcelos did spend the first half hour quietly, just getting through what was being dealt for them. There's a ball just back of a length from Miles. Sees Young up onto his toes and diverting it out into the offside for a single. Young, who got a century against the Bears for Durham last season, so he's got a bit of previous. Eva's becoming an expert in the technicals here. She's diligently making sure she gets her headphones in. There you go. The last half hour we've been chatting, and she's firmly established herself as a cricket badger.
That's not fair.
You called it yourself. It's a good thing. It's the love of the sport. There's Miles round the wicket to the left-handed Gay, and he's dragged that down the leg side. There is still something, isn't there? There is still something about if you're sitting at home, even if you're watching TV, just having a cricket ball in your hand.
Yeah.
You can't knock that. Just fiddling with the seam and having a look, and a bit of a polish on your jeans.
Yeah, I've got a specific ball in mind that I've got at home that just...
Yep.
It actually lives in the kitchen, not in the lounge. But,
okay. So whilst you're waiting for your pasta to cook...
Exactly.
Wrap your fingers around the seam. Short ball from Miles, almost bowled himself off his feet then. Rather awkward looking follow through. Gay ducks under it, it was going down the leg side anyway. And it remains 301 for 1. Still got my old bat from my school days hidden away in the garage. Just every now and then pick it up just to feel the balance of it.
I'd actually probably say the bat in my house gets used more than the ball. I would say every time my brother doesn't live at home anymore, but every time he comes around, the first thing that he does is picks up the bat, waves it around, gets told off by Mum.
Standard. Miles again across the body of Gay and down the leg side. Not quite getting his line right from round the wicket.
Yeah, we have been known to break a few picture frames and light bulbs, so I'm not surprised that she...
Yeah, no, yeah, I mean outside can be dangerous. One of the best off drives I ever played was into my friend's dad's greenhouse.
I was going to say greenhouses are dangerous.
Yeah, I don't think they were used to a lot of back garden cricket in their house. Really should have pitched the wicket the other way around. I mean, it was a good shot. They couldn't tell me off. I was a visitor. It wasn't my fault. He'd overpitched. As Gay comes forward to the next delivery from Miles, who fields it with good agility in his follow-through.
Yeah, you can't leave those alone, can you?
No, that's it. You know what I mean? If he's bowling me a proper half volley outside off stump, it would be remiss not to drive it.
Just imagine you're at Lord's.
Oh, can you imagine? It's exciting enough when you're in the commentary box there. As long as you don't suffer from vertigo.
Or is it high?
It's high, and the window is on an angle, so you can look straight down. I shouldn't, if I were you, if you've got any vertigo. It is brilliant up there, though. That's a better line from Miles. Again, it's short of a length, and it goes past the edge of Gay's bat, which was floating out there a little bit. And Gay has just gone to ask the Bears captain, Will Rhodes, something, just to check whether it's okay. So whether he needs treatment or a change of gloves or whatever, but he certainly asked the Warwickshire captain's permission to do something, and whatever it was, Will Rhodes didn't have a problem with it. That was very polite.
Very polite.
I thought you were going to say he needed a wee or something, but
yeah,
don't very often see a batsman attempt that.
So don't need to ask captain to change your gloves.
No. He certainly went across first and to where Will Rhodes was standing. And Nathan McAndrew's bowled really well since tea, and he's properly dragged his figures back, actually. He's now 1 for 49 in 15. Bear in mind his first over went for 13 earlier today. And now he bowls full of length. Trying to drive was Young, but he only gets the inside half of the bat on that. And the ball rather stumbles up to mid-off, where it's fielded, and the ball is thrown to Alex Davis, who clearly is the team polisher at the moment.
We're all seeing a bit of swing in this evening session. Looking back at the stream, that one went quite late. A little bit too wide to really trouble Will Young, but there is a little bit of something there.
So this cloud cover offers the bowlers more than this morning's cloud cover.
Exactly.
Driven into the offside, Davis hurls himself full length and can't reel it in left-handed, and it is such a short boundary that Danny Briggs can't make the 20 yards across to intercept that. So 4 for Young. He goes to 122, and Northamptonshire to 305 for 1. Cloud on the other side of the city centre has gone very low. There's no hint of rain up the forecast, but they could just get some up there. Probably, where are we thinking on the angle there? Oof, Gravelly Hill up towards Erdington. They might get a bit of weather. McAndrew, down the leg side. For a moment you wonder whether it might have been a little strangle, but nothing on it.
I'd love to know how many runs have been through cover today. I think there's been a lot.
Too many, or?
Well, I think it just kind of shows they've bowled a bit wide, haven't they?
Yeah. If I was from a TV company, I'd pull out the wagon wheel at this point and we'd dissect it. But you're probably right.
Yeah, I've given them the cue, so if they could.
Yeah. The director will be on it anytime soon. There's a good length from McAndrew, defending with a dead bat by Young. And Sibley comes across from mid-wicket to pick up. Will Rhodes has been doing some stretching, so it would appear that he might bowl the overs between now and the second new ball from the pavilion end, calling his deep square leg in. I don't think you can get the joy of Matt Lamb after all today, bowling, but he may not be in a fit condition to bowl, actually. As it is, he comes in a wee bit ruefully into a more orthodox square leg position, and he's immediately having to run after the ball as well as it's turned round the corner by Young. He'll give way for Sam Hain, who fumbles the pickup, leaves the ball behind him, but it's rolling forward, so he nutmegs himself by letting it roll between his legs, and then picks it up when it's back in front of him. In the meantime, another single to Will Young, who's 1-2-3, 306 for 1.
Slips are very close together, aren't they?
Yeah, second and third. Hain likes to stand quite well forward. I say second and third, they're first and second. It's a wide first slip, isn't it? So he's allowing Burgess plenty of space. And forward in defence is Gay. And that is the end of the over, 306 for 1.
Yeah, the scoring rate's definitely slowed down since tea, hasn't it? Obviously that wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos, and Will Young's kind of been the slower of the two throughout the day, but...
Well, they're in great shape for getting maximum batting points because they've got 37 overs to get to 400. So, from that point of view, as long as they do it by the end of the 110th over, they're absolutely fine. And they will be feeling their best chance of winning this game on what seems a benign surface, and with the weather forecast very good for certainly the next couple of days, their best way is to bat really big. In fact, if they were still batting this time tomorrow, that might not be the end of the world for them. Put 600 on the board.
Yeah, definitely. And it's over to the bowlers.
Yep. Will Rhodes is indeed going to return. Right arm over the wicket to the Kiwi Young, who's getting good batting practice in time for the Test series. Fends the ball off into the offside. And across comes Yates, who I think there's no slips in there. Was he fielding as a gully, really? There's quite a few boundary riders. Deep square leg, long leg, third man, and point fielder not quite on the boundary, but that is a very long boundary. Almost twice the distance as it is on the leg side for Young. Might be very close to being twice the distance, actually. As this is onto his pads, steers it away from Davis at short mid-wicket. In comes Briggs from the square leg boundary, and they come through for another single.
Yeah, the fielder out there at deep point was a good 25-30 yards off the boundary.
It'd be a good hit to clear him, let's put it that way. And he is very much in a boundary saving position out there. Now for the relative newcomer, Gay, who's faced 37 deliveries for his 7. 2 slips are back in position. There's also a short extra cover. That's kind of a catching position. And Gay just reaches outside off stump, pats it out square. Picked up by Chris Benjamin, who appears to be in the field, and there's no run. Who are we missing at the moment? Mr. Hannon Dolby, I don't think he's out there, is he? Just for now.
Do you reckon he'll have an over before the new ball, or straight in?
As long as he comes back out onto the pitch, then I would say straight in with the 81st. As this one goes through, there's an appeal for caught behind. Will Rhodes is absolutely imploring the umpire. I know, in fact, the appeal is probably for LBW. And, well, Will Rhodes is showing a little bit of dissent, I think it's fair to say, for that.
I think he might get told off for that later.
I think he will. Just getting a replay here. The appeal will be for LBW. It's tight, isn't it? It's really tight as to whether that's hitting him in line or outside the line. Really tight.
He went with the celeb appeal, I think it's called, didn't he?
Did he? It's bowled just back of a length and guided down towards point. It's a quick single. There'll be an update in a moment for our local radio stations in a few moments.
Yeah, I think he thought it was plumb and he was off.
Still 22 overs left in the day after this. Warwickshire will feel they need 3 or 4 wickets to drag themselves back into this game. 3 or 4 more than they've already got. Trying to stop the single here. Brought almost everybody in for Young, who comes down the pitch and tucks it into the leg side. And there's no run here at Edgbaston. Northamptonshire 308 for 1. It means Warwickshire have finally made a breakthrough. It was the second ball after the tea interval. Good delivery from Nathan McAndrew that wrapped Ricardo Vasconcelos in front of the stumps. He was gone for an excellent 156. Will Young still there. He's also made his century. He's on 124. Emilio Gay is the new batsman. He's on 8. He's just survived a strong appeal from Will Rhodes. Northamptonshire 308 for 1. So 6 overs to go until the second new ball. Actually, the only reason why Hannon Dolby could conceivably get one before, and he has come back onto the pitch now, the only conceivable reason would be that McAndrew has bowled already 5 overs in this spell. And whether they want him to bowl as many as 8, this would be an interesting question. But it's been a good spell, this one.
Absolutely.
He'll come round the wicket to Emilio Gay. Short ball, and that's going to be pulled to the short boundary very comfortably for 4. Dispatched with some aplomb. Just pivoted on his back foot. And moves into double figures with 12, 312 for 1.
Yeah, I think it kind of shows how slow the pitch is. Really, didn't look rushed. It was a decent bouncer. Got up about chest high, and yeah, he didn't look rushed at all, did he?
No, I don't think this pitch will undo too many with pace. Let's just see how McAndrew reacts to that. What ball he bowls now? Square legs going back onto the fence. Another fielder will come in shorter, just in front of square. Now that he's seen a willingness on the part of Gay to pull, but you don't want to overuse the short ball with that precariously short boundary on that side. And the next bouncer is ducked under by Gay.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier. It is an interesting tactic from that end for the left-hander. You kind of get the feeling that if he gets anything on it, it's going to fly to the boundary, and it's kind of going to do well to pick out the 2 men out there.
The umpire is switching from square leg to point. Don't know that's for his own safety. If you're going to use this tactic, I'm getting right out of the way. That's his principle. As once more in comes McAndrew, and once more it's short, and he's pulled, and a lovely tumbling stop from Davies on the boundary, who then throws at the non-striker's end, and Gay was almost beaten by that throw. He had to accelerate at the end, and it would have been quite close. That's not the first time Alex Davies has done that in the deep today. There were hands on heads because that was tight.
Yeah, he was just leisurely jogging a single, wasn't he? And Alex Davies tried to catch him out.
You might as well run it hard. If you run it hard, there might be a misfield that can get you back for 2. It's like when batsmen don't run their batting. You think, well,
yeah.
Or batters, sorry, apologies for that. Should get that right now. Concentrating on it. McAndrew bowls outside off stump, driven square by Young for another single out towards the point boundary.
Yeah, misfield is definitely a possibility out there. He hit it so hard and it's so short that it was a good pick-up from Alex Davies.
He's a very good fielder. Obviously, also a specialist wicket-keeper. Warwickshire had 3 specialist wicket-keepers in the team at Lancashire last week.
Who was the third?
Chris Benjamin, who's been out as 13th man today. This is clipped neatly into the leg side by Gay, but a sprawling parry from Matt Lamb. I don't know where they put him today, because he's been in about 8 different fielding positions, but there it is, back with him again.
Like a ball magnet. Not what you want when you just come back from a hamstring injury.
He might need a bit of a soak tonight.
Ice bath, maybe.
Yeah.
Not nice, those.
He's averaging 55 in the opening weeks of the championship season. Made 100 in the first game to cement his place in the side. Oh, not for the first time. Gay almost plays on here. McAndrew bowling full across him just outside off stump, and he dabs it down, and it goes behind him just past off stump. End of the over, it's 314 for 1. I think there was a little bit of a technical flaw emerging there for Emilio Gay.
Yeah, definitely. He looks to be just playing it so late. You talk about playing it under your eyes, but I think that's taking it to a new extreme.
Yeah, he's playing it behind his eyes.
Yeah.
Sounds more painful than it is. Rob Yates is having a little warm-up. I can't imagine we're going to see a couple. Are we going to see a couple of tentative overs of off-spin before the new ball? Maybe, maybe not. McAndrew want to bowl another over after that one. As Rhodes has just dragged that one down onto the pads of Young for a single down to long leg. 126 for him, 315 for 1. The breeze continues, as Eva has pointed out, from Selly Oak. It's only because she's lived somewhere in the Selly Oak Raddlebarn Road triangle as a student.
Yeah, somewhere over there.
Somewhere in that vague area. She's not unfamiliar with some of the health food refectories on the old bit of the Bristol Road, I'm sure. As Rhodes bowls outside off stump and is left alone by Emilio Gay.
Yeah, there's a new one actually called Chick King.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
What to give that one a go?
The Selly sausage is gone now, isn't it?
It has. You got Dixies, Roosters.
So basically, if you want chicken, you're well set.
Yeah. If you're
Anything
vegan
else,
or
struggling.
Yeah, vegan or vegetarians have limited options.
Full from Rhodes, driven up towards mid-on. Nice pick up by Miles, prevents a single. There's a little rub of his wrist, but he's okay. Don't try driving through there at 11:30 on a Friday night down that bit of the old Bristol Road, the bit where the bypass goes now.
Some right sights, I'm sure.
You might see some people a little bit the worse for wear. That's why the pizza places stay open until about 3. Left alone outside off stump. Gay shoulders arms.
The Tesco garage on the corner has actually become, probably is at its most busiest at about 3:30, 4.
Yeah.
Because it's en route back from the Guild of Students on a Saturday night.
Crikey.
But it's closed at the moment.
It is, yeah, I noticed it's caged. It's caged at the moment.
Lots of students wondering what to do with themselves at 4 AM.
Rhodes onto the pads of Gay, driven towards Lamb at mid-wicket. He picks up no run. There is another small supermarket by exactly the same company, all of 150 yards up the road, but that closes earlier. For those who want the full details of student life in Selly Oak, there you go.
Yeah, there's been absolute outrage recently on social media because the Tesco meal deal's gone up in price.
Oh no. Oh, that is drama. Well wide of off stump, Will Rhodes, end of the over. For those who are more adventurous, for their chicken fix, of course, the very well known Emporium where you pay a fortune for chicken and effectively go and serve yourself. It's not too far away on the retail part down the road. But yeah, 315 for 1, Northamptonshire. So we have you as an adopted Brummie, which is nice for now. Not for long now.
No,
But
not long left now.
it's all right. We'll recruit you for Birmingham Phoenix one day. You can come back as a local.
I'm not sure after our massive win here last year.
Well, if you can't beat them, join them. That's how it works. Short ball McAndrew is the appeal for a little thin nick here from Young, who was pulling. McAndrew showed a lot of interest. Michael Burgess, very little by way of support. I think the umpire's got it right. McAndrew is looking around, almost as if to say to Michael Burgess, well, come on, give it a go. You never know.
Well, his hands were nowhere near anything else, so if there was a noise, then...
Yeah. I think that was fine. I think that was
nothing,
correct.
Nothing from Michael Burgess.
McAndrew once more from the Birmingham end. It's short, it's pulled and pulled down this time. Lamb slides to his left to do the fielding and keeps it down to a single. Gets good applause from his teammates. 316 for 1. Oh, just checked. I've been booked to do an extra report at 5:30. I need to know these things, otherwise I'll disappear from here and get myself into trouble. Which is never a good thing.
Busy man.
Not really. Not really. Don't know what to do when I get home today because I finished a box set yesterday, so I'm going to start again. So the ball's driven by Gay through the offside, through the vacant mid-off area really. And that's a long, long, long chase that is just going to beat Will Rhodes to the rope as he was arriving. Good shot from Gay. Long boundary out there today. He's to 17. 320 for 1. And as well as McAndrew's bowled in this spell, it does still look a pretty good surface to bat on.
What have you just finished then?
I've just finished watching 10%, which is about film agents in London. It's a reworking of a show called Call My Agent, which was very popular on Netflix last year, which is French, which I'd watched previously. But 8 episodes this week. As McAndrew bowls very full, and again he so nearly plays on Emilio Gay. He's had 3 goes at it now. This time he chops down onto it and it goes plops up and over the stumps and behind.
I'd imagine he'll be getting a few words.
Yeah, there's going to be a wee element of sledging going on there.
Yeah, a little bit.
So I did reveal at Lancashire last week because I'd had a really horrible cold about 2.5 weeks ago, so I stuck at home for a while. I managed to get through all 32 episodes of Killing Eve in 4 days.
Wow.
That was I really was poorly. That was the reality. Turn around the corner, this one by Gay down to long leg for a single, 321 for 1. Enough to confirm the opinion offered by many fans of that series that they shouldn't have made Series 4.
Really? I've not seen it.
Far tidier finish to Series 3. That would have been a perfect moment to leave it. I'm not going to do any spoilers for anybody. But it's not usually my thing to watch all these things back to back, but that was 40-minute episodes. They were quite compelling. You get hooked in.
Yeah, and also they have that thing now where you're sat there on the sofa and it plays automatically.
It does, and you think, well, it's rude not to now, isn't it?
Exactly.
Oh, he's come down the wicket here as Young, as if to drive McAndrew, and in the end gets a thick edge down to third man. And it'll be another single, 322 for 1. Just trying to work out how we're going to assort our troops here. Now that I've discovered I've got to do a 5:30, what we might do in a few minutes, if Andrew comes in for you in a bit, but then you come back in for me after I've done the 5:30, Eva, should we do that?
Yep.
To balance it. As, we've got, 19 overs left in the day, so we're going to get through till about 6:30 today. Bit of extra before Eva hits the various chicken refectories of Selly Oak, as we've now discovered.
Not tonight, I don't think.
Well, there's no need. You've had a cooked meal here.
Very nice. It was too.
It was good. Will Rhodes in over the wicket, clipped fine. That's going to take some cutting off. It's not going to be cut off. Was the bat? There was bat. Young collects 4 more. 132 to him. 326 for 1. And partnership now worth 39. Took them a little bit of a while to collect themselves after the departure of Vasconcelos, but I think it's really sensible. They're in such a good position after that brilliant opening partnership that there's no scoreboard pressure, there's no time pressure for maximum batting points, and now they get rolling again. Rhodes in, forward comes Young, out into the offside. I would say we were talking about the fact you don't get to play sort of long form red ball cricket and get into these situations.
I know, I'm intrigued. I've never played a game across more than never played more than 1 day cricket. And I was saying to you earlier, I think personally my game probably suits red ball cricket more.
Left alone outside off stump. So if I said to you, right, well, you can play a series of games next year that are over 2 days, might only be a 1 innings match, a bit like grade cricket in Australia.
Yeah.
Would that be a good step forward, do you think, for the women's game? I
think so. Interestingly, I think it was in the pre-season last year, the Central Sparks, who are the Midlands-based women's region, did I think it was either 2 or 3 day warm-up game.
Rhodes approaches once more, driven up to mid-off, Miles Fields, no run.
And I think it went down quite well, and Richard Bedbrick, who's our director of cricket, kind of said to a few of us, like, would you be interested in doing this? And everyone was like, yeah, like, why not? Sounds good. Bit of experience doing something else. And I think he sent an email around the other directors of cricket at the other regions, but we've not heard anything about it. So
okay, I'm likely to bang the drum for this. Wide outside off stump from Will Rhodes and through to the wicket-keeper. So I just think that there's a certain sense of women's Test cricket is a good game to watch, but is so rarely played. In terms of warming up for those games, the women haven't got any red ball cricket to play, so that's difficult because it is a different skill, bowling with a red ball to bowling with a white ball. It does react differently, so it might well suit somebody like you with the swing. As pushing forward in defence again is Young, end of the over, 326 for 1. If you take a brief break, Eva, and I'll bring you back in here after I've done my next report. Andrew is going to slide into position, having thoroughly enjoyed his day watching Northamptonshire bat as well as they have. I did mention the fleeting possibility that it might happen, but Rob Yates is going to come on and have what is probably a 1-over spell here, a single over of off breaks. He might have been used 5-10 minutes earlier had Nathan McAndrew not been bowling so well, I suppose. But an opportunity for Yates to see if he can pick up a wicket.
Afternoon again, Richard.
Andrew, it's been a good morning, good afternoon, good everything for Northamptonshire.
Yes, they haven't had a bad day at all. There's Yates starting, as you say, probably a 1-over spell. And starts off with a ball on leg stump, which is whipped away to mid-wicket by Emilio Gay. He's had 1 or 2 alarms and excursions since he's been in, but he's still there on 18. Yates round the wicket, bowling his off-spin to Gay, who uses his height to get right over the ball, plays it back down the pitch. And there's no run, just light, not quite as good as it was about half an hour ago. Light's not on as yet. Here's Yates, flights that ball up to Gay, who drives on the bounce back to the bowler. And fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. 326 for 1, the opening partnership 287, Northamptonshire record against Warwickshire. As Yates comes in again from the Birmingham end, bowls to Gay, who stretches right forward, get over the ball, needs to make sure that he is still there when the second new ball is taken. With Young for company preferably. Yates again round the wicket, bowls short of a length to Gay, who cuts, and it's not fielded cleanly there. That's backward point by Craig Miles. As a result, they're able to come through for a single. He stopped it, took the way off it, and I think he's done himself not a great deal of good. He's down.
He's having a good roll around.
He is. He's it's the old RADA audition at the moment, but a bit of method acting. But anyway, he's okay.
Yeah, I think he's fielded that ball with his left wrist, which I think in the game people consider unwise.
327 for 1. Gay to 19. Young back on strike. 1 ball to go in the over. Short of a length, paddled round the corner to the aforementioned Craig Miles, who fields, and there's no run. End of the over. Tidy enough one from Rob Yates. 327 for 1. Gay is 19. Young is 132. Northamptonshire's 12th man, Ben Curran, has appeared on the pitch with gloves, I think, for Will Young, which gives you an idea of his thoughts, and setting out his stall again for the final, as you say, probably going to be about an hour and 10, isn't it, I think?
It is not inconceivable that we may see a little bit more of Rob Yates yet, but given that he bowled a tidy over there, in that part of the consideration Will Rhodes will have will be the amount of work the bowlers have done and when, how many overs he wants left with the new ball tomorrow, if you see what I mean. Is the first ball of his new over round the wicket is driven by Gay up towards mid-on. You know, does he want it to be 16 overs old, or would he rather have it 10 overs old in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's the choice he's got.
Quite a few runs around the country today, looking at the scores in the other matches. Certainly the batters dominated today.
It's funny how that happens, isn't it, on first days of matches. You tend to have good batting days or good bowling days round the country. As it's clipped by Gay behind square, and they'll come back for a quick 2. McAndrew tries to challenge them with a throw, but they've judged that well. And 8 to 21, 329 for 1. But yeah, there seems to be a lot of parallels round the country on any given Thursday.
Yes, no, absolutely right. Beckenham, Surrey 257 for 3 against Kent. Ollie Pope is 82 not out. Ben Folkes just through to 50. And in the Roses match, big recovery from Lancashire, who were 30 odd for 2 early on. They're now 245 for 2. Long partnership between Keaton Jennings, who's made another 100, and Stephen Croft.
Yeah, you start the season with injured Keaton Jennings as a big, thick inside edge from Gay that goes back towards Will Rhodes. Made his comeback last week against Warwickshire. His first 30 or 40 runs were stickier than a porridge when you've run out of milk. I mean, it looked like a man who hadn't played cricket for quite a while, and gradually he started to look like Keaton Jennings again. Crease occupation will do that, and as Ricardo Vasconcelos has shown today with his innings, it's a good delivery from Rhodes, beats the outside edge of Gay, who is in those early stages of an innings where he looks out of sorts.
Yeah, I think there's a touch of pad rash here, isn't there? He's just been sitting there for a long time, having, well, say, battled really hard in a totally different set of circumstances down at the Oval when the ball was flying around and the Surrey seam attack right on top with the lights coming on.
Rhodes angles it across the left-hander and through to Burgess. Just lights being on can provide a bit of an added element if the new ball is taken immediately.
Yes, lots of theories about that, aren't there, as to why that should be. The one that I keep hearing is because it depends what sort of bulb is in the light, but it can warm up the air and so make the ball swing. This is what I've heard.
Wow.
I do not vouch for the veracity of this, but it's a theory I've heard this year.
Rhodes slower, fuller, past the outside edge of Gay's bat, taken right down by his toes by Burgess. The end of the over. Emilio Gay's had 3 goes at getting out played on, but each time it's just avoided his stumps.
So he seems to be having a sort of a thing with sequences at the moment, because he was saying down at the Oval he managed to get hit on the same elbow 3 times in fairly quick succession.
Our answer about the new ball's going to come very quickly, isn't it?
Yes, I think so. And Ollie Hallandolby coming into the attack now.
The umpires have requested that the lights be turned on. Floodlights can be used in County Championship cricket.
An explanation about the floodlights. I like that, an explanation.
There we are.
The umpires have asked for the floodlights to be turned on.
Floodlights take over. It is likely that play will be suspended as the red ball becomes very hard to see against the dark background.
I see. No, it's because he's added a clause about why play might still be interrupted.
He's built up his part there. There's
still
more.
going, isn't there? Yeah.
Page 2.
See, this is a written script. It's a bit like when you get one of those cold calls.
Yes.
If you throw them off their script, they're absolutely lost.
Yes,
they start again. You say, "Look, you've already said that, but I'm just asking you. Are you proud of what you do for a living?"
As the board copy takers used to say in the days of filing copy down a telephone. Is there much more of this? Well,
did you say point new par? Did you say point new par?
Here's Hallandolby running in to bowl to Will Young outside the off stump, and Young lets it go through. The new ball has been taken, so we'll see what effect, if any, the new ball will have, particularly under the floodlights, which are still sort of taking their time. They have different times. We were discussing this at Oval, because most of the grounds you see the floodlights come on. They come on gradually as they do here. But at Chelmsford, it's just like flicking a light switch on, and they just come on immediately with full power. Here's Hallandolby in again, bowls outside the off stump to Young, who shoulders arms, plane taking off, I assume, from Birmingham International down to our right. Sorry, carry on.
They're funded by the people in South East. They'll get more of a government subsidy to make their lights work quicker.
Oh dear, don't start on that.
You know.
It's bad enough you saying that Killing Eve Series 4 shouldn't have happened. That's controversial enough for one day, Richard.
They would have been better off sticking at the end of Series 3, which is a far more elegant ending.
Well, as I haven't seen
any of it
at all, then
take my word on it.
I will, completely. Here's Hallandolby in again, bowls and beats Young outside the off stump, one that just bounced a little bit, as you would hope with the new ball, and just did enough to leave him. And once again, Young just goes down and has a little suspicious prod of the pitch. Listen, there's no need to worry about Series 1, 2, 3, 4 of Killing Eve when you've got 80 plus episodes of Dad's Army to watch, which is or Rumpole of Bailey.
Oh crikey, Rumpole was tremendous, but there are few more intriguing television partnerships than Sandra Oh and Jodie Comer. That's what I'm saying. It's magnificent, the interplay between the two of them.
There's Hallandolby running in again, bowls to Will Young, who plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. It's surpassed only by Arthur Lowe and John LeMessurier, of course.
I listen to some of the radio version every now and then when I'm travelling around and about. It's very neatly written.
It worked out quite well last year, because the Rumpole of the Bailey coincided on one of the channels with the 100, so I was able to enjoy Rumpole of the Bailey. And yes, 3:29 for 1. Here's Hallandolby running in again, bowls to Young, who turns that down to long leg for a single. Craig Miles emerges from the shadow of the pavilion down below us and sends in his return. One more run, 330 for 1. Will Young up to 133. So, having just missed out against Yorkshire, out for 96. He's made no mistake today. He's got his 100, and well, still plenty of power to add. He would dearly love to be there at the close. Northamptonshire would dearly love him to be there at the close. It's already been a good day, of course, and particularly for Ricardo Vasconcelos. I've already sent the message down to the head coach that very much like to have a chat with the captain after the close. I imagine he'll probably be quite happy to speak today.
It'd be a strange circumstance for him not to want to talk today.
That's right. It's Hannon Dolby to finish the over. Round the wicket bowls to Emilio Gay. Plays it back down the pitch. End of the over. 330 for 1. Young is 133. Gay is 21. And we've had 1 over with the second new ball.
That ball did just spear in a little bit with the natural angle of Hannon Dolby. It was exaggerated. So it may do a little bit, this second new ball. Craig Miles will take it from the pavilion end. 15 overs left in the day now. The floodlights have gradually, as Andrew described it, just about kicked in. They'll be visible from the top of the city centre. Once you come over the brow of the hill from St Andrew's Football Stadium, you can see the floodlights in the middle distance. It's quite well hidden at times because of the various hills around Birmingham, which in itself is on a plateau, if you're not familiar. That's why we can't have an underground, apparently.
I'm making that future reference.
Here's Miles bowling very full towards leg stump. Defended into the leg side, no run.
It has been suggested that the reason that we've changed commentary position from one end of the county ground at Northampton to the other is that I mean that I can no longer see all the churches around the county ground and can no longer give a long and tedious history lesson about them. So
it is a blessing. I'll be doing an update for this as a BBC Radio WM in a moment. Not of the churches in Northampton. Miles was almost running in as he turned there. Comes into bowl, slows as he arrives to the crease and is cut behind square for a comfortable single by Young. He's on 134 and looks like he's pretty determined to dig deep and still be batting tomorrow morning. He's had a couple of phases of the day where he's gone a little bit more attacking.
Well, particularly the 2 steps down the pitch and whip it over mid-wicket for 6, which came out of nothing this morning. But
2 slips in place for Emilio Gay. Miles back round the wicket to the left-hander, who he forces onto the back foot. And he defends it back down the track. Dom Sibley in from mid-off to field. And there's no run. Radio WM will come any second because they're just doing Brendan McCullum as the top story in the Sports Bulletin. That's quite ahead of football. It's gone in ahead of football. Miles walks back to his mark. Let's get this report done. Yes, a day in which Warwickshire might feel it was a bad toss to win because they have really struggled against a fine Northamptonshire batting performance. They're 331 for 1. The only wicket fell just after the tea interval. Ricardo Vasconcelos, the captain, made a brilliant 156 before being trapped LBW by Nathan McAndrew, whose spell post-tea is probably the best that any Warwickshire bowler has produced. Will Young, the New Zealander, is still going. Watchful for the most part. Occasionally has his attacking phases, but he's on 134. Emilio Gay has had a couple of lives on his way to 21 in terms of twice or 3 times he's almost chopped onto his stumps, but he's got away with it so far. Northamptonshire 335 now for 1. With that adjustment to the score, the fact that it's the end of that report, a lovely drive through the covers from Emilio Gay, which takes him to 25. This is the sort of day now that Northants, you get into the final hour, you don't want to waste the position that you're in.
No, and I think that's the concern, isn't it, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. They want to make sure that they, at very least, get the 400, to get the maximum batting points, and then see where they go back till perhaps early afternoon tomorrow, if they possibly can, looking at 500.
Miles short, pulled by Gay, and he's timed that beautifully. As long as the boundary is, he's managed to get it very nicely between the deep fielders, and he doesn't have to worry about running. Beautifully dispatched. 339 for 1 Northamptonshire at the end of that over. Eva Gray will be back sitting here in just a moment. Andrew Rad, meanwhile, will continue to inform you.
Yeah, I think Northamptonshire at 339 for 1. They've got 14 overs left in the day's play, so if they have anything like a reasonable last hour or so, they're going to be pushing up towards, what, 380, something like that. But absolutely right what Richard says, having battered themselves into a strong position, what Northamptonshire don't want to do is to then throw it away. Here's Hannon Dolby starting fresh over, his 17th of the innings, second with a new ball, and it's driven up to mid-off by Will Young. Mid-off fairly deep, and there's no run. Stays at 339 for 1. Afternoon again, Eva.
Afternoon.
Shortcake biscuits all gone.
Yeah, I know. There was a great biscuit selection.
Very good. Yes, I think I've still got some ginger nuts secreted somewhere around the building. Yep, good position for Northamptonshire to be in. But as we say, they don't want to just squander 3 or 4 wickets in this last little session. And Will Young, looking full of determination, plays that next ball up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Danny Briggs, and there's no run. I was interested in the conversation you're having a bit earlier with Richard Wilford about the business of women's cricket not playing enough red ball. The discussion we had with on air with Jo Gardner when we talked to Jo when she was doing some commentary with us in the Yorkshire match at Northampton a couple of rounds ago, and she said exactly what you said, that it would be terrific to have that opportunity, even if it's just a 2-day match with with one longer innings per side. It just gives a different perspective, and obviously will be better preparation for women's Test cricket. Here's Young facing this next ball, tickle down the leg side, and he's out. And well, Will Young, we were saying about his determination to stay to the close, but it hasn't happened. He got a little tickle down the leg side, strangle down the leg side, and Young goes for 134, and the new ball does the trick for Warwickshire, with Northamptonshire 339 for 2, and Young goes. Court Burgess bowled Hannon Dolby for 134.
Yeah, you could say a little bit unlucky. We've seen quite a few runs down in that area where they've just kind of strayed a little bit too straight. But yeah, just a small nick on there, and he raises his bat. He's played very well today.
Yeah, it's been a terrific innings from Will Young. I say his first Northamptonshire century, and now it's an interesting little phase of this match, because as we were just saying a moment or two ago, what Northamptonshire don't want is a little flurry of wickets before the close. They've battered themselves into a strong position. What they don't want is for Warwickshire to get right back into this game, and for the advantage that they've built up to be sort of dissipated in the last 3/4 of an hour or so. Luke Proctor's come out to the crease, somebody we spent most of last Friday watching batting down at the Oval with Northamptonshire when he made 83 in 4 1/4 hours, unbeaten round of partners. He's having a really good season with bat and with ball, and moved up to number 4. Safe Zabe, of course, started the season at 4, but struggled for runs, so they put Proctor up there instead for the game at Chelmsford. Took advantage straight away, made a century, then followed up with runs at the Oval. So he's in decent nick.
Yeah, definitely. I think even if they end up, I don't know, 380 for 4 or for 5, that will kind of feel a little bit tainted going into the second day. We spoke about it before as well, like just with the momentum going into the morning. Warwickshire will feel they had the best of the last session.
Here's Proctor facing his first ball. Hannon Dolby round the wicket, and it's turned away down towards fine leg, and it's 4 runs. There was some bat on it, so Michael Burgess not really standing any chance of getting across to that one, but it still went pretty fine, and in view of what happened the ball before, an interesting one. 343 for 2. Hannon Dolby putting the ball, I suppose you say, in the right place for that. 343 for 2 it is. Proctor is 4 off 1 ball.
Yeah, he was annoyed with himself for that one, I think.
Yeah, it was just one of those. He caught enough of it to go wide of the keeper, but here's Hannon Dolby again, bowls to Proctor, and again he's just angling it into the body and bowling short of a length, and Proctor's turned that, got in behind it, turned it down to long leg, where they come through for a single. More authentic stroke from Luke Proctor, goes to 5, and Northamptonshire to 344 for 2 under the floodlights. Headlights, you'd need a few cars, wouldn't you, really? But under the floodlights here, the E for Edgbaston.
Yeah, we've seen that shot so often from him over the past couple of games.
Yes, it's an element of Groundhog Day, isn't there, really? That we're sitting here watching Luke Proctor bat again. But anyway, it's Emilio Gay on strike now, on driving again into the covers, and once again a very good stop there by Matt Lamb, who's done a terrific job for Warwickshire in the field today. Must have, I wouldn't like to think how many runs he's saved, but he's been absolutely outstanding, whether in the ring or sweeping. End of the over, successful one for Ollie Hannon-Dolby, and Warwickshire have managed to pick up both openers now since tea. It was at the break 287 for no wicket. It's now 344 for 2, with Gay on 20 and Proctor on 5. And it's going to be Craig Miles to continue from this pavilion end. The crowd, I have to say, pretty much drifted away, isn't it? There's a few diehards left, 1 or 2 in the Hollies stand, 1 or 2 at the far end, and a few sitting down to our right in front of the Tom Dollery lounge. But other than that, not too many around the ground. Here's Miles round the wicket, starting a fresh over to Luke Proctor. It runs down off a thickish outside edge, but there's only 2 slips in place and a backward point, so it runs away down to third man for a single. Takes Proctor to 6, and Northamptonshire up to 345 for 2. If you're just joining us, Warwickshire winning the toss first thing, putting Northamptonshire in. Opening stand of 287 between Vasconcelos and Young. Vasconcelos going for 156, Young just a few moments ago for 134. Here's Miles, in again, bowls to Gay, beats him outside the off stump. Still a little bit in it, isn't there, with the new ball? Just the odd one nibbling around a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. That one just hold its line a little bit. You'd expect it. He's got to play at it because it's coming in with the angle. But yeah, just a little bit of moving away and squares him off a little bit.
All this on the day where Brendan McCullum, of course, as Richard was saying earlier, confirmed as England's red ball coach. Test cricket. Here's Miles round the wicket again, bowls outside the off stump to Gay, and it was a tight leave, but I think quite a good leave, and again left as Gay often does on length as much as line. What do you make of the Brendan McCullum appointment, Eva?
I was just about to ask the same question.
Well, you first.
I think it's interesting. I said to Richard earlier, it might be a little bit of a risk for him. This is his first, well, it's a big coaching job, isn't it? Trying to kind of rebuild English Test cricket. A lot of responsibility.
Here's Miles in again, bowls and beats Gay outside the off stump. This is good stuff from Craig Miles. He's worked out his line to Gay, bowling round the wicket, and he's slipped a couple past the outside edge in this over. Stays at 345 for 2.
I think it's a positive appointment though from the ECB. I think it kind of indicates a little bit where they want to go with Test cricket. And Richard was kind of the opinion that it might see that we see the introduction or the reintroduction of some white ball players maybe with his background.
Yeah, it's that is, I think, definitely possible. Here's Miles round the wicket again, this time Gay using his height to get across to the ball, playing it out into the covers where Davis half stops, and there's no run. Yeah, it is in some respects quite a surprising appointment. Seeing there's so many names have been put out there, haven't there, the last couple of weeks or so. It was going to be Gary Kirsten, then it was going to be various other people, and Brendan McCullum's name only seemed to come out last couple of days, really. But yeah. I think he comes with a huge amount of goodwill. He's a popular cricketer, very well respected. Here's Miles round the wicket to Gay, who steers that down to third man and picks up a single off the last ball of the over. Takes him to 30, and Northamptonshire up to 346 for 2 at the end of the over. We did mention earlier, I think the slightly ironic thing about it is that at a time when we've been talking about England's batting needing to be you know, perhaps a bit more circumspect and get the players in there to bat long and build an innings, and, you know, be a bit boring if necessary, then you've got probably the most attacking cricketer in world cricket in recent years in Brendan McCullum. But the other thing I think he'll need to get used to as Hannon Dalby starts fresh over round the wicket, and it's edged by Emilio Gay. It's gone between first and second slip. Now my thought was it just bounced in front of first slip, but it's run away for 4. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, it didn't quite carry the first slip, and it's run away for 4, and it brings up the 350 for Northamptonshire, but unlucky for Ollie Hannon Dalby, who found the edge as Gay drove outside the off stump, ran down for 4, and it brings up another batting bonus point for Northamptonshire. They're 4th, 350 for 2. Gay to 34. I think the thing he's going to have to get used to, and you mentioned there that it's one of the biggest jobs in world cricket, the media pressure, the media attention. Here's Hannon Dalby in again, and this time Gay is solidly in behind them on the back foot, playing it down to backward point where Davis fields and there's no run. You know, the amount of media attention that this get a bit vitriolic at times, the old tabloid back pages, and I doubt he's done a job that's probably involved anything quite like that. So that'll take a little bit of getting used to. If it's a bad start on the first day, you know, I hope it isn't. But if it's a bad start on the first day of the first test, here's Gay facing this ball from Hannon Dalby outside the off stump. He lets it go. Then it's a question of how he deals with it, isn't it? And also the selection's going to be fascinating. And
definitely, I think as well it'll be interesting to see how Ben Stokes goes about it.
Yeah.
I was listening to the Tail Enders podcast a couple of weeks ago, and they were talking about how when Joe Root became England captain, he kind of lost that personality that he had as a cricketer, and he was always the joker and the guy who was, the funny guy in the dressing room, if you will.
Here's Hannon Dalby in again, bowls to Gay, and that drives that beautifully away through extra cover. Runs for him here as it goes out towards the long boundary, and even Matt Lamb's had enough of that and decides not to chase it all the way. Leaves it to somebody else, and they're able to come through for 3 runs. Takes Gay to 37 and Northamptonshire to 353 for 2.
So yeah, they were saying that kind of the prestige of being England captain, the kind of expectation that you're very serious, it's a prestigious thing, isn't it? So it will be interesting to see if the same thing happens to Ben Stokes and how he goes about it, and whether we see his personality come through.
Proctor facing this ball from Hannon Dalby outside the off stump, left it alone, goes through to the keeper. Yes, I just wonder, have we had the red ball reset now, or are we going to have another red ball reset, or are they going to reset the red ball reset, or are they going to reset the red ball reset, or I don't know.
We've had a lot of resets.
We've had a lot of resets recently, so yeah, it would be. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not wishing ill on Brendan McCullum or England at all. Quite the opposite, but you just wonder what's going to happen if things don't go well on the first morning at Lord's. Here's Hannon Dalby round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, in behind it, pushes it up towards mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. 353 for 2, Proctor is 6, Gay is 37. Yes, if I don't know, Tim Southey or whatever, they nips 3 or 4 out with a new ball on the first morning, and England go into lunch at 56 for 5 or something, and it's going to be, oh, here we go, same old, same old.
Yeah, but it's hard, isn't it? Because the bat isn't going to improve straight away,
no.
And kind of even if it happens again, it kind of will be like, oh, well, same old, same old. But you can't expect a head coach to come in and all of a sudden we're 200 for none on the first morning. Like,
here's Craig Miles starting another over to Emilio Gay, who turns that away just in front of square on the onside, past the umpire. There is a chase back for, inevitably, Matt Lamb, who does have to do it on his own this time, and they pick up 2 more runs. 355 for 2, and Gay up to 39. Equally, if they do have a good first session, then Brendan McCullum, of course, will be the messiah, and he can do absolutely no wrong until the first time that it goes wrong. So, yeah, tough job, but I'm sure everybody, all England supporters, wish him well. Here's Gay facing that next ball from Craig Miles from round the wicket, and he shoulders arms, watches it go into the gloves of Michael Burgess. The lights in, and then it's not just the fact the lights are on. I think actually the natural light has improved a little bit in the last 15-20 minutes or so. The cloud seems to have got a bit higher. There's a bit more blue sky around, so I don't think we're going to have any problems getting through to the end. 3:55 for 2 it is. Here's Miles round the wicket again, down the leg side, and again Gay just having a little fiddle at it, rather like Will Young did. It cost Young his wicket, of course, caught behind down the leg side. Fortunately for Gay, whose parents, I gather, are in today, having had a puncture on the M1, and rather a difficult journey. Looking forward to seeing the boy bat, and it took them a very long time before they actually got a chance to watch him bat, but I'm sure they wouldn't have worried too much about that. 3:55 for 2, he's on strike as Miles bowls on leg stump to Gay, turns it down to long leg for another run, takes him up to 40, and Northamptonshire up to 356 for 2.
Yeah, he's had a 51 and a 65, hasn't he?
Yeah, and both innings that I think you could almost see him maturing in front of your eye. The 65 was against, you know, a good Yorkshire attack. In fact, he made those 2 runs, the 2 scores against probably the 2 best bowling attacks in the division, you would say, against Yorkshire and Surrey. 65 against Yorkshire, 51 against Surrey. So he's growing up in cricketing terms all the time, I think, as Miles comes round the wicket, turned away just behind square by Proctor. Very much a Proctor stroke, bread and butter shot, and he picks up another single, goes to 7, and Northamptonshire up to 357 for 2. Yes, he's he's learning his trade. He's relatively young in the game. Made his maiden 100 last year down at Canterbury. Another product of Bedford School. Seem to be churning out good cricketers, including some on the Northamptonshire Academy with great regularity at the moment. And Emilio Gay pushing that ball out into the offside to finish the over. Fielded up there at mid-off by Dom Sibley, and that's the end of the over. 3:57 for 2. With Gay on 40, Proctor is 7. And Adam Hose is coming on the field. It's somebody else's. Dom Sibley coming off, I think.
Fancies a rest.
I was going to say, I don't think he's going to get his bowling boots on, do you?
Quite like to see Dom Sibley have a bowl.
I'm trying to think if I must have. I think he has bowled in it. Did he bowl it in a test match? I seem to remember I've seen him bowl at some point. I don't think it would have been in a county match.
I can imagine that there'd just be a lot of limbs everywhere.
Yeah, well, see if we can get him on at some point. Here's Hannon Dolby running in again to bowl to Luke Proctor, who's up on his toes, plays it out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Nathan McAndrew, and there's no run. Time coming up to 6 o'clock. Local time, and as I say, the conditions much brighter. God, it did get a little bit murky, didn't it, about an hour or so ago when they put the lights on, and I did wonder if we'd actually get through, but I think we're going to be absolutely fine now. Here's Hannon Dolby in again, bowls to Proctor, and he leaves that alone, and the fielders behind the stumps, of course, looking to give plenty of encouragement to the bowler. Ollie Hannon Dolby into his 19th over. What a spell that was after tea from Nathan McAndrew. It was a terrific little burst there, picking up the wicket of Vasconcelos, and could easily have had a couple more.
Yeah, that's probably the best bowling that we've seen all day. Oliver Hannon Dolby bowled 5 maidens up front, but apart from that, I think he was quite expensive after those 5 overs. So yeah.
Here's Hannon Dolby in again. The sun trying to come out and left alone by Proctor. Goes past outside the off stump into the gloves of Michael Burgess.
He's nearly hit that onto his own stump.
He did, didn't he? He was trying to leave it alone, and he just got a little bit on it, and it's almost been one of the themes of the day, hasn't it? The nearest that Warwickshire have routinely come to getting a wicket has been almost a chop on or a run out, with somebody dawdling at the non-striker's end. Here's Proctor, drives outside the off stump. Most un-Luke Proctor-like stroke that was, almost a sort of a Caribbean drive on the up, away through extra cover. Didn't make contact, goes into the gloves of Burgess, and a shot you very, very rarely see Luke Proctor play. We did see one of those in the early stages of his long innings against Surrey. I seem to remember him trying that with the same result, that he didn't get anywhere near it, and then sort of put it away in the bottom drawer. Decided not to get it out again. Here's Hannon Dolby running in again, bowling to Proctor, who's pushing that out into the covers, fielded by Matt Lamb.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a burst of energy from the Warwickshire fielders here. We've got 2 slips and a... Is that a gully? It looks a bit fine for a gully.
Yeah, it's more of a sort of backward... Oh, yeah, well, it's almost a sort of like a 4th, 5th slip, isn't it, rather than a gully? Yeah, it's not a... Yeah, it's a 4th slip. So 2 slips, a 4th slip, and a backward point as Hannon Dolby comes in again, bowls to Proctor, who comes across his stumps, plays that into the onside. And there's no run, goes out to mid-wicket where McAndrew fields, end of the over, 357 for 2. Gay is 40, Proctor is 7.
Yeah, so just a few extra catches behind the bat. A bit of chat in the air for Proctor and Gay, maybe. Yeah, I think maybe they're sensing that if they could get a couple more before the close of play here, then they can try and really stamp down on this in the morning with a ball that's not too old.
Yeah, that's right enough. Northampton's point of view just need to see it through to the close. 9 overs remaining as Miles comes in, bowls round the wicket to Gate, who's shouldering arms, lets it go through to Burgess. For Northamptonshire, batters to come, Rob Keogh. He's got a lot of starts this year. Made it was 100 first time out against Gloucestershire. Had a good game against Gloucestershire, and just the last couple of games got in and got out. Josh Cobb, who's Northamptonshire's white ball captain, of course, comes in place of Saif Zabe. He also made a few runs in that first game against Gloucestershire. Then Lewis McManus, the keeper. Miles comes in, bowls, and Gay's pushing that up to Alex Davis at extra cover, and there's no run. Then Gareth Berg back in the side, left out, rested as part of the bowlers' rotation for the game against Surrey, but back in for this one. Matt Kelly, the Australian, Simon Kerrigan, and Jack White making his first Championship appearance of the season, coming in for Ben Sanderson, who's rested for this game. On the ground that he made his first class debut for Northamptonshire 2 years ago. Here's Miles in again, bowls to Gay, who's clipping that down to long leg. There's another run for him. He goes up to 41, and Northamptonshire up to 358 for 2. 2 slips in for Miles, bowling around the wicket.
Yeah, he's bowled well here, really found his length. It's right where Luke Proctor has just been doing a bit of gardening.
Yeah, they've certainly been better with the second new ball than they were with the first, I think it's probably fair to say. Here's Miles in again, and that's whipped away round the corner by Proctor. Goes down to the man just saving one behind square, Matt Lamb, and there's no run. Stays at 358 for 2. So you reckon Selly Oak is the place to go for dinner tonight? Then is that the place for the chicken shops or?
Yeah, I'm not sure about dinner. I think if you're having your dinner at 3 AM, then maybe.
Yeah, maybe not. Here's Miles, and again bowls to Proctor. Again turns it round the corner to Matt Lamb, and there's no run. We had lunched very well today. Turkey and ham pie on the menu today, and down in the Tom Dollery, very nice too. Save the fish and chips for tomorrow. You cannot go into the Tom Dollery Lounge at Edgbaston at least on one day of the match and not have fish and chips, which are stuff of legend around the county circuit. I'll probably have mine tomorrow.
And maybe on day 3 as well.
Well, it's a distinct possibility. At least it looks as though we may be here. The way this game's spreading out, we may be here on the 4th day. Here's Miles in again. Plays up into the offside Proctor, and there's no run as Dom Sibley returns to the field, so Adam Hose will trot off. End of the over, 3:58 for 2, with Gay on 41, Proctor on 7. Yes, there's what is rather unusual, caught me by surprise this morning coming into the ground, with the amount of building work that's going on around Edgbaston at the moment, just on the road in, just near the main entrance, where the main car park is a very big, looks like a housing development, I think, some flats going up.
Yeah, I think so. There was traffic everywhere this morning.
Yeah, it was. It's slightly off-putting if it's not a part of the world you know particularly well, and you have to keep your wits about you. Hannon Dolby starting another over, his 20th, bowls to Gay, plays it down to backward point, fielded by Alex Davis, and there's no run.
I think they've made a few changes to the car park as well.
Yes, they have.
Yeah, I've come here a few times to use the indoor school, just to get a few overs in, and yeah, it looked very different when I turned up this morning.
Yes, it took me by surprise. I think we were here last year when they were using the part of the car park for COVID vaccinations, and so you couldn't go in one way, and it was slightly complicated. 2 slips and a gully as ball just spat up a little bit off the length from Hannon Dolby, and Gay played it well, just behind square on the onside, fielded by Dom Sibley, and there's no run. But as you would expect with a new ball, which is only its 9th over, the odd one just getting a little bit of bounce. Tall man Emilio Gay. Be hoping he doesn't get hit on the elbow again.
I bet he's got a few bruises.
Yeah, I did have a little word with him after that innings, and yes, I think he was a little bit sore, but played really well. Here's Gay playing that ball away down through backward point. There's runs for him here. It's going down towards the third man boundary. I think it's going to go all the way. In fact, it does. There's a long chase down there, but it ran away for 4. It takes Gay up to 45, and Northamptonshire up to 362 for 2. There's 3 balls left in the over, but I think I better make way for Richard, as I know he's got to update WM in just a second. So keep talking, Eva, and I'll let Richard come into this seat.
Yeah, definitely much more kind of energy and atmosphere around the bat at the moment. Lots of oohs and ahs coming from the 2 slips and the 4th slip. Hannon Dolby's in.
Go on, finish the description. Eva, finish the description.
And it's left alone by Emilio Gay.
There you go. See, we've got you on ball, by hook or by crook.
I thought you might take over.
No, you were perfectly capable of following up with the description, but so just waiting for the next bulletin update. And Dolby took that wicket just as I was leaving the previous stint of commentary. That snare down the leg side, bowls outside off stump, left by Gay, who's mixed a bit of scratchiness with some really attractive stroke play so far. It's been a curious innings. He's never looked entirely at ease, but he's there on 45.
No, he's destined on playing it as late as possible, isn't he? We had another one down the other end where he nearly rolled back onto his stumps.
So that's 4 times now?
Yeah.
Wow. So these two have added 23 for the 3rd wicket so far. Proctor just building his way into things. 7 overs they want to see out through to the end of the day. So that's a sharp delivery outside off stump, but left alone comfortably enough by Emilio Gay. End of the over, 362 for 2. Looking less likely they're going to get to the 400 in a day. But really it's about not wasting the terrific position that they're in over the course of the remaining half hour or so. Just about to update listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR as Nathan McAndrew prepares to come on for another spell. Bowled very well in his 3rd spell of the day. Got 1 for 67 now, the big Australian. Let's wait for it to tick round to 3 minutes past. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire have Taking a second wicket in the last hour, but Northamptonshire still very much dominating this day. They're 362 for 2. The second of their Centurions, Will Young, was dismissed for 134, snared down the leg side, a catch by Michael Burgess off the bowling of Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Amelia Gay, 45, and Luke Proctor, 7, are looking to steer them through to close with 7 overs left in the day. Northamptonshire are 362 for 2. So, first delivery of the new over defended into the offside. So Eva was hearing, at times, she's hearing bits of bulletins from the two stations, and there was this sort of pause after the cricket report was kind of introduced, but I can't go till 3 minutes past because the other station is taking it at the same time. Because you looked at me pondering why I hadn't started.
Come on, Richard.
Yeah. One of the unique challenges as we continue the ball-by-ball coverage. As McAndrew bowls full outside off stump, left alone outside. That the stumps through to Burgess, 362 for 2.
Yeah, change of ends for Nathan McAndrew here. I'd say, as we've been saying, he's definitely more successful from the other end. Had a few problems early on with his kind of delivery at the crease and his delivery stride, but yeah, with Hannon-Dolby coming from the top end, he's made the switch.
Potentially 4 overs for him to bowl before close. That's got good carry. Through at shoulder height. Again, fairly full delivery outside off stump. Got some roars of approval. It's his first day bowling at Edgbaston, and I think he's just finding the whole adjustment to playing championship cricket a little bit difficult. When you have a long period in the field, and I guess largely 50 overs a bit of max that you've tended to play in your career, what do you do to keep yourself occupied between deliveries when you're in the outfield? Because you can't concentrate flat out for 3 1/4 hours. So McAndrew outside off stump draws another leave from Luke Proctor.
I guess it's just kind of finding ways to, when the bowler's not running in and the ball's being hit out, to kind of switch off and not concentrate in between balls, so that when the ball is about to be delivered, like, you're kind of on it and ready. And we kind of do little things in between overs, like you race each other to your fielding position, but kind of it's, as Warwickshire are finding today, it's quite difficult when you're kind of under the pump.
Andrew driven very straight, beautiful crisp hit from Luke Proctor, that is. That was a no-doubter. It was always going to go for 4, 366 for 2, one of the shots of the day.
Yeah, straight out of the textbook. But yeah, usually it's a lot easier with 2020. Obviously the game's a lot quicker. I usually play at grounds that have got music that kind of keep the energy up and stuff like that. But you usually find that the first 15, 20 overs of a 50 over game, the energy's high, and you know, the ball gets slung into the keeper and everyone's jogging between the overs, and then it dips a bit and then it kind of comes back up near the end.
Makes sense. McAndrew again outside off stump, left alone. Proctor just waited for the one bad ball in that over. 366 for 2, 6 overs left in the day. Do you find yourself with an earworm stuck in your head? It's the same piece of music going over it. You need something to then knock it out again.
Yeah, definitely. But I just feel, I don't know how they do it. When Matt Lamb's been on the boundary for most of today, and he's been, because of the right hand, left hand, he's been mainly on the one side and absolutely nowhere near anyone else with the size of that boundary. So that's when it's most difficult. I think the guys in the slips have it really easy.
At least they've got somebody to chat to.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a legendary story of the old Essex spinner Ray East, who was fielding third man at both ends and was getting so fed up with the distance he was having to cover that he borrowed a bicycle from a spectator and cycled round the boundary between overs. And Dolby, oh, that's a good delivery. It lifts past the shoulder of Gay's bat. Beautiful line from Hannon-Dolby as the sun comes out a little bit. There's a bit of sun on his bat. That's a beauty.
A Jaffa, I think it's known as.
It is. 1 for 61, Hannon-Dolby. 19 championship wickets now for him this season. But he hasn't got a lot of reward today. If there's one bowler who's deserved a little bit more than he's got, it is Hannon-Dolby. I wonder if this might be his last of the day. 6 of this spell, driven by Gay. That's a good tumbling stop by Lamb, the ball magnet. And there's no run. So you're cricketing career whilst got a slight injury at the moment. It'll take you to see, because you're a good teammate, because you buy in, you're going to watch your colleagues at Chelmsford on Saturday.
Yeah, making the journey on Saturday morning from Birmingham to Chelmsford. It's not too bad.
No.
And yeah, they've got the Sunrisers in the first game.
Angled across the left-hander, and Gay puts his bat out there, gets nothing on it, goes through the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, we'll be hoping for a good start on Saturday. We've not had the best pre-season. We went out to Desert Springs, actually, which is near Almeria, I think it is.
Okay.
So we went there for 5 or 6 days and played some warm-up games against the Western Storm with some mixed results. And then we played a boys' team from Whitgift School.
Okay. And Dolby outside off stump, driven into the offside, and Matt Lamb's at it again. Another good stop. He needs a quick rub down at this point.
I think he's going to have bruised knees.
Yeah. Warwickshire supporters will remember the team having played a couple of matches at Whitgift School probably 20 years ago. Remember the press box was in a tent, trestle tables in a tent, and on each occasion John Major came round to have a chat with us all. Is he sort of president of Surrey County Cricket Club, or he was at the time? So having a former Prime Minister come to visit you whilst watching a 45 over game, or whatever it was a little unusual. Driving again is Gay, and once more he can't penetrate the field. It's nimble work from Alex Davis at point this time, who from a half-lying position still gets a throw in towards the stumps, which it misses. Gay gets out of the way of the ball. And the umpire's doing some stretching there. Oh, he's got a sore back. I'll be glad to have a lie down, he's thinking. It's a long day for the umpires.
I was just about to say, I'd have a bad back from standing for that long.
Yes, standing still's not good for you.
No.
Not good for you at all. 366 for 2. One ball left in the 91st over. And Hannon Dolby goes past the outside edge of Gay's bat again. That was a beautiful over, and Hannon Dolby stands halfway down the wicket with his hands on his knees. He may well be done for the day after that as well. That was been a 6-over spell. He might fancy one more. He gets a pat on the backside from Rob Yates.
Yeah,
Sam Hain is a pro. He might run away from Sam Hain. No, he has a little flick on the backside as well.
Yeah, he looks tired, but he's beat the bat 2 or 3 times in that over. So I wonder whether he might just want one more, or his captain might want it from him.
Yeah, he'll only leave one more from that end after that though, so he might. Yeah. It's a difficult one. Well, Craig Miles has had a spell with a new ball. McAndrew, it is, who's pumping in there round the wicket to bowl to Proctor. Wraps him on the pad. A big appeal for LBW. It's turned down. It was an appeal that I don't think had 100% conviction to it. Just having a look. I think it's probably hitting him outside the line of off stump, which has been the case with most of the shouts, although not all. Yeah, I thought Will Young was a goner on 83. He went on to 134. Will Rhodes with a very good appeal on that occasion.
I was going to say that had a bit of conviction behind it, that did.
Yeah, McAndrew's had a bit of conviction about that one. But I think the umpire's got it about right. He is getting the ball to swing into the left-hander, though. Proctor with quite a squat and open stance. Ducks down as the bowler comes in. There's an appeal for LBW padding up as it flicks him on his way through to Burgess. And again, I would suspect that he's probably outside the line. Only just, but again, I think he is. Taking a chance leaving that, though.
Yeah, I think that was more of a beg than an appeal, wasn't it? Close, though.
It was more of a umpire. That was a really poor decision for him not to play a shot, wasn't it? And yes, it was. But
still not out, though.
No. Great start to the over from McAndrew, the first 2 balls. Bears need to put pressure on if they can. But now he's driven beautifully through a vacant mid-on for 4. Just over pitches. Proctor waiting on it, as he did in the last over. Goes straight. Nice high elbow. 370 for 2.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a little bit more swing. We spoke about it with McAndrew with the older ball in that spell that he bowled. And a little bit here. A bit of drift back into the left-hander. and probably seeing a little bit more movement than we did this morning.
No orthodox mid-on because Will Rhodes is a short, wide mid-on, or arguably a straight mid-wicket. You can argue it either way.
Yeah, I'd probably go with straight mid-wicket, but you can.
Yeah.
I can see both sides.
Yeah. He's at straight mid-wicket. As the ball is played and missed outside off stump, the oohs and ahs, hands onto the head of McAndrew. I'll always bow down to the cricketer in the box in terms of where that position is.
That one's just straightened a little bit. Good follow-up from the ball before.
That is the perfect line, really, from a right-arm seamer bowling round the wicket to a left-hander. And you've angled a couple into the pads, and then bang, that one that just holds its line or offers to go the other way.
Make him think twice about that on drive.
And again, thick outside edge down to Hannon Dolby at third man. 16 to Proctor, 371 for 2.
Good period this for Warwickshire.
Can see, with women's cricket largely limited to the shorter forms of the game, plotting a route to getting somebody out is that bit harder because they're always going to be looking to at least push a single and rotate the strike. So you don't get to build up that pressure.
Yeah, a little bit. I think you definitely get more wickets through them making mistakes rather than you kind of making them kind of build up pressure and stuff.
Andrew bowls well wide of off stump through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. Well, caught in the deep, counts in the scorebook exactly the same as caught at slip.
I know, it's annoying. I think, why do I run in from 16 yards and then all these spinners come on and just caught a cow?
Oh, they'll say to you, yeah, well, I took a little bit of pace off that one.
I did a bit of flight,
yeah, held that one back.
I take a bit of pace off and it ends in the stands.
Yeah. It was the arm ball. What you said is you didn't get enough grip to spin it, you know. Hannon Dolby is going to get another over in. Heavy workload again for Hannon Dolby. It'll be his 22nd over of this opening day. And into bowl to Proctor, who's pushing forward into the offside. Coming in fairly vigorously is Dominic Sibley. I think just trying to show that he's in the right frame of mind despite the long day, and it's good actually that the volume is not bad amongst the fielders at this point of the day, considering how well Northamptonshire have batted throughout.
Yeah, I do wonder whether someone said something, maybe a senior kind of member of the side maybe has just said, come on lads, big last half hour here, because there's definitely been a kind of visible change in the energy, I think.
Proctor waits again. The movement just before the bowler releases the ball is so extraordinary. He just flicked it around the corner to Briggs. There's been no run to square leg, but he sort of suddenly gets into position as if he's been shocked by something coming, like a mouse has come up behind him.
Well, he starts really open, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And then he kind of does a squat, and then is like, ooh, the ball's on him. But I've kind of noticed it. I've seen him bat a couple of times now. He kind of works the ball off his hip so easily, to the extent that balls sometimes are kind of outside off stump, and he's working it through square leg.
So squats down and lifts his bat, makes himself even shorter a target as he leaves the ball outside off stump. He's making Rory Burns' batting technique look quite conventional.
It's interesting because you usually see that in the white ball game quite a lot. People kind of squat down. You see Butler do it a little bit, especially against spin, and to kind of you squat down to make sure that your hands go further back. But with the exception of Rory Burns does it a little bit, but a squat down like that, I've not seen a technique like that before.
He's quite crouched now. Hannon Dolby approaches. He ducks down so his helmet's almost at stump height.
It is,
and then leaves the ball outside off stump. I wouldn't want to bat like that against real pace. I mean, out and out pace, I think you'd have a bit of a problem.
Get a ball from Jofra Archer that just flies off a length.
Yeah. I think you get your cage rattled fairly vigorously on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
Your reactions have to be quite something. As the ball's lifting up at you just as you're rising from that exaggerated crouch position. But he's also a very effective batsman, Luke Proctor.
It's probably why he's so good on the back foot.
Yeah. It's good lead. I mean, his judgment is fine. But when he comes forward, he did there coming forward to not play the ball, but he does get a good stride in as well.
We saw it earlier as well from Vasconcelos. He was so good on the back foot, both cutting and pulling, because he's quite short as well, isn't he? As well as Luke Proctor. It does tend to be that smaller players are better off the back foot because they kind of have to be, don't they? A length ball can be.
Yeah. It's a bit like with Rory Burns. At the point of delivery, he is still and he's in position. There's just quite the preamble to it.
I guess whatever works, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Former Lancashire all-rounder preparing to face the final ball of Hannon Dolby's over, and he's again good stride forward, defends it up towards mid-off, fielded by Dominic Sibley, and the end of a decent over from Hannon Dolby. 371 for 2 on Northamptonshire, an utterly dominant day for them. Centuries for Vasconcelos and also for the overseas batsman Will Young. Remarkable opening partnership worth 287, a county record against Warwickshire for Northants. 3 overs remaining, and these two would just want to see it through to close. Here's the question: would you bother for this game to have a night watchman? If a wicket fell in the next 2 overs, would you send the night watchman, or would you say, well, actually, surface is good enough not to need one, as McAndrew's first ball of a new over is left alone above hip height by Gay?
I think if they did send a night watchman in, and then in the morning the next batter who was supposed to come in came in, I think he'd get a lot of chat from the slips.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you've just got to go for it, haven't you? You've seen it do not a lot all day.
Sort of surface as well where a night watchman might stick around for about an hour and a half tomorrow.
Yeah.
Could easily happen. McAndrew strides in. Well, they are quite big strides. Little hop as he arrives towards the crease. And bowls a fuller delivery outside off stump, and Emilio Gay is not going to offer much at anything that he doesn't have to, I think, for the closing moments of today's play.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's come back over the wicket. I think he was bowling quite well around the wicket.
He seems to prefer round the wicket to Proctor and over the wicket to Gay.
There's probably some analyst who's kind of got all the stats for him that's...
Yeah. Gay's vulnerable if you go bowl across his body. That's a good bumper. Did it catch something on its way through? It bounced again before it reached the slip cord, and it was sort of knocked down by Burgess. Did it hit the bat which he was holding up next to his helmet?
I think it just kept going.
So it dipped.
Yeah.
Awkward. I tested him. It gave him a different challenge.
Big positive for Warwickshire from today, although they are limited, is that McAndrew seems to have found a bit of rhythm.
Yeah, it took him a few spells. That's another full delivery just outside off stump, and it wasn't too far outside. I know it was helped the fact he took a wicket with the second ball after tea, but that spell generally was a lot better, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. His line's been a lot tighter to off stump, but mainly his length. I think he's found that length that kind of traps them on the crease and squares them up a little bit.
As an overseas bowler, he's got to find his rhythm earlier in the day, and it might be that they have to look at what his prep is before the start of play, whatever it is that will just get him going. It's his 3rd game in successive weeks. As he draws Gay forward in defence, he's gone back round the wicket now. And there's no run. And whilst the floodlights may be on, the sun is shining brighter than it has at any point today at Edgbaston.
Yeah, I don't think the floodlights are doing a lot anymore.
No. They're just putting pretty E's for everybody to see. The letter E of Edgbaston on each of the floodlights.
I didn't notice that they were E's until Andrew said it earlier.
There you go. They have roses at Headingley, don't they? The white rose of Headingley. Red rose wouldn't work very well at Old Trafford. As this is driven into the offside by Gay, can't puncture the field. It's Davis who's kept his fielding standards really high all day. who captures that low to his left, and that's the end of work for the day. I think, oh no, not necessarily, he's got one more potentially, hasn't he? There's 2 left in the day, so I thought McAndrew had finished his day, but he might have one more. Ollie Hallen-Dolby is going to stoically bowl an 8-over spell with his second new ball.
What a shift from him today.
I mean, I know I'm biased because we do the Bears pod blast together, but he's been the pick of the Bears bowlers, bar that one spell from McAndrew, once again today.
Yeah, definitely interesting. You were saying that got 19 wickets. That's just in 6 innings.
Hallen-Dolby begins his final over. Met on the drive by Proctor, but doesn't time that. It rolls through to Matt Lamb, who picks up and engages in a bit of banter with Sibley and Davis. Not entirely sure what it's about. I haven't got a clue. It could be about what they're planning to have for their tea, or, you know, could be anything.
Anything. Could be about the amount of runs that any of them are going to get on this pitch.
Can't wait to have a bet on this. You wouldn't dare say that, would you? You wouldn't dare say that as a professional cricketer. Short of a length and guided round the corner by Proctor, getting up from that exaggerated squatting position, and then, you know, again working it off his hips, as you say he did very effectively as well against Surrey last week. 372 for 2.
Yeah, I noticed he's got his chest guard on. So maybe what we were saying about doing that squat down and then being clattered in the ribs, maybe that's happened one too many times, and he's...
Yeah, it may have done. Sometimes your technique could put you in danger. It's a bit like how Nasser Hussain's low hands made his fingers very vulnerable. Hallen-Dolby still sprinting in with good energy. That's left alone outside off stump, through to Burgess at hip height. Can I just reach across? I need to check something on my computer because I get a feeling somebody may well have sent me an email with play having continued beyond 6 o'clock. So I should check for communication.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he's not coming round the wicket here. I do feel like the kind of false shots and player misses that we have seen today have more often than not come from around the wicket against the left-handers.
Nobby approaches. Oh, that's another beauty past the shoulder of Gay's bat. How many times has that happened in this last half hour?
Yeah, Emilio Gay's not looked completely comfortable since he came to the crease. I was saying to Andrew earlier, he's got a 51 and a 65 so far this year, so he'll be hoping that he can kind of build on this 45 so far.
Play hard in those final minutes of the day. Always crucial to do that. Hallen-Dolby is in, back of a length, left alone by Gay. He got one more opportunity to prize a wicket for today, and then we presume that Nathan McAndrew will probably have the final over. He's earned it, if you see what I mean. He's been enough of a threat.
Yeah, but there'll be some wary bodies out there, but they will be happy with how they've slightly pulled it back in this last session. We were saying at the tea break that they were on for 440 at one stage.
How close is the offside ring now? Point and extra cover and mid-off. They're forming a close catching ring, along with 2 slips and a gully. Hallen-Dolby's just looked at the field as if he wasn't quite expecting it. And he comes in a bowl to Emilio Gay, who plays it with the inside half of his bat out on the leg side, end of the over. Hallen-Dolby 1 for 62 from 23 overs today, a sterling effort from him. 1 over left in the day. Northamptonshire well on top, 372 for 2.
Yeah, it looks like watching age group cricket when boys and girls they just really want to be involved in the action, and they just creep closer and closer forward, and you have to be like, move back a bit, move back a bit.
That's like in age group football when you have to keep on shouting, stop bunching, stop bunching. Yeah, field positions are not going to be adhered to very often.
not quite as close for this final over of the day.
In schools cricket, I used to stand quite close sometimes on offside or onside, and batsmen would look up sometimes. I say, I'm just not convinced you can hit it very far, which is often true in schools cricket. Left alone outside off stump, the first ball of a new over from McAndrew.
Maybe what they're trying to do is because in the batsman's mind, you're thinking, I really want to hit this really hard at you, and just kind of draw a bit of a false shot out of them.
It's always tempting when there's somebody under the helmet close to you, I would imagine, but part of you doesn't want to hit them because you know what it's like if you field it there yourself.
Yeah.
So it's a very particular type of player that wants to field that close to the bat.
Yeah, I know, it's changed a bit recently, hasn't it?
Bumper from McAndrew, ducking under is Proctor.
It always used to be whoever's on debut or only played 4 or 5 matches, but now, I mean, we saw Johnny Bairstow underneath the lid for England, didn't we? And there's definitely people that stick their hand up for it. But then,
yeah, the long-time short leg fielder for Warwickshire has been Sam Hain. Hasn't been required yet in this one.
Bit of adrenaline.
Yeah, maybe so. McAndrew approaches once more, and a big step across on the front foot from Proctor to judge the leave correctly. Plays it well. 3 to go in the day.
Yeah, I don't fancy it though.
No. Anything that involves a helmet is too close. Although I'm glad to see wicket keepers wearing helmets when they stand up to the stumps now.
Yeah, I remember I used to play with Sarah Taylor, and it was only probably a year after the rule came in where you had to wear your helmet, and she used to get so annoyed that she had to wear it, and I was just thinking, why not?
Yeah, exactly. You soon get used to it. That's a well-judged leave outside off stump by Proctor as the ball was angled in by McAndrew from round the wicket. Oh, that's an excellent leave.
The one thing I can understand is, you know, they've got these new stem guards that you clip to the back, and that I can kind of understand that you don't want to wear that whilst you're bent over and stood up keeping, but
yeah, 'cause it limits your movement, doesn't it?
yeah, but apart from that, there's no reason why. It's the same thing. They quite a few keepers these days wear those hockey shin pads on your legs which don't cover your knees.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, you're not restricted in your movement, so just wear ones that cover your knees.
Amy Jones is amongst those, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. I'm sure she's got her reasons.
McAndrew round the wicket, forces Proctor to play this time, but he comfortably steers it towards Davis at mid-wicket. 1 ball left on the day. And we're going to get an update on BBC Radio WM at about the same time. Again, advising the fine people of the West Midlands and the Black Country that Brendan McCullum is the New England Test coach. And then they'll get what will turn out to just about be a close of play report here, as McAndrew is coming in to bowl the final ball of the day. Yeah, final ball of the day is just being left alone by Northamptonshire's Luke Proctor, and it's the visiting team who've had a really successful opening day of this game. They close on 372 for 2. Having been put into bat, they've been relatively untroubled for most of the day. Both opening batsmen made centuries in a partnership of 287 for the first wicket. Ricardo Vasconcelos, the Northamptonshire captain, after a poor run of form earlier in the season, batted beautifully for 156. New Zealand Test opener Will Young joining him with 134. A wicket each for Ollie Hannon-Dolby and Nathan McAndrew, who were the two most dangerous of Warwickshire bowlers. They did drag things back a little bit in the closing session, the run rate dropping below 4 for the first time all day. But Northants will be delighted with the progress they've made. They closed on 372 for 2. And that just about does it for all of us here at Edgbaston. We'll of course be with you tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock for day 2. But Eva Gray, just to sum up, having a really good day with the bat for Northamptonshire, who, having got through the first half hour when Hannon-Dolby bowled a really tight line, made the most of a good batting track.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be really pleased with how they've bounced back from the defeat against Surrey last week. Yeah, Batter's getting some runs under their belt and some time in the middle, which they'll be really happy with.
Been great to have you on board, Eva. Every success with your season. Hopefully we'll see you again either with Northamptonshire or Warwickshire at some point in the season. But as they say these days, go well, won't you?
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And myself and Andrew and Phil will be back with you tomorrow. Close of play here. Outstanding performance from the Northamptonshire batsmen. Really enjoyable effort from them. They close the day on 372 for 2.